Hello everyone, Two Secret 2020 here, sending out much love to everyone. Hope everyone's doing well. I just came on to show a couple videos. I've had a lot of people asking a lot of questions, and I thought I'd show these videos. Maybe it'll help some people to lead them on the right path to make some better decisions. Here we go. We'll start off with the first one. This one is best supplements for health explained. Hey Jackie, how you doing?
Or do you even need supplements? Stay tuned and I'll explain. Hey, I'm Dr. Ekberg with Wellness for Life, and by subscribing to this channel, you will learn everything that you need to master true health. Today, we're going to talk about supplements, and there is so much confusion and so much misunderstanding about what they are. First of all, we want to start understanding what is the purpose of supplements. We want to talk about four different categories of things that people take. On the one side, we have nutrition, and on the other side, we have pharmaceuticals. I put those opposites because they serve absolutely totally opposite functions. And then in between, we have herbs and nutraceuticals. So what's the difference? Well, nutrition is that which sustains life. Nutrition is that which comes from life. It is all the stuff that Mother Nature has produced that we have developed alongside for millions and millions of years. So, just like there is no scientist in the world that can create life or that can create a single cell, there is no scientist in the world that can have a test tube and produce things that sustain life. That is the area of Mother Nature. So it doesn't mean that these things aren't good at some point. So nutrition is food, and we want to get as much nutrition as possible from whole food. Unfortunately, we don't really get enough anymore because they're even the best of efforts. Even if we buy all organic food, the soil has been depleted, the minerals just aren't there anymore. The food has to be transported. We don't know exactly what went on in producing it. There's so much hybridization and GMO going on that with all of that, even the best of efforts may not give us all the nutrition that we need. So it's a good idea to supplement. But when we do, we want to look for things that are made from food concentrates. It is very difficult to find, and I'll clarify a little bit what to look for. But you want something that is made from whole food concentrate that has all of the vitamin complexes, all of the mineral complexes, all of the genuine replacement parts that you need to rebuild your body. All right? The next category is herbs, herbal therapy. We use a lot of it in our office, and that's when we're looking for a little bit stronger effect. The body may not be ready for healing. It may need some cleansing, it may need some support or some stimulation in some other way, and herbs can do that. They're a form of natural medicine that can go in and change and alter things at a subtle level. They are made by nature, so they are also very natural and they work with the body. However, they are not the genuine replacement part. They are not the thing that's going to help rebuild the body. So we look for them only in certain circumstances. The next category is nutraceuticals. And this is what most people get when they go shopping for supplements. 98% of everything sold in vitamin stores are nutraceuticals. They were developed by pharmaceutical companies who managed to isolate and extract what they believe to be the critical component of a vitamin. But it's only part of a vitamin. It's not the vitamin complex. It is a small crystalline fraction of the whole thing. And as such, it can stimulate, it can do some good for a limited time, but again, it does not sustain life. It is not the thing that the body is looking for. You want to think of the difference between a complex and the synthetic as the complex being a tree and the synthetic fraction being a part of a tree, maybe a leaf or a piece of bark or something. And it can help for a little bit, but it creates problems in the long run. The last on the list is pharmaceuticals. And there's a place for them, but they are the most powerful. They are completely synthetic, and their job is, their purpose is to interfere. They are supposed to go in and block some physiology. When the physiology, for whatever reason, has gone haywire, a pharmaceutical is strong enough to go in and block it and stop it and create a short-term desired effect. All right, that's the purpose of these things. Well, nutrition, like we mentioned, is made by Mother Nature. It's things that are alive. Herbs are also made by Mother Nature. They're things that are alive. They have all natural properties. Nutraceuticals are made in a lab. Most of them are made from synthetic products or from petroleum, like coal tar. Most B vitamins are made from petroleum coal tar product. A lot of vitamin C, which is not actually vitamin C, but ascorbic acid, is made from cornstarch. They're made in a laboratory setting. They're crystalline partial fractions of the real thing. And of course, pharmaceuticals are synthetic. They're made in a lab. So on that note, here's the time frame for these things. Nutrition works forever. That's the food, and the food concentrate. Because that is what sustains the body, that's what sustains life, it works forever. And what we find is the nutrients that we use, the supplements that are whole food supplements, people do well on them for a very, very long time. Herbs, like I mentioned in the beginning, we use them for special circumstances. They're not intended for long-term use, but they do have their place. Once they have done their job, then we try to switch over to get more of our nutrients from food and whole food supplements. Nutraceuticals go in and they do something quickly. And over time, what happens with a nutraceutical is, because it's a fraction, it sort of senses, it has a relationship to the things that it used to hang out with. So when you take a nutraceutical, when you take a fractional supplement into your body, it's going to attract the other portions that it used to hang out with. And now you're in essence leaching those cofactors from your body. And therefore, in the long run, something like ascorbic acid, which isn't actually vitamin C, but a fraction of it, ascorbic acid can create a vitamin C deficiency. And today we're seeing a lot of things that is actually scurvy, but that go by other names. So any type of nosebleed or fragile gums or retinal bleeding or weak varicose veins and things like that, spider veins, a lot of those things are a deficiency in the vitamin C complex. And we're not getting enough of it, and we can actually deplete ourselves by using mega doses of ascorbic acid. Pharmaceuticals, finally, there's a place for it, but it's for crisis intervention only. If you're trying to save a life, if someone has a bleeding, if someone has a shock, if there's an emergency, there's a time for it. But in the long run, crisis intervention will do more damage than good, always. So now you're starting to see that that which is natural supports the body, that which is synthetic interferes with the body. Side effects go along with that. So things that nature made, that's the stuff that's supposed to sustain life, it has no side effects. It's the thing that builds life. Herbs are very, very limited in side effects. They do have some medicinal properties, so side effects are possible, but they're very, very limited. Synthetic supplements look really good initially, And a lot of people, when they're extremely deficient, they start taking something and then they feel great and they swear by it and they say, oh, I'll take this for the rest of my life. And then a few months later, they start crashing, but they stay on it because they felt so good initially. Well, those are side effects that start to develop. So nutraceuticals typically develop some side effects over time. And of course, a pharmaceutical always has a side effect. By its very design and mechanism, once you go into an ecosystem and you push something, you're going to upset the balance, you're going to have a side effect. Now, that doesn't make them evil. In an emergency, they can be very useful and save lives, but we have to understand the appropriate time and place and that they always have side effects. So they're short-term use only. We have to change the way that we're thinking. When I look on the internet, I see millions and millions of questions and answers, and they're always the same. I have this, what do I take for this? And someone answers, if you have that, then take that. That is not how it works, because even though something works for one person, it doesn't mean it's going to work for you, because the source of the problem could have a different origin. And also, we never ever want to get into the habit of taking supplements because they're supposed to do something. They're not supposed to change a symptom. They're not supposed to work. They're supposed to provide the building blocks. They're supposed to support life. If you're missing something and you provide it, you get healthier. You want to get out of the mindset of taking something for something. That's just using a safer drug, one with less side effects. Sure, you could take a nutraceutical or an herb and there's less side effects, but you haven't fixed the source of the problem. We have to start understanding the body and supporting physiology and getting to the source of the problem. I hope you enjoyed this little explanation. I know it's very different, and we will keep getting good and different information so that you can understand it from a different perspective. Make sure you hit that subscribe button.
Oops, I wasn't on. Well, I'm back. I hope that helps some people out as far as the natural and the synthetic. I've been talking about that ascorbic acid for years. But I do have one more. Let me drop the link to that so you can check them out yourself. I'll do it after this one. Here we go. I'm getting it. All right. This is Fasting for Survival. It's only like 12 or 15 minutes long. You should watch the whole thing from beginning to end, please. You might learn something, I hope. And maybe share it to some friends who are in need of some alternatives. This is Sten Ekberg, a doctor, natural doctor.
How come some people say that fasting is natural and even necessary, while others claim that fasting is unnatural and dangerous? Today, I want to talk about fasting for survival. Now, is fasting dangerous? No, it is perfectly safe if we're talking about time-restricted fasting, intermittent fasting, where we reduce the number of meals and we eat them in a shorter period of time, or if we just do a fast for a few days. Those are perfectly safe. It is even easier to eat within a shorter time window and eat fewer meals. And most people who try this and get into a habit, they never go back because they find it so much easier, so much more convenient to do it that way. You don't get hungry, you don't have to cook all the time, you save time and money. It is also very, very beneficial. There are tremendous health benefits to eating that way. But is it necessary? Well, it depends on what your idea of optimal health is. If you have accepted that our current health model is normal, that we're supposed to get sick around 50, we're supposed to get diabetes at 60, and we're supposed to be on 12 different medications and die after a period of 20, 30 years of relative dysfunction, then it is not necessary. But if you're looking for optimal health, if you're looking to feel as good as possible for as long as possible, it turns out it is necessary. Fasting and feasting is the most natural thing that humans can do because that's what we have done for as long as we've been around. We never had refrigerators, we never had food buffets, we never ate 5, 6 times a day. We ate once or twice, and that is what your genome, what your genetic material, what your physiology is designed for. And it's only in the very last few years, even 50 years ago, we really ate 3 times a day within an 8 to 10 hour window. And this idea of eating 6 times a day and having early morning and late night snacks to never miss a meal, that is actually dangerous. And there's more and more evidence to that fact. Now, whenever we develop a habit, we think that's the way it works. So most people today, they think food provides energy. And therefore, they think that when we have low energy, then we need to eat something. And lo and behold, we feel bad, we eat something, and then we feel better. So we think, all right, that food provided energy. But is that actually what happened? Why do we feel better? Did that food that we just ate, did it really provide energy, or did something else happen? Well, actually, the food that you eat, shortly thereafter, that food steals energy from you. So how come we feel more energetic right after? How come we feel better? It's because that food stimulates brain chemicals. It feeds into a reward pathway that has to do with a neurotransmitter called dopamine. And it's because we are like junkies getting our fix. We feel better because we're getting a fix. So here's how that works. We eat some food. The food stimulates taste buds. The taste buds signal into the brain, and the brain gets pleasure. The brain interprets that as pleasure. We've been given a reward. It feeds into this dopamine reward system. And this happens in a matter of seconds. And then the brain says, hey, we've got stuff. We've got some raw materials. It's coming a little bit later, but we're good for now. So let's start sending some signals to the liver, because the liver stores carbohydrate in the form of glycogen. And now the liver starts breaking this glycogen down into glucose, and this glucose gets into the bloodstream and gets converted into energy. So first we have the pleasure, we feel good, and then we get a tiny little bit of blood sugar, not from the food we ate, but from previously stored energy. Because the brain basically sensed that we just received a shipment, so we can afford to spend some. Now, meanwhile, this food gets into the digestive tract. It causes a little bit of stretch in a matter of minutes. It stimulates some receptors in your GI tract that senses, hey, there's more stuff. This volume is starting to fill out. It's not just the taste buds. And this signals more to the brain. And now the brain continues with the receptors in the liver. So all of these signal to the liver to continue breaking down glycogen because there is more coming. And now also the brain gets satisfied a little bit beyond just the instant pleasure, because it realizes there's enough here to ensure our survival. We got enough now to go for another day or two. And all this happens in a matter of minutes. This food still has nothing to do with the increased energy or the feeling of pleasure. This food is still in the stomach. So within a few seconds, you'll start breaking down a few glucose molecules in the food. You'll start breaking down a little bit of starch, but that's a very, very small amount. No substantial amount, no significant percentage of this food has yet made it into the bloodstream. But eventually, this food gets digested, and then it can be used for energy in the moment, and the excess gets used for storage. But this process takes about 2 to 4 hours, and sometimes even longer to complete. So like I said, some calories, a little bit of glucose is going to be absorbed gradually, but the bulk of this energy, the bulk of this food is going to take several hours to break down. So here's the key to understand, that if you have cravings, if you feel like eating something 2 hours later, then that has nothing to do with your energy need. Your body does not need energy. That's not how it works. If you feel that way, it's because of habit. You've trained your brain into expecting certain things at certain intervals, and you're basically using food as a drug. You're using eating as a way to change how you feel. But we're so conditioned to this idea of eating all the time that if you suggest that somebody miss a meal, you're probably going to get a response looking like that. And we have all these reasons to eat that have nothing to do with the need for energy. We use reasons like waking up. Well, I just woke up, got to eat something. You know, it's lunchtime or it's dinner time. I always eat at this time. Maybe it's just because we walked by the fridge and it has food in it. Let's eat something. They brought donuts to work. I got to have some. I saw a vending machine and it had things in it. I drove by a fast food place. It had food inside. I watch TV in the evening and I get restless if I don't munch on something while I'm watching. Or just in general, if you're bored or stressed or frustrated, people tend to eat. So all of these are reasons that we eat that have nothing to do with an actual need for energy. And another reason that even I sometimes fall prey to is that we eat to avoid being hungry later. We know, oh, it's going to be a long day. What if I don't eat and I get hungry later? Well, as you get your body conditioned and habituated, then you realize that that's not an issue either. And then there's all these ideas we have about fasting. We think that if we miss a meal, we're going to get fatigue, we're going to get apathy. And to some extent, that's true, but it's not because we are not getting energy, it's because we're not getting our fix. We've trained our bodies to expect that and get the fix. We think that if we miss a whole day, we could die. And what actually happens is that if you miraculously survive for about 18 hours, then the following is going to happen. And 18 hours is not as hard as it sounds, because all it means is you ate dinner at 6, you skipped your evening meal, and you didn't have breakfast. That's all it is. You've gone 18 hours. And now your body starts making some interesting changes. So you start breaking down glycogen because you have some stored energy, and you're making glucose from glycogen. That's one of your reserves. You have many, many systems to provide energy. And do you get fatigue? Do you get apathy? Do you get foggy? Do you fade away? No, because your body knows if you haven't eaten, you have to be able to go out and find some food. You have to stay active and alert and energetic. So what happens is your body makes these hormones. The epinephrine helps make you alert. It's a stress hormone that creates attention, keeps you on guard so you can pay attention to things. And cortisol is another hormone that provides blood sugar, that starts converting other sources into glucose so you can maintain a stable blood sugar and have some energy. The next hormone is called BDNF, brain-derived neurotrophic factor. It's a big long word. All it means is miracle grow for the brain. And it promotes brain growth and plasticity. It enhances the brain's ability to change and adapt. And if you can adapt better to your environment, now you can learn better and you can survive better. And at the same time, your body also increases growth hormone, which is also essential to make new synapses, new brain connections, and new brain cells. But in addition to that, it also burns fat. So now you have an additional source of fuel, and now you're getting into that state that you've been looking for. You want to burn some of that body fat. And at the same time, this growth hormone spares muscle. This growth hormone promotes muscle growth and prevents muscle breakdown, because once you start making energy from other things, you don't want to break down that muscle. We're often told that we're going to get hypoglycemia, low blood sugar, dangerously low blood sugar. But is that going to happen? Well, you're going to get a mild lowering of blood sugar, meaning you're going to have less blood sugar than you did, which is a good thing. That's what most people are looking for. But in the process, you're going to have some discomfort. You're going to might get some headaches, and you're going to have some withdrawal symptoms simply because your body is used to a certain thing and you're changing it. So anytime you change something, you will have some discomfort, because that's just the way the body works. And the biggest reason is that you are carb dependent. You've trained your body to receive carbs, to boost blood sugar, to top off your blood sugar every few hours. And when it's not getting that, it's confused. It hasn't learned to stabilize blood sugar to generate energy other ways. And the only time that you're going to get a dangerous hypoglycemia is if you are a diabetic, if you're currently taking insulin and you stop eating, because now the insulin is there to process the incoming food. If there's no incoming food, that insulin is going to drop the blood sugar dangerously low. So this is something you have to understand. If you're on insulin, you need to consult with someone who understands to guide you, or at the very least, you need to have a very solid understanding and monitor very, very closely. But anytime, if you've been on insulin and you stop eating, you need to lower that insulin. And once you get used to that intermittent fasting, the time-restricted eating, now once your body feels good about that, you can go a little bit longer, and you skip a whole day. You go 24 to 36, maybe 42 hours. And by now, that glycogen is gone. You've used up virtually all of the stored carbohydrate in the body. So now your body has to do something called gluconeogenesis. It has to start making glucose from other things. And the primary thing is going to be from glycerol, because you're starting to burn fat. And along with the stored fat is a little molecule called glycerol that you can convert into glucose. You're also going to convert some protein. Before you really get into fat burning, you're going to tap into your protein pool. So you have some circulating protein from cells that break down, from things that are already circulating in the bloodstream. And initially, you'll convert some of that into glucose. Is it going to break down muscles? Well, actually, no. Because muscles are precious. You're going to need them to go on that hunt to find food next time. So your body gradually increases growth hormone. The longer you fast, the more growth hormone increases to spare the muscles, because like we said, you're going to need them. And the body gets better and better at getting energy from other sources. So you get better at fat burning, and when that really kicks in, you start making some ketones, which is an alternative fuel for the brain. So now your brain can function perfectly on much, much lower levels of glucose. Another benefit is weight loss and fat burning. And this is the biggest reason that most people get into this in the first place, and then they discover all the other benefits. But it all has to do with insulin, because while insulin is high, we cannot burn fat. That fat is locked away. It's not visible. It's not available to the body. And the insulin rises primarily because we eat carbohydrates and we eat frequently. So if we eat like most people, eat 6 times a day, and none of this is to scale, it's just to illustrate the direction of things, then we eat, insulin rises, it drops, it rises, it drops every time, but it stays at a high level, and over time we push it higher and higher. Now, if we just go fasting for 24 hours, then during that entire time, there is no food coming in. There's no reason for the body to release insulin, so it's going to drop. And then on day 3, we went 24 hours or a little bit beyond, and now we eat, and the curve looks completely different because we're starting at a lower level. And here's the critical difference between eating in a fasted state or eating in a fed state. When you're fasted, your body is in balance. It's going to be in fat burning some of the time, but when you're eating in a fed state, then you never get into this fat burning. Once insulin drops low enough, you will be able to access that fat and burn. So if you fast for a day, you'll definitely be in fat burning, and that continues until you eat. Then when you eat, you get out of fat burning just long enough to process that food and store it. And then if insulin is low, you get right back into fat burning. When you're eating in a fed state, on the other hand, you'll never get even close to that fat burning zone. That high insulin is keeping the fat locked away, and everything you're eating either gets used in the moment or stored. And all of that energy, all of that excess is stored for future reserves for a famine that never comes. Another huge benefit is autophagy. This is something people learn about and benefit from down the road, even if they didn't start for this reason. But autophagy means self-eating. Auto is self, phagy is eating. And it's basically about recycling or digesting things that are left over in the body. So just like your body has organs inside, meaning smaller parts, the cell has organelles, meaning tiny little parts inside the cells. And your body starts digesting some of these old ones. It starts breaking them down. And then you're also breaking down damaged proteins and debris and things that have sort of gotten left over. It digests these proteins into smaller proteins, into amino acids, and then it releases them into circulation, into the bloodstream, so that they can be best used wherever there's the greatest need in the body. So the cells are essentially trimming down a little bit, but the cells get to stay alive, and they get rid of the old parts, but they don't have the resources yet to rebuild things. So what we have then is bone marrow, that if we go a little bit longer, like 3 days or so, now this bone marrow starts making stem cells. It starts making replacement parts for the things that have been lost. And these stem cells are basically baby cells. They're very young, they're juvenile. And then something super cool happens, that this cell that sacrificed a little bit of itself, which wasn't really sacrificed because it gets rid of old stuff, it says to the bone marrow, I want a rain check. I gave up some stuff, so next time that you refeed, next time that you get some more resources, when you can really ramp up the production to replenish these pieces, then it sends a signal and says, I want first dibs. I want you to send me some of those stem cells to replace what I gave up. So think about the power of that. It gave up some old stuff, and it's getting some young stuff to replace it. So in a sense, that is rejuvenating. Your cells got younger. And if your cells get younger, you get to live longer. Another growing problem that can be helped is autoimmune issues. So rheumatoid arthritis and psoriatic arthritis and lupus, which are absolutely devastating and debilitating. Hashimoto's thyroiditis, hypothyroid, multiple sclerosis often leaves people in wheelchairs. All of these conditions can be helped by fasting. Part of it is because of the autophagy that we just spoke about. You're replacing and rejuvenating. But also fasting dramatically reduces inflammation, and you can start healing the leaky gut. Because a big reason why we develop these autoimmune problems is that if your gut is leaky, then pieces get out into circulation, into your bloodstream, that shouldn't be there. They should be filtered out, but if the gut is leaky, they get in, they create immune reactions, and if that goes on, we can develop autoimmunity. But fasting allows the body to start healing that gut because you're not putting food in there all day long. Another huge concern that can be helped by fasting is dementia. So when we fast, we reduce insulin resistance, and now the fuel, the glucose, has better access into the brain. We can give the brain some energy. We reduce inflammation with fasting, and inflammation causing neuroinflammation, causing neurodegeneration, is what drives a lot of dementia. We can reduce protein debris in the brain. So a hallmark of Alzheimer's is that there's buildup of protein that don't get cleaned out. And through autophagy, we can start cleaning up some of that debris. And in fact, the brain is really bad at cleaning things up unless we get into a state of autophagy. The rest of the body is pretty good at cleaning things up. The brain can't unless we get in autophagy. We also start burning fat. We start increasing ketones, providing additional fuel for the brain so it can start doing new things. We increase brain-derived neurotrophic factor, the miracle grow, that can start making changes in the brain, along with increased growth hormone. So all these factors are incredibly powerful. If you want to lessen your risk of a heart attack, then fasting can improve your cardiovascular health through all the mechanisms we talked about, the autophagy, the growth hormone, the reduced insulin. Now we are dramatically reducing and reversing something called metabolic syndrome, reducing inflammation, reducing hypertension, which goes hand in hand with metabolic syndrome, and we can also reduce the risk of stroke. There's also growing evidence of preventing or even reversing cancer with fasting. So with cancer, we have to understand that cancer is your cells. It's your own body tissues. It's not something that attacks you from the outside. There's a mutation, something goes wrong in your cells, and they disconnect. They stop listening to the greater whole. So in your body, you have 40 trillion cells. They pay attention to each other. They take care of each other. They have consideration for each other. But a cancer cell is just somebody who stopped listening and paying attention to the others. It just wants to grow and hog every resource around. And that results in a very high metabolic rate. It's growing, it's turning things over faster than other cells, and that means it eats sugar. In fact, when they do imaging of cancer, they inject people with a radioactive sugar, and they know that the sugar, the cancer, is going to hog all the sugar, and it's going to light up on different types of scans. And if we fast, then we stop the supply of sugar. We dramatically reduce the supply of sugar, and this weakens the cancer. But at the same time, like we talked about before, fasting strengthens the normal healthy cells. So now we've given the healthy cells an advantage over the cancer. And then we go in with autophagy, self-eating. So now it's easier for the autophagy processes to eat the cancer and further benefit the normal cells when they have less competition. And same thing if you decide to undergo chemotherapy, then the chemo is going to work better because it is going to be better able to attack these weakened cancer cells, but it won't affect the stronger normal cells so much. So they've done some studies with fasting and chemotherapy that shows it's so beneficial that you have virtually no side effects, or dramatically less side effects from chemo if you're fasting in conjunction with that. A lot of people have asked about growth hormone because There's some studies that suggest that high levels of growth hormone can also increase cancer. And that is true only if the growth hormone is injected, if it's exogenous, meaning it's coming from the outside, because we haven't changed the other variables that normally produce growth hormone. So when we're fasting, now that fasting results in less cancer or even reversal, like we just spoke about.
Go
How
figure.
is that? It's because even though the fasting results in more growth hormone, that theoretically, according to these studies, would be a bad thing, when it's endogenous, meaning it's produced on the inside, it's only produced under conditions of very low insulin and very low protein. So under those conditions, now we create autophagy, and it's a perfectly beneficial thing to have more growth hormone. When we inject it, we're not accounting for insulin or protein. We're not inducing any autophagy. We're just adding the growth hormone to an already unhealthy situation. And that's just one more example of how things usually go wrong when we try to intervene. But when we let natural processes balance things out, then the body takes care of things perfectly. If you enjoyed this video, you're going to love that one. And if you truly want to master health by understanding how the body really works, make sure you...
I'm back. All right, I'm gonna drop the link to that video again. Ooh, here we go. Hopefully that's it. So what do you think about the videos? Hopefully it helped someone. I'm going to drop the link in chat if anyone wants to pop up. You're more than welcome. It's always open chat. I got another link also I'm going to share. Just check this guy out. I'm not going to play it on here because we're censored. But he's someone everyone should check out. He's pretty good. I haven't seen him in a while because they're going to knock him off. He had 2 strikes, I guess. He had to wait 3 months. You might know him as Tony Lynn. All right. Check out that. He's pretty on point with a lot of stuff. You guys can drop your own links if you want, you know that. Or if you have any links you want to share. Yep. He's got an Odyssey channel too. I haven't checked him out over there. Get her done, Blickum. Get the guitar out. If you want to come on up, pop up. I'm on it. That's what's up. Kitty Cat put up 77 TV show. What? I have no idea. All right, we'll check out this one. Just hold on one moment, please. There we go.
A coincidence that these two fish washed up on shore during the same month, but they do want everybody to remember, if you come across something like this, to please reach out to lifeguards.
Local scientists are releasing more information about a rare fish recently seen at Black's Beach.
Researchers say this type of fish usually lives thousands of feet deep in the Pacific Ocean, and they don't know how or why this one ended up on our shore.
This is the stuff of nightmares, some would say, but take a look. A rare fish out there. Look at that. It is usually found 2,000 feet beneath the sea where sunlight doesn't penetrate.
Third weird-looking deep-sea fish has popped up along San Diego Beach in the last 3 weeks. Lifeguards in Encinitas discovering this Pacific football fish on the beach last Friday. The unusual discoveries are giving Scripps researchers a better understanding of our ocean.
According to Frabel, in a timely coincidence, 2 weeks earlier, an even rarer find washed up on Torrey Pine State Beach, a Pacific football fish, better known as a deep-sea angler.
Believe it or not, this is the second football fish to show up on a San Diego beach in 2 months. A beachgoer took this picture.
Could you imagine seeing that on your beach? What? Nope, I'm good. But they're saying, I don't know. I've never heard or seen anything like this before. Have you? Is this a new species? Hey, Kibo, how you doing? Hope everyone's doing well. Good to see you too, Camo, Bird Axe Blade, Kibo, Sam Law, Blickum, Callum, Catch Meow. Oop. Of course, I had to skip on me. And of course, Jackie. Jenny, 8675309. Twisted Tats. Dairy. Did I say Cat's Meow? This thing keeps bouncing around on me. Sorry. It won't let me go all the way to the top. All right. But could you imagine that?
At Black's last month, and in early December, a deep-sea lancetfish was found in La Jolla. So why are these creatures from the deep washing up on our shores?
That's a question that I wish I knew the answer to as well. I can say this probably is not related to any sort of freak event.
It's been described as the worst blow to wildlife in Israel's history.
The World Organization for Animal Health has warned of an increase in outbreaks, with avian flu hitting more than 40 countries in the past 6 months.
What is still mysterious about this particular spread? At first, about 2 weeks ago when they discovered the disease, about 50 to 100 dead cranes were identified here. Within a few days, the numbers reached thousands, and today there are about 5,000 to 6,000.
A health expert says that this figure is unprecedented. 39 other countries are reporting bird flu outbreaks. They're culling thousands of birds to stop the flu from spreading. Some studies have also emerged. They say that the bird flu is becoming more lethal. It is worsening every year. What explains this?
The scope of the current outbreak in Israel is massive, and we see that it's not stopping in the wild animals.
While mass infections are an annual occurrence, and the transmission of the H5N1 variant only rarely spreads to humans, scientists are researching why this year's outbreak has been so severe in certain areas.
Doctor, the virus has made the jump from wildlife, from these migratory animals and cranes, to stock animals, things like chickens and turkeys that are now being culled. Could it again make the jump to humans?
Bird flu has become an annual phenomenon. But this time, scientists say something's different.
In other news, the UK Health Security Agency has confirmed someone in Britain has contracted the H5 bird flu. The agency says the unidentified person tested positive after coming into close contact with infected birds, marking the first human case of a H5 type bird flu.
Something very freaky lurking in the depths off the California coast. This bizarre-looking fish called a barrel eye can see through its own forehead. Researchers are brought on board a deep-sea vessel, captured the rare sighting on video.
The eyes being inside of it are a big part of why it's translucent, but exactly why it's situated like that, I can't say exactly.
And it's not telling. So given how rare this is,
you can see right into his skull there, basically. Monterey Bay Aquarium Research Institute capturing this video earlier this month while on an expedition with the aquarium for a future exhibit. The fish has, you can see there, a transparent head.
Anyway, is that crazy? Love those things. Yeah, it probably did. How you doing, Martha? I'm dropping a link. Come on, someone's got to join me up here. I don't want to keep it too long. Wow, it's only been not even an hour. Very good. It seems like everyone's doing well. That's what's up. Good to hear it. Hope everyone's growing their own food. I planted berry bushes, fruit trees, medicinal plants or perennials, harvested them. This year I did a lot of cutting by hand, and I'm not doing that anymore. I bought a shredder, a garden shredder. It shreds up to 1 3/4 stalks, bigger than I need. I just got to chop up all my medicinal plants. Like the red sage, blue sage, they get like 4 feet tall. Black-eyed Susans, they get 4 feet tall. Echinacea, everywhere. Just throw them in the shredder, bag it up. But good to hear that. I hope everyone is going to have a good 2022. But it's not looking good. Wow, 3,300 miles to the mountains. That's what's up. What? I'm in another one of my rooms. I moved my where I used to do live streams. Now I'm in another room I switched. And no, I don't rent. That's what's up. But I changed my yard from just having a garden to I made a cattle panel greenhouse. And I planted every space I could. It was planned out, everything. Funny camo. No. Nope, I still do have my phone, but I don't take it everywhere with me anymore, and I hardly use it like I used to. That's why you don't see me on as often, because I usually don't even take my phone anywhere. Oh, buried, you calling the number? Yeah, unfortunately, my phone's not so dumb. It's still a smartphone. I don't trust it. I don't trust what they just rolled out either, so. Yeah, payphones, where are they? Yep. Yeah, I remember a flip phone I had. I think it's a Sony Ericsson. That was a long time ago. Let me see what else I got here. Oop. Hey, OC. How you doing? Just chilling. Has anyone heard of the Harvard's first carnivore diet study? It's you don't eat any plants, you eat nothing but meat. That's a Harvard's first carnivore diet study. Crazy. I won't play that one either, but I'll drop the link in the chat if you want to check it out. Unbelievable. So they're like, plants are bad to eat. You're supposed to eat meat to be healthy. Is that? Yeah. That's Harvard, right? We won't test the natural, because I mean, a lot of the natural things have not, it says not FDA approved. It hasn't been tested yet, but we're going to test this first. Yeah, Harvard, I know. We're so screwed. I just saw that one video. Of course, it popped up, so I had to check it out. And no, I'm good. I just can't believe that they're actually doing something like that. Yep, that's it, Jenny. Can you imagine? I think you'd get clogged up after a while, wouldn't you? Hey, Ken, can you show yourself before I let you on? The sleep watcher. Can you show yourself before I let you up? Oh, really? He leaves me a private message. Fuck yourself. That was nice of you. Thanks a lot. Guess I have to ban you. Unbelievable. The people have nothing better to do. I rarely make veggies with my protein. Now, wait a minute. Where does protein come from? Does anyone know? Yeah, where does protein come from? Well, from what I've seen in my research, protein actually comes from plants. So when you're eating meat, you're getting the protein from the meat because that animal ate plants. You got it, Blickum. You know it. I know you know. You know, so I don't know. I've just changed my thinking and why eat something that to get something out of that because it ate something that you should be eating to begin with. Ta-da! You said it, Buried. Explain. The truth is right in front of our eyes. Anyway, did anyone else want to come up? I'll drop the link again. No, that's not the link. Here's the link. And if you have any links you want to share, you're more than welcome. Or jump on, Blickum. Come on, join me. It's much better having someone to talk to. I was just going to do those 2 videos and keep it short so people actually watch it. But I'll stay for a while. I don't want to make it no 6 or 8 hours. But at least it's at the beginning. There you are.
Hello.
What's up?
What's going on?
Not much.
You are. Good. Hello.
What's up? Echo? You got a mic open again?
Let me mute my deal.
Not much.
You are. Good. Hello.
What's up?
All right.
Cool.
Yeah, good to see you, buddy.
Yeah, good to see you too. I emailed you. Did you get it?
I'm not sure I did, but
it's only right before I came on. I didn't really give much notice. I just
Oh, okay. All right. No, I haven't checked it.
Yeah.
So I haven't looked. Good deal. Yeah, man, I enjoyed last week. I was glad to see you jump on today.
Yep, it was getting late. I wasn't going to, but I was like, I'll come on for a few hours.
That was a good video. I have to go back. I missed part of it.
Yep.
Some good info. Hey, dog. Excuse
He
me.
has a lot of good videos. I don't say I agree
Yeah.
with everything he says because I see a lot of like the sustainable development being brought into it too. You know what I mean?
Well,
But there's a lot of truth there if you can, absorb the truth out of it.
Well, there's a lot of good info, and
Mhm.
obviously I'd heard some of it, but I was interested in the rheumatoid deal. Like I was saying, my mom, working the fretboard. I get what do you call it, rheumatoid arthritis, I guess. So, been doing a little bit of the multi-collagen and the turmeric, that kind of thing. And I've got a couple of other things. So that was interesting. Good video.
Well, like I said before, I know that coffee does wonders.
I didn't catch that part.
The coffee, the Charlotte Gerson coffee liver detox.
Oh yeah. Now I've heard about that. I just missed it on that. I didn't see very much of that. I got the
No,
link.
I didn't play that one, but
Okay.
I've mentioned that many times, and everyone just like laughs at it. But
No,
it's
it's the real deal. It really is. It really is.
Yep.
It's legit.
I've seen it with my own eyes. As a matter of fact, I have to get my mother on here. Stage 4 in 7 places on hospice.
Wow, yeah. Well, I actually do have mine here. My mom's pretty close by. She says hello.
Hello. Always hello to mom. She's right there.
She's close enough to hear. They say hello.
Hey.
She says,
she's
hey.
doing well.
Yeah,
What is
man.
his name?
This is Bob.
Hey, Bob.
How you doing? Hi, Mom.
She's well, I've told you a million times, no meds, not even an aspirin. It's crazy. That's why she's still sitting here, in my opinion.
Yep.
Anyway, good to see everybody. Camo says hello, Mom. I don't think you had the pleasure yet, but anyway, they know who you are. You and Bert are famous on YouTube.
Tell him I had a great grandfather in Tennessee who was a mover and a shaker, and they called him Mr. Bob.
Well, there you have it. You're in good company there. He was, my great grandfather. He was a good one. He sure was.
Yep. I know my mother's doing awesome.
I'm glad to hear that, man. I really am.
Yeah, the I forgot what her title is, but one that comes to check on her once a month to evaluate her, take her forget what you call that too, blood pressure and all that stuff.
Vitals,
yeah. And she said, your son, you should keep doing what he's doing because you look better than I've ever seen you. And she was saying I should go get license. I've heard that from a few other nurses from hospice also. I should go get my license. I'm like, nope, not even interested in that.
Well, it's cool that they're cool about it. I imagine there might be.
Well, they see it. eyes.
Yeah, that's beautiful, man. They have to see it. That's the only way, you know.
I've had them get up in my face and no, I know too much. You cannot convince me. I know too much. And then as time goes on, they see.
I've had some surreal experiences, obviously, with some doctors, and you know, granted, there's been some really, really good ones. They're just few and far between in my book that know anything outside of, you know, oh, you're an idiot if you know, don't follow the program. You're it's a waste of money. It's voodoo. It's like, man, you know, where does aspirin come from? Bear, you know, they don't want to know any of the most basic, like, where do you think meds came from, man? You know,
Right. That was another. You just reminded me of the videos I was showing. There was one, a different one I wanted to show also, and that is it's a #1 killer, and no one even knows it. And it happens. Well, don't quote me on it, but according to this video, it said it was the #1 killer, more even higher than cancer, and it has to do with the liver, because your liver has between 500 and 600 different functions. Now, everything that we're exposed to through the food, the air, the water, the shampoos, the deodorants, the toothpaste, the dish soaps, the laundry soaps, there's too many to even, you know what I mean? All the toxins every day that we're absorbing and breathing and taking in our body.
it's well, yeah, man. Your
Tax the
liver,
liver.
everything's on just emergency detox, like 24 hours a day, man.
And when your blood pressure's high, instead of like this doctor explains, instead of going the medical route, find the cause, what's causing the blood pressure. You know what I mean? It's usually has to do with the liver, because the liver regulates it. The liver does so much.
Mm-hmm.
And when that gets clogged up, too toxic, and it can't perform right, that's when things start happening.
Yep. The saving grace is obviously that up to a point it can regenerate, and
And
that's
this is from what I understand. I'm not a doctor, not
Nope.
giving medical advice.
Nope.
We're just talking, having conversation. Yep. From what I've seen in my research. And I know you've done a lot of research too.
I can't help it. It's in my nature.
Yep. Well, once you learn about one, you just keep learning more.
Yeah, you just it builds on
Yep.
itself, and man, I've seen results. It's been worth every minute I've spent, and there's still so much. I learn stuff every day, man. If I, look into it. In fact, I stayed up all night last night working on my latest thing. I finally snapped, went over the edge. I read an article about it said 75 different brands of freaking hand sanitizers of all things were tainted. You've heard of my plan is to make a benzene free formula with organic 200 proof grain, which is really going to be a good deal, I think. I ordered all the stuff today.
You just reminded me of another thing now. I was in Mother Earth getting some organic goodies, and I bumped into this old man. I thought he was probably in his 70s. And we got talking and all about the nonsense that's going on and having to do this all the time. He says, he's a chemist. And he was actually in his 90s. I forget exactly what he said. He was 90-something years old. And he was like, yeah, I wish I was, because his wife was like kind of pulling away because she wanted to keep shopping or whatever. I don't know. But me and him were talking for like 10 minutes or so about everything that's
down
going
with that
on.
dude.
I would have loved to get his number or something, but
My dad's
crazy.
cousin. Well, my dad worked in a pharmacy actually for a while when he was going through school. But one of his cousins was a pharmacist. Certainly wish we'd kept all the paraphernalia we had for a while. You know, but yeah, it's fascinating.
He said he survived World War II.
Yeah, pretty much probably the same story there.
Exactly. History repeating itself.
Yes, it does.
It is.
Wow. But I spent a little time as a kid, you know, with all the old, I guess it was basically a compounding shop as much as anything else. Back then, you know, they'd mix up, get out the mortar and pestle, and make up pills, whatnot.
Anyone heard of balsam bark? I don't know much about balsam bark. Balsam wood.
I remember from being a kid going to Florida, and you go to a restaurant and get the little towelette deals, and they were made with alcohol and lanolin and lemon juice, and they were so nice, man. Just, you know, natural kind of thing, and that's kind of what I'm gonna shoot for. Add a little colloidal silver and a couple of things, and hopefully it'll be a good thing, good product. I would use it. I'm not a big, you know, I'm not all caught up, you know what I'm saying. But hand sanitizer's not going anywhere anytime soon. And good grief, man, I'd rather have some that doesn't contain benzene anyway.
Exactly. You use coconut oil?
No, actually, I'm going to try to use lanolin because those original things so many years ago were made with lanolin. It's going to be a matter of how well it dissolves in the alcohol, but it's 200 proof, so that's pure, you know. But then it'll have to be diluted with a little water. So let's see, there's something I just found that's in that family. I can't, it's so new to me. I'm gonna have to look at the name really quick here to remember what it is. Argan oil. Anyway, so that should work. And then lemon oil. So it ought to be pretty nice. But it won't have benzene, I can tell you that. And a lot of people, you know, really like the, you know, obviously the grain, the ethyl alcohol, as opposed to the isopropyl. I mean, you're going to absorb a little bit through your skin every time you use it, you know, and certainly wouldn't want to go drinking that stuff. So.
And that brings up another topic also, because I got a 9.6 gallon still. It's only $125 on eBay. I came across it watching a video. This guy was heating his greenhouse. He put his water purifier distiller electric one in his greenhouse, and it warmed it up 6 degrees. You know, just one way to warm up a greenhouse. And then I started looking up distillers, you know, and then I came across a big pot. Then I'm thinking fire pit, and that's what I did. I built a fire
I'd be
pit.
thinking legality. I think they'll they'll hunt you down around here for doing that. I would
No,
love to, man, make some pear alcohol. I don't know anything really.
no,
I don't even
no.
drink. I just like to have it, just do it. I'd like to observe the process.
I'm gonna be making distilled water,
Mm-hmm.
and you can make essential oils that with it.
Yeah, I got 32 ounces. I really wanted to get a lot more, but I just couldn't, afford to get a bunch of ingredients at once. It's kind of a spur of the moment decision anyway. But so I only got 32 ounces, and I can't remember exactly. 75 bucks. Just it's not cheap. But anyway, I think it's going to be worth it.
That's what's up. But yeah, I made a fire pit, a nice 1/2 inch solid steel
Get down.
grate to hold the
Get
10-gallon pot, 80 pounds.
Get down. Get down.
I already tried it out, threw some fire in there, wood in there, and just every couple hours you got to throw a couple logs in there.
You're going to get a 50-pound bag of corn and some sugar
No.
and go nuts, or what, man?
No, it's for distilled water mostly. Just
Oh, really?
Because what it turns the water into steam. All the
Oh,
contaminants
yeah.
left in the pot. It's pure, and your plants thrive off it. Plus, we will thrive off it because all the minerals and everything that they're talking about, I've seen in what I've studied, that the minerals we're supposed to get is through plants, not raw. So
Absolutely.
and there's
Organic versus inorganic minerals.
right, and the natural doctors also say, as long as you're getting all your minerals in the food you're eating, you're good to go.
Uh-huh.
So,
well, that's exactly where you should get them. I mean, they there's a lot of hoo-ha about don't drink distilled water because it removes minerals.
exactly.
It does, but it removes inorganic minerals, which your body doesn't use anyway.
Exactly.
The ones that the organic, it works with those. Natural process, blah, blah, blah. This is not medical advice. But anyway, that's how it works, man. They tell you, the half-truth deal. So I run my water. I have a little pre-filter with aquarium charcoal and cotton, and I run it through 2 0 water pitchers, which are that's as good as you can do without, getting a Berkey or whatever.
Right. I have the reverse
That's it.
osmosis.
Yeah.
Same thing. It takes everything out.
Mm-hmm.
But I figured I'm gonna, make distilled water, and I'm growing my own medicinal plants. So I make 6 gallons of tea a week. So it could be 6 gallons of my tea in pure water. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Because they say it's also good for when you're fasting as well, because you're not taking all that stuff.
Absolutely. It's going to take the toxins. Yeah.
Exactly. Help flush.
I haven't drunk tap water since high school. Seriously. You got to see what comes out of the filter, man.
I used to, growing up and everything, but we had a well, at least, So I got lucky there.
That's better.
Yeah.
We've never had fluoride in the water here by some miracle, but still the chlorine and chloramines.
Hey, Jace Ventura. Yeah, you got to have the chlorine, whatever, but at least it didn't have the fluoride and stuff added.
Mm-hmm. So I just put the water out of the tap, let it sit in a jug for about 3 days, so the chlorine will outgas, and that saves a little work on the filter. Then my little homemade pre-filter, and then run it into a 0 pitcher, and then from that into the 0 big tank filter deal. So it's pretty pure. I used to buy distilled for, years and years before that, but it's close enough to my satisfaction. It's really, really pure, man.
That's what's up.
So, but it blows any of the pure filter, any of that away, in that price range. It's the same price as all those other. It's just a totally different deal. It comes with a little, test meter actually that lets you know how much, what the dissolved, solids when it's time to change the filter. Yeah, pure water is really, really important. Thirsty right now.
Yep.
So I'm glad. How big did you say the pot was? 15 gallons?
No, it's 9.6.
Mm.
I don't know why I didn't just go to 10 gallon, but it's 9.6.
Close enough for distillation. That's awesome. Yeah, I'd love to be able to do that, but my method is pretty close, I guess.
As long as it's filtered good, you're good to go.
Man, I mean, really, those filters, if you just pour it straight into a filter, it's gnarly, man, the stuff it pulls out of there. It's just like, man, you'll think twice. I love to drink water. Everybody, my dog drinks a lot of water. I make my mom drink water. Luckily, she likes it. It's terrific, man.
It's important to drink enough, but you don't have to drink a gallon. I don't know.
No, not necessarily. Some days I get fairly close,
Mm-hmm.
But it's really just good to drink as pure as you can.
Mm. So what's you been up to?
Me, I've just been working on that idea. Once I get something like that in my head, I just have to do it. And so I'm kind of relaxing a little bit from that. And I got some small capsules. I told you my mom takes 0 meds, so she can't really. I had some big capsules. I'm going to mix up a little potpourri of this and that. And she has a problem with the normal inch size capsules or whatever they are, the gel caps. So I just got her some smaller ones. And I've got a list of about 10 things that I'm going to powder up and put in there, and should really do the trick. Spirulina, multi-collagen, turmeric, that kind of thing. Moringa, what else? A couple of things. Sulfur, organic sulfur.
There's so many. If you can get it in pure form.
Yeah, I've sourced some good suppliers. I think I really have. I look for what it's worth. I look for the certified organic label whenever possible.
Right. Yep.
But there's a lot of there's a lot of fake stuff, man. That industry, that industry is not immune to that.
That's what that chemist was actually saying. He was like, said this is a joke. He says organic. He says nothing's organic.
That's true.
He said the wind blows, right?
That is true. Sadly, that is true. You just have to really.
He said common sense
You
don't need a degree.
No. The main advantage is just that even with everything, you know, in the atmosphere, just growing it for food, as far as that goes, you know, the organic soil, you know, still having all the little organisms intact to break down the nutrients, you know, for the plants to absorb, and at least the food will still be, you know, more nutritious. I think a lot of foods have gone, compared to 70s levels, they've gone down as much as, you know, 40% in nutritional value, just because of the soil. You know, the soil is just dead, man.
Yep.
Obviously, when you dump a bunch of chemicals and whatnot.
So what did I do with my soil this year? I mean, I got all kinds of leaves. And I dug it up and I mixed it up and put it down in there so it can all break down for, you know, next season. But not only that, all this ash, I'm burning nothing but, you know, good stuff.
Yeah.
You know,
mm-hmm.
Just pure good ash. Plus that shredder. I don't know if you're here or not, but I bought a shredder because all this stuff I was cutting by hand, and I was like, wow, oh wow, I had such a harvest. This is too much. And some of it was so thick, and because 4 foot long, nice stalks. I mean, cutting through that by hand. No, I bought a shredder, electric garden shredder, and I didn't expect too much out of it because I don't buy electric tools. This one was, electric, something like that, a wood chipper. I wouldn't buy electric lawnmower. I wouldn't buy electric weed whacker, but I bought electric garden shredder to help me out, and it sucks it right in and chops it up perfectly. Just bag it up. But I actually took some tree limbs and poked it in there. It does like up to 1 3/4 inches. So I gave it a try.
Wow.
I tested it out.
That's not bad for electric, man.
Yeah, it grabbed it and pulls it right in there, right out of your hand. It just chops it right up, and nice fine, like not sawdust, but nice small chips, not big. They're nice, like chainsaw size type.
Composting is really, really what got me solidly into gardening. I mean, I was already into it, but man, when I saw the process, it was just incredible. We used to go to the zoo back when they would let you do it. You could shovel all the zoo you wanted, and it already had a good carbon nitrogen mix, just basically.
Right.
Do its thing, man. It looked like coffee grounds, you know, in a couple of months. It's amazing.
Yep. You had grass clippings. That's all nitrogen.
Yep. Mm-hmm. And now, the leaves. You need about a year for them to break down. If
just plain leaves, yeah. But if you add
without
green,
shredding, man, but it works. I just saw a thing about that. A lot of people think that's a good thing to do.
Yeah, if there are all the scraps in it, everything that we've used from the garden goes back into the compost.
Mm-hmm. And I've had friends who's had older dogs, and they'll go warm themselves on the compost pile. Man, it puts out so much heat. You know?
Right.
You see it steaming in the wintertime. It's great. Fascinating.
Hey, Backwoods. Always positive. Try to be anyway. Yep, it's good. But I did that with every single raised bed I made. It's a lot of work.
Good drainage.
Yeah. Hey, Ed, how you doing? But yeah, I have turnips growing on my ground. And they were covered with snow, like 2 inches of snow. They're still going. That was just from seeds that fell on the ground. I just let them go.
Wow, volunteer turnips.
Yeah.
Huh.
So that's a cold hardy plant. Imagine that in a greenhouse. Yeah, good size. I got a couple of them there. Nice big ones. The other ones are still small, so I just let them go.
I like turnips.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. It's been down 17 degrees.
Wow, man. It's about 30 here.
You know, if I had a clear tote, because that's what some people do, is simple, easy greenhouse. You just have a clear tote, put it over top of your plants, right on the ground, you know. It helps until it really does freeze, but
Used to do that with tomato plants and those other plants that get the 7, 9, 11 leaves. Used to do that too with those till the spring. Just put little temporary tents.
mm-hmm.
We have a good long growing season here in Alabama.
Drop is -8.
Dang.
Yeah, I'm not doing any livestock. No chickens. I could live without meat.
Only livestock I can have is a dog in an apartment. I've had to be in an apartment the last couple of years, and it's a different gig. But
well, they're coming after animals anyway. Even remember in the beginning of this, they said even the certain plants were testing. I guess, you know.
why am I not surprised?
Mm-hmm.
That's
And Sam Law says best fertilizers is cow poo. You know, I don't know. I've used it. You know, I've used the manure and stuff thing over the years, but I can't tell you the last time I've used it. It's been so long because, you know, just you can get just leaves alone, broken down leaves alone has all the nutrients in it. And
yeah.
I'm not going to take poop from any other animal just because it didn't absorb all the nutrients out of it. I mean, it's the waste of the animal. I know it has nutrients in it that the plant could use, but I just do it a different way. I don't put poop in my compost, my soil.
Well, I'm a back guano guy.
No, I know. Like I said, I've been there, done that, and I've used plenty of that too.
I used to collect it back in the day before you could buy it at the Home Depot, believe it or not.
Yeah.
Go caving, spelunking, you know, make a day out of it. Just take a little shovel.
Yeah, I was looking at when I was in the health store, a lot of the herbs that they had on the shelf for making teas, and $30 a pound.
Oh man, it's
tripled. You know what I mean?
It's tripled in the last decade. I'm telling you, it's crazy. It's crazy.
Yep.
You know, the butterfly pea that I bought ended up being cheaper to get a kilo of it, man. I'm glad I did, you know, but it was.
That's what I'm telling you.
It was just like, you're kidding me. It was, you know, $10 an ounce, man. It was crazy. Like,
if you buy the seeds, by bulk, or like if you're buying like for sprouting, I got a 5-pound bag of the peas, sweet peas, you know, to grow in the garden. 5-pound bag of peas for just a few bucks. But if you buy 25 of them in a package, or 10, some of them are 10 in a package, like $2.50 or whatever. It's like a couple dollars more, you get 5 pounds.
Yeah. People just don't get that.
I never did.
Buying in bulk, yeah.
When I came across that, I've never went back. Of course, I buy bulk all the time. How you doing, little step?
Speaking of sprouts, I may have mentioned this, but popcorn makes really good sprouts, man. Really tasty, very, very nutritious. So that would be a good thing to have a little on hand.
I never even heard of that.
Yeah, man. Just put them in paper towels, you know, in an open Ziploc, wet paper towels. Sprouts in 3 days. It's tasty, really nutritious.
Let's check that out.
But then again, I keep dandelion seeds, you know, and I eat those, sprout those sometimes.
Grow them.
I like it, man. I love dandelion tea, and they're just starting to pop out here.
If you got a window, just get like one of those little small troughs, they're like 3 feet long.
Yeah.
You know? Set it in front of your window. You can have a whole row of dandelions, even lettuce. I got lettuce growing in the window.
I've got a little deck out back. I'm thinking about getting like some plastic gutter material and just like putting it on there with zip ties, you know, having a little outdoor. But still have the urge to garden. Just have potted plants really right now. But I can buy it dried on Amazon and elsewhere. So
get her while you can.
You know, exactly. God, man. No doubt.
I can't tell you how many pounds I harvested. I know over 50 the gallon-sized bags packed full. Unbelievable. Of everything.
That you grew and dried, I guess.
Yeah.
That is awesome, man. You saved some money there, buddy. Really did. I would love to do that.
It wasn't really so much about saving money. It was more when I was doing it was me. I'm growing it. I know what's going into it and on it, except for the rain and the snow. I mean, not snow, but you know, all the stuff that's floating around. Nothing I can do about that, but I'm not going to spray them with any chemicals.
It's good to have, you know, a little basic information, knowledge about that stuff. It really, you know, it's come in handy. I've helped a lot of animals, my friends' animals, really just see the results, man. You can't deny it. Like you say, you know, if the doctor's in your mom, you see the results, you know. I'll help somebody's animal and then they'll like, what'd you get? What's in that? And they'll start taking it, you know. So
exactly. They give a lot of pets the synthetic version of the real thing, like they do us.
Yeah. I just make sort of a nutrition, sort of a supplement, you know, coconut oil and spirulina and, you know, a couple of things, multi-collagen. But it really, I gave it to a guy a couple of weeks ago and he said it worked too well. He had a sort of an older blue tick and he started running again and he fell. He didn't get hurt, but, you know, he said, man, that stuff just, you know.
Yeah. Job said dandelions, free lettuce.
It's good, man. I like it in salads. The leaves in salads. The flowers are tasty too. I've even fried those. But it makes really, the tea is fantastic. Just, you know, boil up the flowers, make tea out of it, a little honey and lemon. It's fantastic. It really is. Very good for you. The roots are good.
So the fruit trees I added this year, I added a yellow delicious apple tree, 2 peach trees. I think that's the only new additions. So right now I got 1 plum tree, 2 elderberry trees, a Bing cherry tree, a black Tartarian cherry tree, a sugar pear tree.
I like those. How old are the elderberry? Do they like produce fruit right away, or I can't remember?
Yeah. What I do is I buy fruit ready trees.
Okay.
Yeah. Usually I try to get the biggest. It's like 6 to 8 feet tall. But the bigger they are, of course, the more expensive they are. But I figured we don't have that much time. I can't wait 5 years. You know what I mean? So
Be very surprised if 5 years goes by with my butt here still, but we'll see. I hope, things were different. It would be a different story, but we'll see.
Well, my apple tree, the first one I planted, I didn't plant that last season. I planted the season before. So it rooted that season. But last season it got 20 apples.
Wow.
20 nice size, good apples. But I'm expecting next year. And I shouldn't have, I don't know. I'm not cutting them this year. I took like 2 feet off it, because the wintertime is supposed to trim them up and everything. I guess in the long run you get more fruit, but I just don't like doing it. So I'm just gonna let them go wild unless they need to be trimmed.
And did you say that you did plant some of the butterfly pea?
Yeah.
Didn't do too well.
Not really. They got about 6 feet long, but they weren't not big, strong. But they got planted like later in the season also, because by the time I got to them and everything, I mean, I had hundreds of varieties, all growing.
Yeah, I can see that. I saw a few pictures, man.
Yeah, I'll show everything. Everything's chopped down now, though. But
I forget how much that stuff was for a kilo. It's about $95, I think. Which, believe it or not, was a whole lot cheaper than smaller amounts. It's worth
yeah,
it.
I remember the butterfly peas seeds were pretty expensive.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like hibiscus. I mean, that's so common. It's a third of the price. But really, I mean, everything in that department's literally it's tripled in the past 10 years easily, and it's crazy. But
my hibiscus, it grew about over 5 feet. It's got to be almost, yeah, it's more than 5 feet, maybe 6 feet in just one season.
I really like hibiscus tea. It's the same thing as red zinger, exact same thing.
Yep.
I get that by the pound. So
Me too. Usually, if not 1 pound, I try to go to 2 pounds because even then you can save more.
Right.
You know what I mean? And sometimes 5 pounds even, depending what it is, and because the more you buy, the savings. If you can afford to buy 5 pounds, it lasts you all year or more.
I've given a whole lot of the butterfly PT away, a whole lot of it. And I still have, I don't know, a pound and a half anyway. Came from Indonesia, sort of soydified it organic. So whenever I get that other stuff to you, I've got you some bagged up already. It is fantastic. It's incredibly tasty.
I haven't tried it yet.
Oh man, it's amazing. It really is, and the benefits it'll blow your mind. If you look it up, it really will. A lot to do with the
Little steps.
optic nerve, blood vessels in the eyes helps preserve your sight. That was just the first thing that caught my attention, and that's just for starters. Allegedly,
Yeah.
So I was very impressed. But it's nice that it's tasty, and it's an amazing color when you make tea. It's amazing.
Yep. Little Steps asking, anyone plant sunchokes, Jerusalem artichokes? I've looked at them and I've researched them, and no, I haven't. But I did plan on it.
Something really good about those. I can't remember.
Yeah, I probably will grow some this year.
It's supposed to be good for you. I don't know, nutrition or something.
Yep, very good for you. Yep. Good stuff. I don't think I've ever had sunchokes or artichokes. Not that I can remember. What doctor? Backwards.
Really.
Do you have no? Yeah. Anyone see anything like that, you can just toss it for me if you would. Them little dot things. Oh, where's that?
Healthy body heals itself.
Exactly.
I had the flu in 2012. I was in the hospital. I was groggy. It was the only time in my life I ever got a flu shot. And I didn't know what it was. I didn't even know what they were giving me. Oh, we just assumed you'd want one. Well, you fucking, excuse me, you assumed wrong. But anyway, the only time I ever had one in my life. And 2 days later, good God, I had the worst. That's been it. One case in about 20 years. Cold and flu season, man. That's just a mind. You know what? I mean, man. My brother-in-law. Cold and flu season. 3.2 visits to the doc. Whatever, man. It's all in your mind. But anyway, seriously though, I'll send you a link, Bob, about the immune system, just even drumming, just banging around on it, just tapping on the cardboard box. But anyway, man. So a lot of everything is just designed to break down our freaking immune systems right now, man. If you listen, stay inside, I'm preaching to the choir, but everything's
right
going against it. Fear. I mean, everything, man. It's all working against your immune system, and that's the whole ticket right there, obviously.
Yep. And I've had people, well, what about this? Or what about this? What about this? It's pretty much all the same, you know what I mean? It's it's not just drink this and everything's okay. There's a lot you gotta do. You gotta do exercise.
Yeah.
You gotta breathe right, deep breathing, filtered water, detox, as well as taking good stuff.
Detox. But yeah, I mean, everything works together. Everything, and it's easy, man. But the results come pretty quickly. They really do. I mean, man, no joke. Ran into a buddy of mine about 3 years ago, pre-bug era, and he was walking with a cane. His skin was bad. He was in pain, taking all freaking kind of meds. Even his skin was kind of pocked, overweight. And I've known this guy for, I don't know, half of my life. And he said, "Man, I hear you're kind of into the, natural gig, and is there anything you could recommend? I'm this, and this." I was shocked when I saw it, man. And I just, I gave him what I had on hand and suggested a couple of other things. I didn't know if he was going to do it. And I didn't see him. I talked to him. He never mentioned, "Hey, I'm doing that." So I didn't see him in face to face for a couple of months. And I mean, it was shocking, the change in 2 months, maybe 6 weeks. It was like he'd gone away to some spa, man. His skin was clear. He wasn't using a cane. He'd gotten off of, I don't know, almost half his meds. It was incredible, man. And that's just the knowledge, just comes from looking into it, man.
I've seen a lot happen just from people just stop consuming sugar.
Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
and it's not just sugar alone. It's anything that turns into sugar, starchy.
Exactly. Yeah, and I had that experience for real back right around high school. I just started hearing how bad it was, and I just quit, man. And I didn't expect to really feel better, but the change was noticeable. My skin cleared up. I had more
Exactly.
energy, but I was more relaxed at the same time. But I still had more energy. I was calmer. I'm, no, obviously, big dips in the day. The energy level was really, man, night and day. It was surprising. But the results, man, and with a lot of things, it's pretty quick, man. It's hard not to notice, but it really does. A couple of months. There
Awesome,
was
dude.
no, back when I was in school, man, you couldn't get a degree in nutrition. They didn't offer it. I could have been a PE teacher. That'd probably been the closest, or I'd have gotten a degree, some sort of a degree.
Yep,
I'm sure, man.
absolutely.
It just wasn't offered.
It's
Not that I couldn't go back to whatever,
suppressed.
but
They made
I
it so
could learn it.
confusing. They
Didn't
made it so
stop me from learning, man. Doing a lot of
right.
research and hands-on. That's where it's at.
But why? But you talk a lot of research too. I mean, you got
Oh, a very lot of
you know what I
research.
mean? It should be right there in front of you, but no, it's when you're looking up something, what pops up first? WebMD or something? You know what I
Yeah,
mean? And
right.
if you're not onto it, or
Exactly.
you're gonna click on it and you're gonna open and you're gonna read their crap.
Yeah. You got to go 3 or 4 pages, man, before you're going to find any. You just it really it's a skill, man. It's a needle in a haystack these days.
Yeah.
When I started doing research, obviously, uh, it was books, man, at the library. But even the early, 10 years ago on the internet, obviously, before everything was just scrubbed to clean. It was a lot easier to find information. It's still there though, man. It just takes a lot more digging, but obviously, it's all right there. It really is. And if it didn't work, I wouldn't have been messing around with it to this very day. I mean, the placebo effect, would have worn off decades ago.
Yep. So I'm gonna try probably go for a 7-day fast, a water fast.
Wow. No juice or tea or anything, just water.
Just water.
That's a good thing, man. It really is. My mom, used to do that. She did a
A wa-
couple of at least 7 day. Usually not more than a day, but
let's.
she used to do that big time.
I've been
It was
having
cool.
my mother do a 3-day water fast because 7 is a long time just to bang
Yeah.
out. And yeah, so she did it twice and she felt great afterwards. I mean, you could tell the more clear minded as you speak, and you can just see the strength and the energy, everything. You'll see.
It's
It's
there's so many toxins.
yeah, and
Our
and
bodies
what
are
it is.
designed, with a little headroom, man, but not for all this crap. And like I say, man, we're just on emergency detox, 24
Yeah.
hours a day, man. Your liver, kidneys, whatnot, crazy.
Yeah,
So
but not even the tea, because if you take anything in, then it activates like your body's expecting food and stuff, you know what I
right,
mean? You don't
yeah,
want it to kick on
you're
the insulin or anything.
you're
Just
absolutely, yeah.
water.
True fast is water. That's right, man. The
Yep,
true,
yep.
yeah.
And your body turns all this crap into energy somehow. I don't know how it does it, but it turns it into energy. All these toxins that we have in us and everything, your body will turn it into energy and use it, get rid of it. So with a
Now
water fast, you're burning on what's stored in your body
that is
instead of
absolutely true.
what you put in your mouth.
Some people, when they do that, especially for the first time, man, those toxins, though, when they start to come out of your fat cells and whatnot, can make you sick if people. So,
That's what they say, but everyone that I
nobody,
know that's done it didn't really get sick.
well,
It's
for
more
the
hard to stay away from eating.
yeah. Well, from experience, I've never gotten sick doing it. That's just, sort of a caveat, I guess. Just
Oh,
because when
hospice
the toxins come, get back into your system, you know.
hospice was against it. No, she shouldn't do a water fast. She's got diabetes and cancer. She can't do a water fast or the coffee enemas. That's what they did. They said it's not good. But then after that little talk I had with him, and he actually went and looked it up, and he come back next time with a different attitude. Just like, okay, and I've already been done it anyway. I don't listen to them.
Well, to be blunt, what happens is that it bypasses the digestive system and it puts your liver and kidneys into overdrive right there from the caffeine being right there on the spot. And that's very, very valid. So, yeah, that goes very well with detoxing, by the way. It really does.
Hmm.
And I mentioned Beijing grass a while back, but I'll send you a little sprig of that. Some amazing, uh, it's sort of a ground cover type thing. It's incredibly hardy, but it makes an amazing tea, and it has incredible detox benefits, and it's really really tasty. You'd expect like a grass to taste like you ate your lawnmower bag. It's really delicious, man. With a little bit of lemon and honey. But I'll send you a link to that.
Yep.
What's the longest you've ever fasted?
I did a 3-day water fast.
Yeah, I've done that. I
Yep.
love it, man. I love it.
Yep.
It really does make you feel clearer of your thought process.
Yeah, I'm overdue. I haven't been take care of myself. I take care of everyone else but myself.
Yep,
You
not
know.
any kind of food. Don't change your physiology in any way, man. You're right about that. Not even tea, not herbal tea. Just water. That's correct
Yep.
for the real deal. But some people might be contraindicated, but juice,
Well, you could do it intermittent fasting, skipping meals, or even if you did a 3-day water fast at 7, but it's gonna prolong it instead of,
right.
you know what I mean? It's just gonna take
Yeah,
longer. Like if you have an ailment or a label that the pharma puts on you, then you want to hit it harder and do a 7-day, and not eat anything and just
yeah,
get rid of it, get it over with. So I told my mother, the doctor has been treating her diabetes for over 35 years. I said, give me 30 days.
yep, man.
Yeah.
It's so great that they're seeing that, man. It really is.
Yeah.
They
Well, even because they went back and some of them complained about me and everything, and the boss there, some of them come back and tell me, it says the boss of them there was saying he's actually doing the right thing, so he's telling him, like, leave him alone, let him do his thing.
man.
So I
That's
mean,
amazing. I could just see that being a problem in some places, man. I could. I don't know. I'm really glad that they're seeing results and not trying to stand in your way.
yeah, exactly.
My
That would have been a problem.
my both of my cousins on one of my mother's sisters are pharmacists, and buddy, they're so programmed it's not funny. And my my aunt was having a lot of inflammation issues, and the medicine, whatever she was taking, was making her really sick. And I wanted to send some turmeric, and they just flipped out, man. They said, we'll search every page. I said, like, man, it's in mustard. She eats a lot of hot dogs and loves mustard, so she eats it anyway. But they were just like, no, they were, no, she's got to have chemical meds. It's crazy, man. The programming is
Right. And
so deep, buddy.
like this doctor I was playing before was saying, all medications aren't bad. Like in emergency use
Right.
to
Yeah, I
save a
mean,
life, that's one thing. But for long term, it don't work.
well, you can't do herbal brain surgery, and I get that. People, my family gives me, the people that give me shit about it, buddy, they ain't healthy. I'll just say that and leave it at that. They're so medicated. Oh my God, it's ridiculous, man. They're unhealthy. They're always talking about it. Well, look, we branched off, different roads, man.
Yep. Well, we've been led
Boy,
led off the path.
it's amazing. I mean, a 94-year-old person, you know, sitting here takes zero medications. That's just unheard of, man. But that's the reason she's sitting here. If you ask me. So
And that 90-some-year-old chemist,
yeah, that's
no
great.
medications.
Now we had healthy genes pretty much on both sides of my family, man. Not a lot of heavy duty drinking or anything, but
You
still,
told me a lot. You told me a lot of good stuff that I can't say on here, because you're not allowed to. You're not allowed. No free speech here anymore.
yeah,
You know.
yeah. It's a different ball game.
Yep.
We're talking in code.
Yeah.
I mean, I understand why they wouldn't want this people to know, but good grief.
Yeah.
Just it boils down to the happiest people I know were the least medicated, and vice versa. That's just across the board, man. And
Yep.
there you have it. And but yeah, I mean, I'm not advocating against any kind of or when you need to use it, use it. But
Little Step says they've closed almost all our natural food stores down in town.
They're trying to, man. They really are. They're coming after that kind of stuff. Get some seeds.
Yep.
People that know a little bit about, natural remedies will be ahead of the game. If you have a few things on hand anyway.
Well, the thing of it is, everybody's got a natural remedy, but they need to combine it with many other ones.
Yeah.
It's not just one.
Yeah.
Hit it from all angles. Yeah.
I was just surprised, man, when I discovered how well, some things work. Like I told that, what really told me, I made my own sort of custom turbo version of Sleepy Time too, way back in high school, man. And it put me absolutely horizontal. I woke up the next day thinking I'd gone out because I'd planned to go out, literally, and I thought I'd gone out and gotten blacked out drunk and didn't remember. That was herbs. I was like, wow, something to this, man. And I've been, ever since. Some things work better than others. Some things really don't work that well. Leave those alone. The things that work, keep doing it.
Yeah. It's also hard to tell what we're getting. We're getting certified non-GMO or organic,
Yeah.
Even the turmeric, I've seen that it contains lead and everything, so we could be taking it for the good and loading up with lead.
True. And most of us don't have enough money to, have all our products tested. You can do that, they'll test
Yeah.
everything you send them for, I don't know, $65 a pop, something like that. But who can do that? But yeah, I mean, I heard about that lead and tin. Like, good grief, man. But wow. Organic does not mean what it used to.
No, best thing is grow your own, grow your
Yeah.
own, grow your own. You gotta do something. Even if you do a rack, don't you have anything?
Yeah, I mean, I just, like I said, I grow in pots. It's just a matter of sunshine more than anything. I have some grow lights that I started playing some stuff indoors and out. So as much as I can.
I came across a video a while ago too about this community that lives in between. They're surrounded by mountains. They're like kind of away from everybody, and they live average 120 years. And even though they're 100 years old, whatever, they don't have the things that we have: the cancer, the high blood pressure, all that other stuff. I don't know what they die from, but they're saying they're the most healthy people in the world. And they
No, wait,
just,
where's that again? Sorry.
I'm gonna have to find that video
Oh,
and
okay.
find what the name of the tribe is. I was gonna show it a while ago, but I didn't make it on, so I didn't. I'll have to go back and find it.
Well, the Indian diet's supposed to be good, some sort of island Polynesian type, the turmeric, that's a lot of the Indian deal, turmeric and whatever the other thing I can't recall at the moment.
Yep. Did you see the statue they put in Peru?
In Peru?
Yeah, Peru. Let's see, Peru erotic Huaco statue becomes tourist phenomenon thanks to huge phallus.
I missed that.
And it's on the side of a road. It's unbelievable.
that up.
People taking selfies, hanging off of. I'm gonna drop the link. I definitely can't show this one, but viewer discretion on opening this link I'm dropping now. This is what I say it was. Peru, erotic huaco. I don't know. The statue becomes tourist phenomenon thanks to huge phallus. Crazy. That's what this world's come to.
It's just, yeah, there's, oh yeah, there we go.
Can you imagine?
Man. Wow.
And then they have little souvenirs, of course.
That one there, buddy. Well, they've there's a statue in the New York Harbor of the gigantic face of a woman. Oh, it's crazy, man. It's just it's like when they conquer a country, man, first thing they do is they roll out their flags, that's just almost what it's like to me, man. The NW, they're just, to me anyway, that's my opinion. They're just rolling out their
exactly
flags, man. All these crazy statues, they're the giant guy that they can project, different people's faces on, all this stuff, man.
Yep.
Just a billboard. They're just announcing it. Here it is. We can't say it's coming because it's freaking here. Yeah. Indoor vertical growing. That's the new thing, man. They're investing in that.
Crazy, huh? On a wall.
Yeah, man. That's what all the, what's they're investing. That's what they're going to have to, that's how they're going to have to be growing it the way they look at it. Yeah, that's the deal right now. Vertical growing.
I put up a lot of fencing. I'm thinking I'll probably do some of that too.
It looks like a pretty good yield,
Yeah. The only thing is I don't like plastic.
No, I don't either. Absolutely. Give me the ground any day, but I could see that I could see that being almost a necessity in some situations.
Right.
Underground and whatnot.
Yep.
At least they were recycling.
Exactly. And it uses both ends of the bottle.
Uh-huh.
The bottom and the top. You do get quite a harvest off it.
I hope he's got an automatic watering system.
Man. I don't think so. I think he waters them all himself.
Yeah, that'll take a little while. Man, I guess he does. Wow, man.
So yeah, you have no excuse. Blick him.
Well, you only have to do it once.
Yeah, no excuse. You gotta have a wall. Come on.
There you go, man. I'll start putting up some wire tomorrow. Wow.
Don't you have to attach it to a wall? You can just like put up maybe it's some kind of a frame or something to hold it all.
That's crazy, man. Artistic too.
Yeah, actually, try refreshing.
Man.
"15 days later."
Very nice.
Little step meets the wall. And another 15 days. Boom.
Wow.
Yep. If that was me, though, I'd probably put a row of each row would be a different variety of something. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess he's getting pretty good amount of sun right there. Full sun for at least 5 or 6 hours. That's nice, man.
Yeah.
Looks fairly healthy.
Like Drop says, you can attach to the rail and on the back porch, or if you have an apartment, the terrace, they're facing the right way. Yeah, anywhere
Yeah,
you can.
exactly. Drop. I have a sort of a deck out back with the rail, wooden, 2x4. Thinking about attaching some plastic garden sections to it, just cutting holes, cross ties. That's the only way I could get any sunlight because there's a level above me. But yeah, that would work. Look at that,
Well,
man.
a lot of things actually grow in the shade, maybe not as fast or as strong, but they
That's
still
true.
grow in the shade. I mean, you might not want to do something that produces
Fruit.
big fruit or something, but
Right.
leafies, yeah. You grow them in your window, any window.
Yeah.
Yep.
I do have a few things growing, but not the way I'd like to at the moment.
Yeah, the one time we got a frost, I left my window open on my greenhouse. So all summer I left it open.
That'll
And
do it.
a lot of all my tall, big plants got frosted. I basically only got celery in there now. I haven't even been using it, so I've been just working on the soil and getting it ready.
Did you ever grow any of the purple or the black tomatoes? Did I ask you that last year?
No, I don't think so. But no, I haven't.
You grew some tomatoes though, right?
Oh yeah, always.
Man, dude, you owe it to yourself to try some of the black varieties. It's a whole different. It's a different deal.
Heirlooms?
Yeah, definitely. They have a really earthy, kind of flavor, but classic tomato thing. But you just have to try. Look it up, man. The black Krim, black Russian, but they really are. They're you've seen them, I'm sure. They
Oh
really
yeah, I
are
know.
reddish, bluish,
Yep.
purple. But the taste is amazing. Dang, dude. They could supply a restaurant, man. Oh, that lettuce. I'd like to do that.
That'd feed a family.
Yeah. Like stuff for restaurants. Mushrooms on, stumps and things like that. Grow, shiitakes and whatnot.
Yep.
Johnny Reefer seed. That's what I used to be. I used to walk around and sneak plant pot seeds wherever I could, malls, people's houses, just to see, if they would come up. That was way back in the day. Statute of limitations has run out long ago. But raising cannabis awareness.
Yep.
Yeah, I guess it dropped. I guess it's a taste. They have the black tomatoes. I can only describe it as earthy tasting. So that might be. But to me, they're fantastic. And
I definitely will try it. But the survival things I bought, I probably got like 20 different varieties of tomatoes. A lot of them I don't even know what they are.
There's I grew some little. I have to think of it. I have to look them up. They were little bitty yellow, and usually I don't really care for those as much, but the flavor was incredible. They were yellow with a little bit of like green little coloring on the top, like a little crown. I can't think what they were. They're fantastic, and I usually don't fool with the little tomatoes. But anyway.
Yeah, I like the cherry tomatoes. They're good.
Yeah, and the grape tomatoes. I had good luck growing those one year.
Yeah.
I've had every kind.
I'm going to go hit the bathroom. I'll be right back, okay?
Right on.
Hold the fort down.
See what I can do. Grasshoppers killed my plants. Yeah, they're voracious. Rabbits killed my reefer garden one year. A couple of them got high as a kite too, no doubt, no kidding. Golden cherry tomatoes, man. I'll try to look them up in a minute. Let's say lemon something. Just little bitty, like cherries, but yellow with a little bit of green around the top. Beautiful. Yeah, it's not worth anything but heirloom when it comes to tomatoes for my money. With the black Russian, black Krim. I'm not joking, man. I came up on a rabbit that had eaten most of one of my plants, and he absolutely would not move. He sat there like a statue. He was okay. He was gone a couple hours later. I didn't bother him. Just let him enjoy the buzz. Now, we grew that stuff in back guano. That's one reason I was such a fan of that. It was some powerful stuff. The rabbit really, he was on vacation for a couple of hours, no kidding. I told a stoned rabbit story while you were gone. True story. I grew some reefer out in the woods. There's one reason I was such a fan of back guano, I was saying, because rabbit got a hold of a plant and ate it almost to the ground. And apparently he was stoned. He wouldn't move a muscle. So anyway.
Wow.
My dog got a hold of some medicinal chocolate. Ooh. Stayed up with him for 24 hours. He was fine. Speaking of, he needs to run me around the block. So my dog needs to run me outside real quick.
Yep.
So I hope I'll be right back. Y'all, Ewans.
Yep.
Let's see here. All righty. I'll be back right.
Okay.
Come on, buddy.
Haven't had no problems with the grasshoppers here. The only problems I really had was the squash bugs. I took care of them manually. Squash bugs, and actually, I think they're the Japanese beetles. They like the strawberry plants and the fruit trees. But as long as you check them every day, you can keep on top of it before it gets out of hand. It's no problem. Yeah, I still have celery growing outside in one of my raised beds that got snowed on. I mean, even when it was cut down, there's still new life coming out of the base of it. And in my greenhouse, and I haven't even watered my greenhouse over a month. I was just letting everything go and turn the soil. Some leaves and stuff in there. You got the TV on, Blickum? I have no idea what that is, Drop. Spinosad or Spinosad? Spinosad. Hmm. Oh, okay. I didn't know there were 2 years. You know, beets grow good in the cold too. I just pulled the last of them out not that long ago. You take care, Camo. You have a good night. Thanks for chilling. Much love. I'll chill for a little while longer. I'll drop the link again if anyone else wants to pop up. Oh, it's not the link. I gotta go get the link. If anyone wants to pop up, you can click on this link. You know it. Take care, little step. Yeah, punch pillows. Let me see. You back, Blickum? You there? Thanks, little step. Hey, Darlene. You just got notified? Looks like nobody got notified. Doesn't matter. Glad you showed up. How you doing tonight? Hope everything's going all right. Yep. Hey, Blookham, you back? Let me see. Did anyone see? Hold on, I'll show you this. I get it. Got it. Gravitas. China deploys robot soldiers along the border with India.
To Pakistan, but they're nothing like what we're about to show you. Chinese soldiers stationed along the border with India have some new weapons. They were struggling to operate in high altitudes in the difficult climatic conditions. So China is bringing in robots to help. You heard that right. China is deploying robotic weapons along the border with India. There are machine guns on wheels, and they can be fired with a remote control. Beijing's decision to give robots to the PLA could have dangerous implications, not just for this region, but for the rest of the world too. Our next report tells you how.
There is a new threat from China. It is not a battalion of soldiers or wolf warrior diplomats. It's these machines. Initially, they would remind you of remote-controlled car toys. But look closely. These robots can do a lot more. They are equipped with the machine gun. Chinese soldiers can fire this gun from a distance and without any wires. There are cameras, too, to watch what the adversaries are doing. China calls this vehicle the Shark Claw. 88 of these have been deployed in Tibet. Shark Claw has a partner. It's the Mule 200. This is a transport vehicle, so not as lethal as the Shark Claw, but the Mule would be very useful for the PLA. It can be used to transport valuable supplies like ammunition. China has deployed around 120 of these in Tibet. Robots are now joining the People's Liberation Army. Their induction is a prelude to something more sinister. For now, a soldier will operate these robots. But in the future, China wants weapons with a mind of their own. The PLA wants weapons with artificial intelligence. Beijing is moving swiftly to acquire such capabilities. The efforts began in 2017, when China unveiled a new artificial intelligence development plan. It advocated the use of AI in the military. Specific applications were listed out, like providing support to command and decision-making, military deductions, and development of defense equipment and related application. Private sector was roped in to accelerate these efforts. Chinese big tech companies like Alibaba, Baidu, Tencent, Xiaomi, and Huawei were labeled as AI champions. The PLA stands to benefit from the rapid strides these companies make. Already, different wings of the Chinese military are working on specific projects. The PLA ground force is developing robotics for the military. The Navy is working on autonomous submarines, while the Air Force is developing drones with an ability to think. These advancements should raise an alarm worldwide. Unfortunately, world powers are still ignoring the threat. This month, the United Nations tried to open negotiations for an international treaty on autonomous weapons. They failed. None of major weapons-producing countries were willing to have a conversation. These stonewalling tactics work to Beijing's advantage. The PLA gets more time to perfect the AI technology and develop killer robots, weapons that could make the world a more dangerous place. Bureau Report, WION World.
Crazy, huh? Yeah, no wires. Hackable. Got that right. Oops, wrong one. Yeah, it's crazy, Darlene. Unreal. And another one here. Can't find it. Are you cooking ribs right now? Oh, here it is. Let's see. What do you think about this?
was hoping I could learn something from you all for a change. So I was walking down the road on this lovely winter evening, just looking at all the cars on the road, and then I came across this.
What the heck is that? Look at that. This has got to be a joke.
And I don't quite know what this is. Is it a SUV? Is it a car?
Look at a car inside.
Is it a submarine? I'm actually very curious. I have never seen this before. Is this some sort of wartime vehicle?
New
This
York
looks like the
City.
Killdozer, kind of. Like, what is this? What is this? It has a Montana license plate. I've never been to Montana, but I've always wanted to go.
Yeah. Anyway, I thought that was pretty weird. Anyone ever see anything like that before? That's cute, huh, Darlene? Yeah, me either. I check, see if Blickham's back. You back? Blickham? Let me see. Just let Blickham know he's got his TV on.
Knock, knock.
Hello.
Hello.
Nice surprise. How you doing? How you doing? Oops.
Hold on a second. There we go. Better?
No, you're good.
No, that echo. I forgot to mute YouTube.
Oh,
I don't feel like typing. I'm lazy.
yeah, I hear something. You got something playing in the background?
It's the pellet stove. The motor's rattling a little bit.
No, it sounds like a show or something's playing.
No, just the pellet stove.
Oh.
I can mute if you want to, if it's too loud.
No, it just sounds like talking from my end.
No.
Like a TV, and I got Blickham. Let me see. I'll unmute him.
He's got something on.
Yeah, he took his dog for a walk.
Oh.
Maybe it's just me. But you sound fine. I hear you good.
Okay.
So what's
I
up?
don't hear nothing. Nothing much. Just
Yeah.
had it out with a certain person.
Uh-oh.
Big time.
On YouTube?
Uh-huh.
Crazy. So, should I ask? I don't
Really
know.
want me to?
Well,
I don't want to bring him in here.
What's the drama about now? What's that, Axblade? You alright, Darlene? Oh, you're muted now. You okay?
I left you a message in the back room.
Oh, okay. Just do something right this second. Ridiculous.
Yep.
Time we're in. Alright, Axblade, I typed it in. I'll check it out later. Thanks. Uh, I haven't been on YouTube every single day. You know, a lot of times when I'm done, because even when I'm done working and everything, I'm done. I'm never done until I go to bed.
He seems
Always,
like he follows me. He follows everybody. It's like a curse.
yeah. Well, that's what YouTube is. It's cursed. We're
I
censored.
think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've got to get a video out. And Sky's been so icky.
Yeah. And it changes so fast because there's a couple times I was like, oh, I'm going to video that. And then when I actually get to it, it's
Hello,
gone.
handsome.
Oh,
Well, if it isn't Darlene, hey Darlene, what's
Hi.
going on there? What's going on?
Nothing much.
Glad you could join the panel.
Yeah, I
Oh,
sneaked on.
did you really? While I was out walking, while my dog was walking me outside?
Yep.
That's mighty sneaky of you, but you know, love seeing that icon. Hey, speaking of, somebody's still acting up. Excuse me, y'all. What's up, mister? Come here. Say hey to all these people.
What were you saying, Mr. Bob?
Oh, sorry, guys. Come here.
I don't remember. What was I saying?
I don't know.
I was
My
asking if
mind
they
is
were
just
right.
kind of wandering away.
I was just saying, you know, the timer in and everything.
Yeah.
Oh, and accidentally dropped a link. I typed that in. I'll check it out later. What else? Just chilling right now. It's actually when I came on, I was only gonna do the 2 videos I showed. You know, just get some information out there. See how
Now,
it
as I
goes.
seen that notification, I checked and it was you, and 2 hours later, so I quit arguing.
Yep, yep. Yeah. No time for that nonsense. You know.
No. But when
Like,
you attack my friends, that's it. I mean, I'll go full bore.
yeah.
The problem is we were on our own chatting. He likes to mirror people.
I wouldn't mess with you.
Mm.
No, bird. Go on. Get.
I
Well,
don't know. It seems like everybody's going loony.
yeah, it seems you're
That
right.
they are.
No, really.
I don't know.
It's no joke. They are. People are losing
Either
it.
they all got the jab and they're going nuts, or
They're
something is not
cracking under
right.
pressure, you know.
Oh, that's a bunch of bull. You don't have to be
Okay.
under pressure.
Well, I'm not, but
I'm not either.
people are in fear, man. You live in fear every day. You just can't make smart decisions. I don't know.
I don't know. I don't live in fear.
I don't
Well,
either. I really
like
don't.
in the
We know that.
springtime when I started.
We know what the answer to that is. But no, I'm just saying a lot of people do though right now.
I tell you,
Not me, sister. I'll tell you that right now. I've never slept
exactly.
better than, any time in my life that I'm sleeping right now. This is it means something's going to happen pretty soon that we've been looking forward to for a good while. So, in my opinion,
Well, I can hit the broadside of a barn real good.
I bet you can. I'll tell you what. It's going to be an interesting ride, I believe.
It really has been.
Yeah. But yeah, people are. They're losing it, man. They're just not.
Somebody wants a link?
To what?
I know he says not real link.
Oh, it's
Not
not
real
real
link.
link. Maybe that what I looked up. He said something to check out. Maybe that was it. Not real link. I don't know.
Exablade. I don't know.
Hey. Excuse me, God, my dog's going crazy. Dog.
Well, it's right on top, but I don't know if you can reach it or not. I can go all the way to the top. Eyes godly.
Dog.
But like I was saying before, like ever since spring when I started doing the raised gardens, making those boxes, the more and more I got into it and planting the trees and the bushes and trying to plant everything in my front, back, side, yards, everywhere to be food stable. The more time I was off YouTube, the more I pulled out of the crap going on. I mean, every day. But I stayed updated, but not as much because when I first started doing this channel, I was every spare second I had was on
Right.
research it. You know what I mean? Trying to find what's going on now and the next thing or what's coming. But I kind
Yeah,
of
it
pulled
kind
out.
of brainwashes you after a while.
Oh, it just sucks
I
you
was off
in.
of it almost 3 months. I didn't post nothing.
Yeah, I went longer than that. But the longer I went away from it, the more it was like, I don't know, it was easier. 'Cause I don't know. But
I don't know.
I don't know either.
America is the next Canada. Canada is the next Australia.
Yeah, right.
France is the next Austria. Austria is the next
And
Germany.
it's quite
I
obvious.
can't
There's
figure out. Austria is a neutral country. Why don't they tell everybody to go kiss?
right, but it seems quite obvious that there's no stopping this. They're gonna achieve what they want.
Of course.
Doesn't matter when. So you see what's going on around you. That's why I'm here. You need to. I know
Open
it's late in the game
eyeballs.
to start, but you gotta you gotta dehydrate, you gotta grow your own, you gotta try to be as self-sufficient as possible. I mean,
You'd be surprised more people are opening up their eyes.
a lot of people are. They just
Oh
don't
yeah.
say anything. Yeah. Yeah.
What they're doing above us and what they're doing below us, and
Yep.
yeah, they're waking up slow.
Too slow.
A little bit too slow, yeah.
Yeah, Drop's doing the same thing. Well, I'm just getting back into it. I'm gonna be popping on here and there. So anyway, what's good?
Oh.
Sorry, y'all. My dog was going berserk because I guess he hadn't got
Woof.
exercise. I'm gonna
Woof
run him
woof.
here for a second. I'll share this.
Woof
Okay.
woof.
Are you ready?
Now just ignore me, little woofer.
Maybe he'll mellow out.
Yeah, little beagles have so much energy.
He hasn't stopped since the day he was born.
How old is he?
8. He just turned
8? Oh, he's still got a lot of puppy in him.
Oh yeah.
Yo.
He's a jewel. No kidding. He is a jewel. He's a foodie. He'll eat anything. But he was going berserk.
Good night, Sam.
Hey, Sam.
Sorry, y'all. He won't leave me alone if I don't wind him down a little bit. At least he knows to come back. You know, he plays the game, gets some exercise. Don't you, buddy? Sorry about that. He doesn't care.
What?
Hello, Drop.
Hi, guys.
How you doing?
I'm just
Saddest
cooking for
words on the
tomorrow.
planet.
Cooking
What you
lunch.
cooking good?
I'm doing some ribs.
Ribs.
Yeah. Then I'm gonna
Sounds good.
take a bunch of eggs and make a bunch of little egg patties with ham and cheese in them for breakfast sandwiches. So
Sounds good.
do some biscuits and bake them tonight and assemble bacon, egg, and cheese sandwiches for my kid so she can just go to the freezer and grab one in the morning, heat it in the microwave.
There you go. That'll work.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny how food just disappears, you know. I know she's still alive when I see the food disappear, so. Yeah, those people are getting pretty snotty lately in public and online, and
Yeah. I mean, if
they're
you say something, they get offended right off the bat.
I noticed
Or
that. Yeah.
if you don't think like they think, instead of sitting it down and go, say, okay, well, that's the way I feel, or, you know, discuss it. Now, have a
Yep.
conversation about it. They just go off their rocker.
Well, the brain clots and the heart clots are probably not helping anything.
Oh my God.
I've been seeing so many of these young athletes that, you know, had to take it to play the games, and they're dropping dead on the field with heart attacks.
Yeah.
Hey. I just saw one today, and it was on Citizens Free Press. You know, it's like, here we go again. And, you know, they try to explain it away, and all these pro athletes that are dying, they try to explain that away. But you probably all should have just noticed when they started removing statues what they have in plan, you know. The last great reset they did like 200 or 300 years ago, you know, because they spoon fed you a bunch of fake history. They really
Right.
have. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So they're getting ready to do it again.
Yep.
And I wouldn't be surprised if they don't get enough ratio of, you know, people passing away that they'll probably just start a big old war, finish it off with. Coming to you in April. That's probably about the time all the supply lines will shut down, you know. You know, it is, Bob, when your fuel card gets shut off.
The fuel card?
Right.
Yep. The fuel cards. When you start seeing truckers with their fuel cards being shut off and they're just trying to get their rig home, you know, we're going to be in trouble. And a lot of these businesses, they're still making the shipments, but a lot of these companies out there aren't getting paid in the 60 or 90 days like they used to. They're getting paid 120 days, 180 days. So that's really stretching these shipping companies hardcore, you know. It's really putting a burden on them. And if they can't pay the drivers, they just turn off the fuel card and sorry, guys.
They've been doing that for decades. The truckers been getting less and less and less every year.
Oh, yeah, I know. When I drove flatbed, I was making 6 figures.
Yeah, there was big money. Then every year it just was less and less and less. It's crazy.
Yeah, I quit last time when the rate per steel was dropped down to like $1.10 a mile, $1.20.
Mm-hmm.
25% fuel surcharge. I was getting like $2.55, almost $3 a mile, and 50% fuel surcharge. So had my own rig and everything, and it paid well,
Yeah.
But when money went away, I was like, I'll go back to engineering or something, because the only reason why I did drive a truck was because it paid more than engineering back then.
Mm-hmm.
Crazy. Yeah. When you start seeing truckers getting stranded and they're all over the news, and those companies eventually, if they don't get paid, which they're probably not going to get paid.
Hello, Freedom.
Yeah. Hi, Freedom. How you doing?
It's just it's so close. And then I don't know if you actually watched the video I did about why the supply shortages.
I haven't gotten any notifications from you at all. I don't get notifications from it. I don't know if I lost everybody or what. It's crazy.
Well, it's basically what we did to Japan back in the 80s. Remember, Japan was producing all our stuff for us, and they borrowed all that money to build the equipment and factories and everything else. And then we turned around and hit them with the big old tariff that basically stopped the importation of goods. Remember that?
Mm.
Well, what happened was they got so desperate for money after that tariff was released. They had so much stuff stacked over there in Japan, they were just dumping it on the U.S. and selling it for pennies on the dollars. And I think you're going to see the same thing. They're using the port thing as another method of a tariff, and it's planned. So by the time those ships do get docked and all that stuff comes out, they're going to be selling it for whatever they can get for it. These $600 thing now that they passed for the IRS. So if you only make under a certain amount and only have less than 200 transactions per year, so like I do a lot of freelance work, so I use a lot of freelance sites. So if there isn't more than 200 transactions in a certain amount that I make off each one of these freelancing sites per year, I really don't even have to claim it. But now I have to claim it, because if I make over $600 on each one of those platforms, I'm gonna get a 1099K. But it doesn't matter anyway, because I've reported all my income exactly the way it was anyway, without that, voluntarily. But that's going to hit a lot of people that are doing garage sales and eBay and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not going to raise your taxes. Yeah, but you're going to have to explain why somebody paid you for goods and services, if you sold something on eBay or for over $600. So it's not
Yeah.
just a one shot, it's cumulative. It's not, they passed that for businesses, I think like 5 or 6 years ago.
Oh, probably longer than that, I think.
Yeah, if you charge a client more than $600, they had to provide you with the 1099.
Right. Yeah, that's been as far as I know.
Yeah, I know, because I've been in business for 20 years plus, for myself. So, yeah, I know. But yeah, now they're just adding more taxes, and then the inflation's going to come up, and boom, I'm not going to raise your taxes if you make less than $400,000 a year. Yeah, right.
Right.
They already done did it. That's just
In
it's
more
like my
ways
dad
than
used
one.
to say.
I'm not gonna raise anything. That's what he said.
And you know what's so funny? That geriatric resident of the White House, I've seen my mom and dad go through this Alzheimer's where they start losing their memory and stuff. He's about 1.5 years away being in the hospice. Trust me, I can tell. They'll probably have a fake Joe Biden come out, sooner than later, because they're not going to put Harrison there. I mean, they picked her because she's stupider than Joe. Let's put it that way. And then we got our illustrious, Mr. T Man, and about 1.5 years into his term, I figured out what he was. He was the good cop, Joe's the bad cop. You go figure that
Exactly.
out. They're both on the same damn team.
Exactly.
Everybody is.
Yeah. They're all on the same team. They don't
Oh,
care about us.
Oh, Biden thinks he's in the year 2020. Yeah, that's what he said.
Yep, electrical, and I worked about 14 years in R&D. Medical, aerospace, and power systems, power supplies. And then I went into business for myself. Got tired of working long hours for nothing. But yeah, you can see the writing on the wall, and you can see with this, they're trying to push a conflict in, certain European countries. Somebody mentioned to me, well, how would you like? Russia doesn't want nukes on their border any more than the U.S. The U.S. doesn't have any problems with that. I'm like, dude, do you know what Siberia looks like? Come on, what are you? You got to think about that one.
The frozen tundra.
Yeah, but there's stuff there,
Oh yeah.
Like all their prisons are in Siberia. You want to run away or break out of prison? Okay, fine. It's 200 to 500 miles to any civilization. A bear will get you first.
Yeah, if you don't freeze to death.
Yeah, well, yeah, but a bear will get you. Yeah, you'll freeze to death in the winter. The brief summer, a bear will get you.
Right.
Yeah, so I just put some ribs in. I took them out. They put in the apple cider on them and vinegar, and the salt them down with some brown sugar, and then when they're ready, they're in cover. They'll get the glaze on top of the Baby Ray's barbecue sauce.
Sounds good.
Yeah, and then I'll probably see one or two of them tomorrow when I go to look for my lunch. I'm pretty sure the kid will eat the rest of them. So I'm on a tea diet tonight. No drinky for me. Darn.
No drinky?
No drinky. Yeah, I'm on tea.
I'm on a water diet. No drinky for me either.
Yeah, just kind of be expensive, and I just don't care for it much anymore.
I'm drinking water instead of coffee. Yuck.
Yeah, I've been drinking a lot more water, but still my coffee.
So I was having
have a cup of coffee plus water. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just drinking tea. What do you call it? The expensive one. Oh shit, I can't remember. It's the English breakfast tea.
Earl?
Tetley's.
Tetley's?
Yeah, it's a English tea.
Yeah.
One of my favorites. I've got the generic tea from Walmart or wherever you call that stuff for the guest.
See how you are.
Along with the Aldi coffee, I don't drink coffee. I got 2 cans of it. The only people that drink coffee was my folks. So whenever they came to stay,
Oh, I can't be without the coffee. Gotta have coffee.
Yeah, over at the in the den, I have a little coffee bar with all the stuff, tea and coffee and stuff. And I think my nephews drink all the whiskey already, so I didn't restock that. Yeah, but yeah, I just I was having a discussion with somebody about what a prepper is, and oh well, everybody's a prepper out there nowadays, aren't they, Bob? Okay, so
I hope so.
You got all that food. Did you get spare parts for your cars and common stuff that breaks? And do you have tools to fix it? Do you know how to fix your cars?
Right.
Can you
I've got a set of brakes here. I'm still waiting for my motor.
Yep. That's right. You did get a motor for your vehicle, didn't you?
Yeah, it should be here Monday.
You got a crane to put it in with?
Yeah.
That's good.
Got cherry picker.
What do you put a motor in?
The Ford, the pickup.
What size of engine was that anyway?
It's a 450.
Oh, that's a big one.
Yeah.
That must be an old gas hog.
Not really.
What's a Lovax blade?
It's a 2011.
Huh.
I don't know. Or is it a 350? Hold on. No, my station was I had an old station wagon. I wrote it down.
Well, there was a 318 for a Ford engine. There was a
Maybe it's an 8-cylinder. I don't have a clue.
they made a 326, I think, too, didn't they, Bob? Then they made like a 4. My what do you call that thing? Expedition out front here, the 2000. It's in good shape, but it has like a 361 in it or something like that. Or,
I know I wrote it down.
Oh, it's a
Found on road
4.3.
dead. Is that what you're saying?
It's a F50 Ford pickup. 150 Ford pickup, something like that.
Right, Ford F-150.
I don't. Yeah, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, they have the overdrives that makes it a lot easier on gas when you're riding down the freeways on those newer ones.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's
It's a
usually
2011. Yeah.
Yeah, I've got a 2000 Ford Expedition, a 2000 Chevy pickup. It's a Z71, and it's in good shape. It's like brand new, you know.
Yeah, I'm looking for a pickup with no brain.
Yeah, this one has 4-wheel
You know what I'm saying, right?
Yep.
Yeah, a dumb pickup.
Well,
Something that will run if something happens. With the
well,
grid.
that's not always true because you got to think about an alternator. If it has a generator and you still have a little a voltage controller, okay, on the older ones.
Yeah, but you got your battery. If your battery is protected, it shouldn't fry it.
Yeah, but the new voltage controllers you can buy for these older cars.
Yeah.
It's no longer mechanical. It's actually semiconductor
Digital.
solid state. Yeah, and so it ain't gonna matter even if it's older than that. And they've done studies and they said they did studies on new cars with EMPs testings, and a lot of the new cars survived the EMP. So unless you get hit with a massive EMP, that's fine. But the density of the magnetic charge is not going to be as great if they explode something over the top of the United States. And I hear that all the time. I'm like, yeah. They may blow
Yeah,
through.
but you never know.
Yeah, well, you never know. But if you have a vehicle running and nobody else does, guess what? That makes you.
Yeah, it makes me a target.
Right.
Right.
I would leave that thing in the garage for a couple of months and just let everybody, finish themselves off.
Right.
The best part about being a prepper is being invisible when stuff does happen like
Right.
this. But
avoid a lot of
if you're
situations.
right, if you're a prepper though, you should know how to fix almost anything or repair it. Plumbing, electrical,
Oh yeah, I
cars,
do.
everything. Yeah.
Just pulling a motor.
Daddy taught me well.
Yeah. Yeah, but
Now the motor's a different story. I mean, I'm only 5'3" here, 98 pounds.
Except tools.
You're the person I watch out for Walmart. I have to look down and hurt my neck so I don't step on you.
Right.
There's a whole bunch of them here in Spokane. There's a bunch of little short people running around like that, and I'm
short people.
My
At least
neck
I'm not a jolly green. Well, actually, you're blue giant.
I'm only 6'1", but that's
6'1". My dad was 6'1".
I have to look
My
down.
mama was 5'2". My grandma was 5'1". So I'm the tallest in the females.
Yeah, my shortest sister is 5'4", and I'm very careful when I speak to her because she's one of those that go off like a firecracker if you say the wrong thing, and I want to keep my head from being stoved in. So she's pretty vicious.
That's how my mom was.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God, she took down the biggest guys when she was young.
Yeah. That would be my sister.
Yeah, some guy said the wrong thing to her. My dad and her went dancing on New Year's Eve, and this guy walks up to her, throws his coat on her shoulder. He never got back up. And he called her a name. He said, "Here, blank, hold this for me," and that was it.
Yeah, well, good old days where you could actually do that, not go to jail.
Right.
Oh, wait a minute. Let's go to Manhattan. I want to go on a shopping spree. They won't do nothing about it. Forget about
Yeah.
being prosecuted.
Yo, you can still up to, what is it, $1,000?
Oh, yeah. Let's go to San Francisco. We can go shopping. You can get yourself a designer, this and that, darling,
Sure.
I mean, how crazy is it getting out there for this kind of stuff? I mean, just ridiculous what we hear.
If I would go steal something, I probably would be guns, bullets, and food.
Yeah.
The heck with the designer stuff.
But yeah, you really think about it. How many of these so-called preppers know how to do all this stuff, plus how to grow food and, make their own
When they
herbal
say I'm a
medicine?
prepper, most of them buy things.
I was just gonna say that most of them out there buying canned foods and stuff.
Right. And I said, well, I've talked to several while I'm prepping. So what are you growing?
Huh?
Well, I said, at least when you buy vegetables, do you can it? No. So what are you going to eat later on?
How many
You know
books
what
do
I'm
you have?
saying?
How many hard copy books
Right.
you got in case the internet goes away?
Right.
Yeah. It's like,
I've got a whole bunch of books.
yeah. The one I have was herbal medicine one, and it tells you how to prepare the salves, the syrups, and everything else, for your health.
So I got.
And kind of have the seeds on hand too, so in case I do need to grow it, I can. Actually, I grew a whole bunch of chamomile, hibiscus, a whole bunch of stuff this year.
I let some of my seeds go. Some of my vegetable go to seeds, and I take the seeds off.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
they do beautiful.
You should always let some go to seed.
Right. Some grow by themselves out there, especially the little tomatoes, the cherry tomatoes.
Yep.
I just let whatever drops. I leave them, and
Yep.
come spring, they all sprout up.
Yeah,
I just
tomatoes
kind
are.
of Yeah.
Tomatoes come up like clockwork every year if you just leave a
Yep.
few of them on the vine. The ones that you don't want to eat.
Right. I've got quite a few if those squirrels didn't eat them. And the birds.
My compost pile I made last year, I used some of it in the garden, and consequently, I ended up with a bunch of cilantro and carrots and stuff. The stuff that actually got into the compost, they actually sprouted.
Right.
And I had carrots and cilantro and that kind of junk all over the place.
And then you got the birds that pick around, then they poop them out, and you've got vegetable growing where you don't want it.
Yeah, it's like somebody was saying, the Jerusalem artichokes or sunchokes, if you want to call them that. There's many varieties and many colors and
The
stuff like that.
Jerusalems.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You just basically put them in a corner where you don't want to grow anything else, and they'll just be fine.
I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 plants.
Right, and they keep growing every year. You can harvest some of the root, and they'll just
that's
spread
what I
like
did.
wildfire. Yeah. They're not that bad. I like to roast them with potatoes and onions and stuff like that.
Yeah, they're good, but problem is they grow so tall, and I always have to figure out how to tie them up so the wind doesn't knock them over.
Oh, I thought too tall for you to harvest.
No, the potatoes are on the bottom.
Oh.
One trick you can use is you get sunflowers that have a bigger stalk and just plant them in with them, and that'll help protect them.
With them?
Yeah, I do that with
Okay.
corn too, by the way. On my three
Yeah,
sisters.
that's what happened to the corn. We had that microblast go through here about 70 miles an hour. Only lasted a few seconds, but it leveled that corn.
Oh, I know. I get that kind of wind out here too. And if you plant sunflowers with them, you can also grow your beans on them. And it's much better for growing beans on a three sister with a sunflower stalk than a corn stalk. Because most of the sweet corn you get, their stalks are too soft. They're not rigid enough and they're not big enough. So you grow them next to the sunflowers with your corn, and that'll help protect them from the wind next time.
Okay, I'll try that.
Yeah, and you can grow your beans around them too, and just climb straight up on the sunflowers. You can pick all the beans you want, pole beans.
Okay. The Jerusalems, Mr. Bob, grow about 15 foot tall.
Wow,
And they
really?
they make a flower like a sunflower.
15 feet tall?
15 feet tall. And with this wind that we have here in Idaho, and I'm right on the edge of the desert, I mean that there's nothing to protect them, and that I've got them right beside the chain link fence, and I usually tie them up, but it's still not enough.
Yeah, I think I had
that's crazy.
I think I had a sunflower almost that tall this year.
I had one that tall.
Yeah,
Just one. The other one stayed small.
Yeah, I grow black seed sunflowers because that's feed for the chickens.
Right.
And you can go and get a 50-pound bag at the feed store for like what, $20 or something, less than $20, and you can just plant those seeds and you'll get sunflowers everywhere. You don't need to buy a little packet of seeds. You know, that's one thing that people need to know is that, right, go to the feed store and get the big bags of feed, because, you know, even the corn, even though it's not for human consumption, because I know in Wisconsin, a lot of corn is grown there just for animal feed.
Right.
But I'll tell you what, it's cheap. And if you got a couple bags of feed corn, you can plant it. You can also grind it up if you need to for, you know, cornmeal.
Right.
It ain't gonna kill you. You know, you can still eat it. It may not all be sweet corn though. There's a difference in corn.
Right.
A lot of the corn we eat is sweet corn.
Yeah, but you got to remember, I've got a bunch of squirrels.
I got a bunch of skunks.
Skunks? I've got squirrels.
Oh yeah, I got the last one I trapped and moved down the reservation down the road here, where, you know, it's a state park. He was about 35 pounds. One of those striped skunk ones. It's heavy.
Yeah.
Yeah, they get big out here.
Oh, yeah, they get big here too. I've had a mama skunk in here last year. She had her kittens with the cats outside with the chickens.
Yeah, I found the way to keep the skunks out of the chicken coop is just to put a compost pile near it and just dump fresh food there every day. They'll go for the easy stuff instead of the hard stuff.
No, I don't have no problems with skunks, so they don't bother nothing.
Yeah, generally, but they will steal eggs if they can.
Eggs?
Yeah.
Oh well.
Now the coons are the biggest problem, but
I haven't seen a raccoon here for a while.
Saw one last year, but
nothing.
Most of the stuff here has to crawl across the desert to get here, so you know.
Well, see, I'm right on the edge of it. See.
Yeah, I'm right on the Columbian Basin Plateau, right at the foot of it. So
I get rattlesnakes and whistle pigs and.
Oof.
Well, you seen my picture of that rattlesnake on my community page, didn't you?
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah. I tried to take it over to the desert, but it decided to turn on me, so it went boom.
Yeah, I had a water moccasin over there in Georgia go after me and the kids, and I took a hole to it. I had no garden hole to it. I had no choice. It came straight at me.
Well, like I said, usually I don't hurt animals if I don't have to. I was trying to, move him over back to the desert where he came from. Well, he decided to have an attitude, or she, whatever it might have been. And right now it's in my glass table, my coffee table.
Wow.
Nice displayed.
I just chopped the water moccasin's head off and I hung it over the sunset. The hawks took care of it the next couple days. They enjoyed the feast.
Yeah, I wish I wouldn't have blown that head off, though. It would have been better with the head on.
I'll be right back.
For you skinned it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Skinned it and let it dry. Stretched it out. Put some salt on it.
Yeah, and you can make nice little products out of snakes skin.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, that's another point. How many people know how to gut a deer or
Oh my
process
goodness,
a
are you sure they want to do that?
process rabbits, squirrels, whatever. I mean,
Well, I've got rabbits, so yeah.
yeah, there's
No, I've got rabbits and chickens, and they're all, to skin them all the same. And if you want to keep the skin on the chicken, you pluck them.
yeah. I think I'd rather boil them for a while.
Hey,
No, I
Darlene,
just,
do you have any snakeskin boots by any chance?
No.
No? I've always wanted some of those. I hear they're pretty durable. And do you have boots to go with that hat?
With that hat? Sure I do.
Okay. Well, I was just wondering. I'm sorry.
I got shit kickers.
I was I was busy doing a couple of errands, and when I got back, I heard somebody talking about snake skin, and
Yeah, well,
it makes interesting drum heads too, and fish skin does also, if you can find large enough pieces. But anyway, excuse
now I
me.
was telling Drop and Bob, if you go to my community page, you will see that snake.
All right. I'll do that. Yeah, I wrangle one or two in my day.
Yeah, I used to go out in the desert in Las Vegas when I was a kid and hunt snakes and lizards all day long.
I like the horny toads myself.
Yeah, I used to catch some of them.
I haven't seen one in a long time. At least for 10 years now.
Well, I'm surprised you don't have a bunch of lizards. Don't go in your community cage and look at the snake skin.
Okay.
How far
It's
down
not
is
the
it?
skin, it's the whole snake. I'm not
there
sure.
we go. I see it.
It's the whole snake. He was still alive then.
Yeah.
Because I was going to. Did you see him? He started to turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the camera in one hand, gun in the other. Because I don't trust them. I didn't want to hurt him. I just want to boot him back out.
Yeah. Sometimes the snake doesn't really follow the plan. We had a lot of copperheads over there in Georgia when I lived over there. They're not as bad, but one lady moved in next door to us when she bought the house next to us, and she moved in. She had she found a whole nest of copperheads in the back of her yard by the fence. It's like, lucky you.
Oh, God. And just, like I said, I hate to kill things, because they were here first. So I figured take them back out where they belong, but he had an attitude.
I don't know. I don't know. My rooster Turkey, I call him Turkey now because he's about as big as one. He's a jerk. Half the time he wants to peck me, the other half the time he wants treats. So get in line. But he's got to be a good almost 20 pounds now. He's a big one.
20
sometimes
pound.
sometimes he's a nice guy. Sometimes he's a real jerk. I used to call him Jerk until he got so big. Now I call him Turkey. It's the only bird I named.
Turkey?
Yeah, I named him Turkey because it's about as big as one. It's about as big as a hen turkey you get in the store. A small one for
Is he a
Thanksgiving.
gobbler?
No, it's a rooster.
It's a rooster?
Yeah, it's a golden laced white-ot. He's big. He's over 2 feet tall,
Good Lord, he's good size already. How old is he?
This is his second year. See, I got them let's see. Let's see. I got the new hens. He's at least a couple years old now. I think I got him back in May or something a couple years ago.
So you're going to keep him for breeding or what?
Yeah, I do have a hen, but He's kind of like a pet. He's also good for protecting ladies. He doesn't pick on them. So,
well, that's good.
He's a good guard dog. Even I'm a
Yeah.
threat to him.
They can have an attitude sometimes.
Oh yeah. He's a real jerk. Unless you feed him treats, and then he runs away and chases the treats. Forgets all about you. They that cheap bread at Walmart's good distraction, so I can get the water fed. And I found that I'm doing the same thing I did with my pigeons when I raised them all back years ago. I used to raise show pigeons as a kid. And during the wintertime when the water freezes, I use those I use a 1 gallon milk carton jug, and I cut it out on 3 sides and just leave about 3 inches height on that. They're just so much easier to grab them when they're frozen and knock the ice out of them that way, and then fill them up with water than these feeders, these water feeders they have that you buy at the store. I mean, they're great for the summertime because you can deliver a lot of water, but when it freezes up, these milk jugs are just fine, or water jugs, or like you get a wall. So I've been using those, and after about a week or two, if it gets really nasty, just throw it in the garbage and use another one. You buy that Walmart water for like 80 cents or something like that.
Right.
Yeah. And it's not really, I really don't have to buy water because the water system we have in town here is off of our own artesian wells. So they don't put anything in the water really to, like chlorine and stuff.
Yeah, I've got a well too.
Well, we have 5 wells in this town, and our water system gets pulled off of these artesian wells for the water system for the town. So if stuff did go down or something like that, we're not dependent on some water plant far away. We got our own sewage plant out here, and there is solar panels on a lot of the buildings out here.
Well, that's good.
Plus, I have a whole yard full of them.
That's if we have some sun.
Yeah, that's another point too. I have three 12 volts DC simple solar systems.
All right.
And on my office one is just a 30 amp control charger with 3 100 amp hour lead acid, the standard batteries like you put in your car.
Right.
They're solar batteries, and then I got a 1500 watt inverter. So if the power goes out, I've got power to power everything, including the internet, because if the power goes out, they usually they pull out the generator and they fire it up, and they keep the internet going here.
Right.
Yeah, they have big old Ingersoll Rand generators sitting in the fence there at the I live right next to the internet shack, you know what I'm saying? And then there's always sometimes the cell phone works too, and I have 2 different carriers for that reason. So if I need internet access, because my whole work revolves around the internet as far as building websites, coding, supporting marketing projects, and so take care of servers and load up software on the servers, do the internet security expert type of shit.
Right.
People go, yeah. So I have to test our sites all the time. So I'll sit there and try to probe the ports. I'll try to probe the forums and everything else that's on the websites. Make sure I can't break into them so nobody else can't. So I do that kind of work too, and then just a general consultant. I work for different clients that have a bunch of customers. So I never have to deal with the retail part of it. I just deal with the owners of these companies that I work for. And that's what I'll be doing tomorrow. I could work tonight if I wanted to, but I'm just tired, and I don't feel like I'll give a good value to my customers if I'm too tired to work. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
But yeah, I charge about $45 an hour.
That's not too bad.
Yep. So it's good pay. I get to work from home, and I never have to leave my house unless I go buy some groceries, which lately that's been around once every 3 months. Sometimes it's just cheaper to have it delivered out in the middle of nowhere than drive 50 miles into town. Yeah, it's about 32 miles to the nearest fast food place, Bob.
Wow.
So, yeah, I'm out here.
That's good, though.
It's a very small town, and most of the people here are retired, and about 80% of them are retired veterans.
Mm.
So you think BLM's going to come through this town and do anything? I don't think so.
Same here. This is an Air Force town. Retired Air Force, plus the base is about 15 miles away.
Yeah, I got a retired Army guy right next to me, and across the street there, Trace's retired Army. I've got a retired radio man from the Navy next to him. You know, I could keep on going. But yeah, and as vets, we love our bang bangs. So yeah, good luck to anybody come through this town trying to.
Right, there's more bang bangs than humans.
Exactly. And we're in a little small county, and the sheriff out here is not with this woke crowd. So
well, that's good.
Yeah, so we kind of got ours kind of in a good place, actually. Because even during the Ice Age, this place wasn't frozen over. Everything around it was. Spokane was one big lake during the Ice Age. Down by Olympia on the coast, that was all ice. That was all ice sheet.
Really?
Yeah, glacier.
Huh. Well, we're going to an ice age again.
We're already in an ice. We're already been in an ice age for a long time. We never got out of one.
And I think that's what they're trying to stop.
No,
but I think they're doing more damage than good.
Well, they don't want a lot of us around because they know the resources are drying up. You've seen what's going on with countries now, right? Even though it's intentional, half the sabotage to the.
Well, of course.
Right.
They're burning up everything. They're frying everything. They're polluting everything, even us and the animals. People say, well, you can go out and hunt. Well, how many people are going to be out hunting?
Oh, those forests are going to be quiet in a month or two if things go hit the fan. It'll be like Chernobyl. There'll be no animals in the forest.
Right.
Because everything will be eaten.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's not going to last forever.
Yeah.
I've talked to a few hunters, and they have the idea, well, we can go out hunting and survive. I said, how long do you think these animals are going to last?
Exactly.
Well, I can tell you about 7 won't, because they go through my yard every night.
Right. That's what I'm saying,
Yeah, they come through my yard every evening just before dusk. I have 7 deer, and they usually, when I have a garden, I don't fence around it, so they get to sit there and munch on a few things, and I'm okay with that, because they get something to eat too. And
you don't have a problem with your deer in the area, like that disease that they have?
No, we don't have the chronic wasting disease. No, the CWD. No, that's going to be from the people that took the spike proteins from the thingy in the arm, because that's going to turn into a folded protein, which we know what that is. It's a prion, which is what CWD is, along with brain clots and heart attacks. Yay.
Right. I think they said they had one case in Idaho of that creepy deer disease there.
Yeah, it's caused by folded proteins, which are called prions.
Right. It came in from Montana.
It eats the brain. It attaches itself to the brain and eats the brain.
Right.
And there is a human form of it, by the way, and over 300 people in this country do die of that human form.
Wow.
350.
See, I never heard of it until they advertised it there. Then I did some researches. And needless to say, it came from back east.
I did a video like 3.5 years ago on CWD, but it's no longer up anymore because they were going to snuff me out on that special January 6th day, and they gave me 2 strikes in less than an hour on that day. I was like, oh, hell no. They're giving me a strike on a video I did like 3 years ago. I was like, okay, I don't want to lose my garden channel, so I'm just going to go ahead and get all them off of there and delete them and download the ones I wanted to save and put them over on Rumble or whatever I want to do with them. You know.
I remember
Yeah,
those days.
500 videos plus gone.
They're averaging like taking 1 or 2 videos down a month, so it's not a strike or anything. Don't worry about it. We're just removing it, you know.
Yeah, that's what they're doing now.
Yeah, it's just plain.
I think I put my last video up on YouTube. I think I'm just going to put whatever I'm going to be doing in the future is going to go over to Rumble or BitChute or Odyssey. You know.
Oh my God! I just got a message
Uh-oh.
from Sasquatch.
Uh-oh.
It's not good.
Yes, I noticed a lot of
Oh my
these
goodness.
so-called preppers. Or their whole community is effed in the head because they're not helping each other. They're just putting each other down and running over each other. And I banned this one and I banned that one. And I'm like, forget it. I'm just done with this shit. I'm not making any money off of it. I can spend my time better instead of being on some panel trying to help somebody prep and tell them, you know, certain things for the most part, and then get put down. And then the U-beggars come along, you know, and everybody's all of a sudden somebody's broke and they need money and blah blah blah, and they expect, you know, somebody that has money to give them some money, you know, and when you do
You got
give them
money?
when you do give them money, oh yeah, I have money. When you do give them money, they turn around and shit on your ass, you know.
Yeah, I know that feeling quite well.
Yep.
Tell Sasquatch I said take a big hit.
I can see if he wants to come over if he's not too upset. Hold on, let me give him a message.
Whoop whoop.
So, you know, I'm pretty much just done with it, Bob. You know, I mean, unless people can be civil like we're talking now in a chat like this, I'm done with those other people. They're not preppers in the first place. They're just a bunch of bullshitters. They don't know how to do anything. I mean, name one skill I don't know how to do.
Yeah.
I haven't knitted and
I don't worry
crocheted in
about what
years.
other people are doing. I'm just trying to share whatever, you know. I was hitting it hardcore last year, but I seen it wasn't getting anywhere, so now it's just
No, it's like talking to a wall, you know. How many people actually went out and prepped like we talked about?
Yeah.
They didn't.
Some did though. So even if, you know, hundreds out of hundreds, a couple do, at least we helped a few.
Yeah, I think they're just there for the drama. That's all. They want some place to socialize. They want to talk to people because they're bored. And it's not more of, you know, do they really want to learn how to garden better? Or do they really want to be a better prepper? Or, you know, do they want to learn new skills? They just want somebody to talk to, I think is what it is.
I don't know. It's a crazy world right now.
I'm not really wasting my time on it.
No.
I could spend more of my time just making coins, stacking my cash up, and taking care of me. Well, you think about it. How many bills do you think I have?
Well, your internet.
Okay, I have my internet. I have electric.
I don't know if you have a car insurance.
Oh yeah, car insurance. I have a.
I know it's minimal. I know.
Yeah, and I have 4 freaking cars. I've been trying to get rid of a couple of them. But, yeah, but you know, and then my place is paid for. I own 1.5 acres, and I have a big old 2,000 square foot double wide on it. You know, and
nice.
It's all paid for. I bought it with cash, and I pay like $320 a year for taxes on it. You know, so besides food and basic utilities, and I could survive off grid without electricity. I am set up to do that. But it's always good to have that lifeline. You know, like I was going to say, my greenhouse lights, they run off of one of my 12 volts DC simple solar systems. And the controller turns on at a certain voltage and turns off at a certain voltage. So I don't even have to go out there and turn it on in the morning. It just does everything automatically for me.
Awesome.
Lights on, lights off. You know, if the sun's out that day, boy, that thing will just sit there and keep running until it drops down to like 11.8 volts. And then it'll just turn off. And that's just running off a couple of 200 amp hour LiPo batteries, which I bought a whole bunch of LiPo batteries to replace the older lead acid batteries. Because a lot of these are getting up in about 5 or 4 years age.
Right.
And so I always wanted LiPo batteries because you can get a lot more out of them, 90% before you have to recharge them.
You get like couple years out of each one.
No, they'll last almost 15, 20 years on LiPo batteries. Yeah. Lead acid battery, you may get 5 or 6 years out of it. When I started out there in Georgia with the solar system running my office when I had a house there, and my wife's passed, of course, but I used to run my office off that every morning, so I would save on electricity. So I'd run my TV and my computers and internet and all that shit right off the solar system. So that was paying for itself. And that was just the first system I got, and I only had 35 amp hour batteries, 6 of them back then. So it was like 200 amp hours. But I bought a bunch of LiPo batteries, and I did some videos on them so that I could write them off for my business, because that's part of my business. I'm a freelance internet person. That's what I term myself. I've been filing that way for almost 20 years, self-employed. Then when they pulled this, shut down all the businesses stuff, well, guess what I did? I finally waited, and I lost one client that was worth about 43 grand a year to me. Okay, I have clients still. I've had clients. Most of my clients have been with me 5 to 20 years. You know what I'm saying? And so when I lost that amount of money, I said, well, they got this PPP going. So I got 2 of them loans, and a little chunk of cash to compensate for my loss that year. And then just recently I filed for the forgiveness, and boom, they're done. So, about 16 grand worth. So I said, why not? I've been in business for 20 years, and I've lost money because of the crap they pulled on shutting down the economy. I said, why not? Might as well get my money out of it, right? Yeah. So, and I was still doing okay, but I did get a reduced income. So, $43,000 a year is a nice little hit, But what's recently, in the last month, my old client that I lost, they came back. They're back in business. So they're back on board again, and that cash is flowing in better now. So, but they keep shutting down the economy. I think they're going to do it again. So, I can almost guarantee it. And it's just, people are already financially stressed. I'm actually debt free, have no debt, own everything I have, my cars, my place. And
they gotta finish everyone off that survived the last one.
Yeah. Well, I'll be one of the last to go. You know what I'm saying? Because I'm in a good situation. A lot of people don't have that option. They're not self-employed. They don't own everything they have. They don't have cash stacked up. They don't have retirement accounts that they can fall back on. I'm just working till maybe the next 3 years, and I'm going to retire. Oh, and I can collect my wife's Social Security if I don't get remarried. So I turned 60.
Well.
I'll be taking that until I turn, the retirement age for take mine. And then I'll get both of them. That's why they've been trying to send me letters, trying to cash me out, and saying, well,
they talked about that. You have to get that in your arm in order to get that. They didn't start it yet, but they planted the seed.
Yeah, but this is the whole thing about it. If you're a so-called prepper and you're getting a Social Security check, you're not a prepper because you didn't prep. You didn't have your own cash stacked up. You don't have your own revenue coming in, and besides all the retirement accounts, I went and took I took 10 grand and I threw it into a little Mickey Mouse Club stock account. Bought some stocks and resold them. I 6x'd my money this year. So, and then I paid my 10 grand back to myself. So whatever's sitting in that little stock account I have fun with, that's all. I can play with that. And if I lose it, it's already money I won from the casino. So there you go. Yeah, I'm going to get into playing some options, I think. And I'm enjoying the stock market. And I could see that as a actual career down the road when I retire, Yeah.
Never messed with it.
Well, there's a good video
I'm
out.
still here, just trying to calm somebody down.
Oh, okay.
Okay. Tell Sasquatch not to take it too hard, whatever happened, It ain't worth it.
A lot has happened.
Yeah, there's usually that. I mean, the fact of the matter is that, we need to, being part of a prepper, you got to financially secure yourself in the same thing. Because if you're dependent upon something else, you're not really there. You know what I'm saying?
Well, on top of sticking some money away, whatever you can afford, also you have to become self-sufficient, self-reliant. Like you were saying before, you got to have the skills to grow a plant, grow your own food. Who knows what's going to happen? We all see everything falling apart in front of us.
Well, I tell you what, you better know how to skin an animal and gut them and carve them up, and harvest an animal. You're going to have to know that.
I'm not even worried about that because you can go eat a leaf off a tree,
I actually saw a moose over there just up the road in Cheney about 3 or 4 weeks ago. I saw a big old bull. I missed my turn, so I turned around a church parking lot, and there was this big old bull moose eating on the leaves off the tree, and the thing was huge. It was about a 12-foot tall moose. It was a big bull moose. Usually they're about 8 or 10 feet tall, so it was a big one.
Yep.
And I was like, geez, I've got my pickup truck. Too bad I don't have a winch. But sometimes I get moose come through the yard and some elk too. And last time I saw a little moose calf sitting there eating on my garden. I looked around for mama because I didn't want to get stomped. It's like, yeah, because mama will stomp you. Those mama mooses aren't nice when they got a calf. So, but yeah, not only storing up food, even if it's in cans, I have canners. Oh, I bought a new what's called a carry electric canner for small batches.
Yeah, canning is. I'm talking about like canned food in a store.
Yeah, but I'm talking about canning. I have 3 different canners. I have a water bath canner. I have an all American canner.
Yeah.
And I have I bought this one recently called a carry. It's electric canner, and basically it'll do about four jars. It's like an Instant Pot, but it's actually made for canning also.
Yep.
So you put the certain amount of water in there. You never have to bury them to the top like you do on some canners, like my All American for like meat. And you can you flip the lid and lock it, and you set the heat and the time. Like 75 minutes for meat on high, and then you only have to go through the venting process where it'll start the venting process, and then it'll display like an E10 or whatever. And it'll vent. Then you can close it up after it's done venting, and after that, it's just a matter of waiting for it to can the stuff. And then when the pressure's off, about an hour or 2 later, you can take them out. And you can put your jars out there, and they're all canned up for you.
Nice. That's what's up.
I got the calm down a little bit.
Yeah?
A little bit. He wants to eliminate him.
Huh?
He wants to eliminate him.
No.
Disassemble?
What? Oh. All right.
Yeah, so I invested in another canner like that, Bob, because that's if I want to do, like I make some like ham and bean soup. Okay, it's a lot better than the stuff you buy in the can. And if I have some leftovers, I can just go ahead and put it in the little carry, fill up the jars and can me some ham and bean soup,
Yeah, that's true.
And if power goes out, well, I have power. So, I still have something to plug it into. I recently put together my MPP solar system. That's a 24-volt system. And I got like 4 LiFePO batteries on that. So, of course, they're in series parallel, to make 24 volts. But I tend to buy batteries that are 12-volt batteries and not the 24s or the 48s. Because if you need to use them on a different system, you can always yank them out and put them on a different system, right? So they're versatile that way. And that thing's great. It just starts charging in the morning, and when you can turn it on, got 120 volts, just like that. It cranks out about 35 amps. So, you can run a 10 gauge for a 35 amp AC outlet, right? So you can pull some good power off that. If you're going with if you're going with something a little bit less, like a 20 amp or something like that, you can get away with 12 gauge, 14 for some of a lot of these sockets they wire, the AC sockets they wire in your house. A lot of them are just 14 gauge. They're not 12 or 10. You only put those on the bigger ones. So it has a good chunk of power for an outlet. And you can pull steady 35 amps out of it, and a nice deep solar bank like that, you can really run like refrigerators and freezers off of it. I've even ran an oil-filled space heater off of it. So if the power does go up, I've always got backups to run the freezers and the refrigerator. And this stuff.
Yeah, it's one thing I didn't do is get into solar electric. I figure if it goes out, it's out.
The good thing, I hope you didn't hear me blow my nose. The good thing about it is that I also have another 12-volt wind and solar system as a backup. Okay. So if I need to switch between, different solar systems, say I need to run refrigerators or lights in my greenhouse or whatever, or, something in the house, I can always switch back and forth to those 2 different systems while one's charging, the other one could be putting out power. So for instance, if like I could run the cheap one during the day and let the other one with the LiFePO batteries charge up, and I have 2 of those systems. So theoretically, if I needed to run them at night, I'd have power also. Plus, I have a little solar system in my office right here that has a control charger. It has 300 amp hour batteries, lead acid ones, but it'll definitely run everything in my office. I'll be right back. I can smell the ribs, and I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. I thought you were done cooking them. Tom, come on over, darling. Still there? Hello.
I've had my microphone muted because my dog is snoring so loud that seriously, man. I did manage to wear him out, so I didn't want him to interrupt the proceedings. So I've been listening. Well, now he just woke up since I talked, but he was cutting some Z, so I may be muted from time to time.
I hear you.
So did Darlene disappear? Yeah.
Nah, she's busy right now.
I'm here.
Oh, she's still here. You
Well,
okay?
I'm fine.
Come on over, say hello. Let's cheer him up.
Yeah. I've got a story to tell him one of these days, man.
He quit talking.
Yeah.
He's got me worried.
Uh-oh.
Well, just send him a message. Tell him stop over.
I did. I even sent him the link.
Okay.
He says he's too wound up right now. And he doesn't want to ruin your stream.
Yeah.
Oh, kumbaya, dudes.
Tell him get his butt over here.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, darling, I'm glad you can be a peacemaker. We appreciate you for that.
Yeah.
I
Not
get
that much
passionate-
when
I
we
get-
all.
Hey, man, I get passionate about stuff. Believe me, I do, man. I
Not
do.
if you get attacked full bore and you know by who.
Well, I don't get involved on, this, you know what I'm saying? I mean,
Yeah.
not stuff like that. It's just not worth it. But dang, hate to see it, man. I do.
Well, even Bob right now is a little bit on his toes.
Well, last week I was so geeked out because I just had the argument, with my sis over the, doing the hokey pokey deal, and man, I was pretty wound up. So
No reason to get wound up. There's no reason for any
I know
drama at all. It's supposed to be united.
Generally,
we
I
stand.
don't. I'm pretty mellow. I'm pretty mellow, most days. But anyway.
Yeah.
When people are just telling you you're full of shit, there's, I don't know. You know what I mean.
Who cares?
Like, yeah, that's true. It's just like,
I never claimed to know it all.
I want people to be no. I just want people to be some people to be a little healthier than they are. I'll just say that. I wish.
Yeah, exactly.
Wake their ass up and quit.
And wake up to what's going on around us to help, so they can help themselves better.
Man, I've known my bro-in-law for over a quarter of a century, and not one time, not once, no kidding, have I ever heard him do anything but just parrot the quote unquote official, explanation. I mean, it's unreal, man. It's like, dude, that's that's impossible, man. It's crazy. Wow. God almighty. Medicated to F and back. Bless their hearts, man. But
well, I did find a
Message
study.
sent.
I did find a study, by the way, for the thingy in the arm. Back in 2013, the old quinine malaria drug supposedly will flush prions out of your body. That's the old malaria drug they use in World War II.
Yep. My dad had that, took that. They all took it back then, the WW2. He mentioned that a couple of times.
Yeah, I still have an uncle that served in the Navy during World War II and Korea. That's still alive.
Yep. My dad was in Korea. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, so, this this mandates thing they're doing is, I'm waiting to see what SCOTUS says about it.
Well, something's got to give. Either more people are just gonna go get it, or finally gonna get tired of it and no. But then it's just gonna be replaced by military, possibly.
Well, I don't think that's really the plan. The plan we know is the Georgia Guidestones, and I think that we're seeing it.
The end game.
Yeah, it's
the end results.
Yeah, I know one thing. I'm not taking it, and neither is my daughter.
All right.
So, yeah, like I said, I'll be one of the last to comply with anything if I do ever at all. You know, they might just have
No way.
They might just they'll probably just have to drag me out in a body bag. Seriously, I ain't no fool.
Did I give you guys ever that link
What link?
about the juice?
Last live, you mean? Not today. Not that I know of.
The one that had a cross on it.
Oh yeah, last
On the
time.
picture.
Yep.
Yeah. Did you listen to her?
Yep.
Nope. They can keep their juice.
Yep.
Yeah, one of the co-founders that was a doctor that actually helped create that juice. He's being he came out with the truth on that, and they are just shutting him down everywhere, social media, everything.
Mm.
He said he had
good night.
He had it started giving him heart problems, and he had to go get medically treated for it because it was not good. And that's been a failed gene therapy for over 10 years, over a decade. They've been trying to work on, and all of a sudden they're gonna push it on everybody without any clinical test, trials. That doesn't make any sense.
Like what I've had anyway, research and what doctors say, the natural doctors, if your body's like the blood pressure is high, it's because the body wants the blood go from point A to point B faster, right? And you take something that lowers it. Now the brain has to figure a way what's going on, and has to work around it to accomplish what it was trying to do to begin with, and that makes your heart work 10 times harder.
Yeah, actually, I eat beets, and I do the beet powder too. The reason why is to keep my blood pressure down, and also beets are natural for that, and plus they are full of nitrates for your heart. So that is a superfood itself, but it's also a medicinal purpose for people with high blood pressure.
Deep breathe is good for high blood pressure also. You can lower it just by doing deep breathing.
Okay. I didn't know that.
Just look up deep breathing exercises.
Yeah, that's
as you get older, you tend to relax more and you take more shallow breaths, so you're not getting the oxygen you used to get. So if you do these exercises, you're expanding your lungs. So when you're subconsciously, you'll be breathing deeper.
Well, the neighbor says, "Well, I'll cut your lawn for you with my lawnmower." He has one of the tractor ones, and I'm sitting there with a little push one with the blades, right?
Mm-hmm.
I tell him, I'm doing this for my exercise. I'm not doing this because it's the easy way to do it.
Yeah.
No, it's not the easy way to do it.
Yeah.
But this year, I decided I'll just let the grass die off and turn brown and not water it, not waste money on watering it, because when the snow starts, and like it is this time of the year, it turns green anyway.
Right.
It just doesn't grow as fast. So, plus, I really don't plan on keeping this place much longer. Both my folks passed away. My mom died in October, natural causes, and my dad died in January. And the only reason why I moved out here was to take care of them. So, I'd rather be further south, over in the south. I just don't like the Northwest that much. Never did. But
how many acres you said you had?
It's an acre and a half, but I have 6
An acre
residential
and a-
lots. I have 6 residential lots. They're a quarter acre each. And when I bought this place, not only was I looking for a place to live because we had to move my folks over from Montana up to Spokane here because then my sisters over in Seattle could come help me too. We had a plan. So I moved out here after my wife passed away to do that. Because so got rid of the house and I sold everything over there that I could, and then I came out here and found a place to live, paid cash. You know, I was debt free for
Hello, Mad.
couple.
Mystic Skywatcher sent him.
Hey, Bex.
Bex.
How you doing?
But this is the way I looked at it, Darlene. I have 6 residential lots in a very little small town, and Spokane's growing out this way.
Right.
And I could get 4 times what I paid for the entire thing now for it. So I looked at it as an investment, also convenience, and a decent place to live for my kid and me. Well, I took care of my parents. So
Yeah, I want to hit higher up too.
higher up.
Everybody is sending me messages.
Oh.
Are you okay, Darlene? Blanky blank is such a blank blank blank.
So I looked at
Yeah,
it
higher up. Like towards Simon and up that area.
I can go right up the road here, and they got farmland everywhere.
Not Washington. I don't want to be in Washington.
Oh no, I
want to stay. I want to stay in Idaho, but further up.
Yeah, it gets colder up there though.
Yeah, it's cold all over. It's 25 degrees. What are you talking about?
It got to -8 last Sunday around here.
It got down to 5 minus 4 or 5 days ago. It's been snowing. It finally quit snowing yesterday.
Yeah, I got a good 6 or 8 inches on the ground myself.
Yeah.
Every
time the sun comes out, it melts away, and then it snows again. And the sun comes out a little bit, melts away, and snows again.
Yeah.
I only got 2 inches so far.
10 inches?
2. Like 2 inches. 2? Yep.
Yeah, you're really suffering, Bob.
Oh, I don't know. Probably what didn't melt away is at least good 5-6 inches.
And I had to build a coop cage. I have a coop cage. I have 2 coop cages. One has a coop in it, little coop for my rooster and his whatever you want to call her. And then the other ones are my laying hens. They're all in the my bigger 10 by 20 coop cage. The chicken wire thing with the frame on it. And I needed to build or buy a little coop for them to stay in during the wintertime when it gets too cold, like -8. And I got to thinking about it. I was like, do I really want? I got wood and all that stuff for it, but do I really want to take the time to do that? So what I did is I got out this little 5x6 greenhouse that I used to use indoors to grow with, just like the one that's inside. I put that up, nailed it down inside the coop cage, and then threw the coop in there with a heat lamp. So when it was -8, they were nice and toasty. Now, you think about that, nice little greenhouse like that. You can also put it inside your front living room in case the power goes out. You got no heat or nothing, and you can use that to keep warmer.
Right.
So along with your 4 season sleeping bags and your buddy heater and yeah, I have 2 big buddies and a regular buddy, and I make sure I have plenty of 1 gallon bottles of propane, the Coleman ones to run them with. Plus, I have I have a heat stove fan where you put it on a stove, a wood stove, and it'll turn and circulate the air for you. You can do the same with the big buddy or little buddy, and it'll help circulate the air without any power because it runs off the heat. Just stick it on the top, and I keep bottles of propane in storage or in my little cargo trailer out front. So plenty of propane to run for about a week or two if I had no other heat available. I know I should put in a fireplace, but the insurance will probably drop me if I do that. So I can't do that. But, that's all part of prepping.
They're talking about stopping being able to burn wood here in New York.
Oh yeah, they're doing that. They've been doing that for a long time now.
Yeah.
But that's just crazy stuff. I mean, New York is a nut house right now, especially over there in New York City. I mean, they're not even on the same page as Upper New York State. I mean, that's a totally different area, different people.
Yep.
When I've been up that way a couple times, there's a big old casino over there. What is it? What's the name of the town? It's there's two big cities up north in the western part of New York. I forget what the names are now.
I don't gamble, so I don't know.
Well, yeah, it's rock something, and then I could look it up. You know what I mean, though.
Yeah.
Rochester.
Oh.
And the other one, Rochester, and I'd have to look it up. But I've been up in that area. I've been up to Buffalo too. Buffalo's a nice area.
That's way up there.
Oh yeah. Last time I was there was about 5 feet of snow on the ground falling that one day. Yeah, I was like, get me out of here.
The one time I went there, it had to have been in a snowstorm. Couldn't even see the road. No, you can't tell where you are in the road. It was bad.
Well, across Wyoming, it gets like that too out there on the plains. When there's a snowstorm and there's a lot of wind, you get snowdrift across the road. You can't even see the road.
Yeah.
I mean, you just follow the car in front of you. Hope they don't make a wrong turn. Yeah, Rochester and Syracuse. I've been up there. And then I've been over to Buffalo. And I have been through New York City, and I never want to go back there again. And I went to Littleton and a whole bunch of places in New York. Yeah, did you look up that Captain Jack's Dead Bud Brew?
No, I didn't.
Okay, so that's an all natural herbs thing
You
to
have a
kill
link?
bugs with. Yeah, I'll link it. Let me pull it up on Amazon, or I can just. You want to pull up a generic link or
whatever? Don't matter.
Yeah, probably just easier for
I'll
me to
check
find
it
on
out.
Amazon because I bought that last year for pest control. It's all natural and it's a good thing to have with you. Captain Jack's Dead Bud Brew. It's all
I did
natural.
everything by hands.
Yeah. This is all natural product. I don't know if this is the best price, but
yeah, I'll check it out, research it, and see what's up.
Yeah, it's spinoside is what it is. So it doesn't like that link. Why not? It's too long. Come on, guys.
Yeah. Some of them links are more than 200.
I'll just use certain URL instead.
Just write it in the chat so I know how to spell it. Was it spinoside?
I can do that too. Let me. Yeah, Bonacide, Captain Jack's. You can look it up if you want to. But that'll kill you scorch bugs and all those little other bugs that you don't like too much.
Cool.
The natural way. Spinoside is I put it in chat. It's a natural way to kill insects without poisoning your soil. Because I'm all organic too, by the way. So
right.
Yeah, I'm all organic and heirloom. If it isn't organic and it ain't heirloom, I ain't growing it and I ain't using it.
Yep.
It's like I use that rock dust azomite.
What does it do? Kill bugs?
Yep. The natural way.
Okay.
Yep.
Well, take care of earwigs. That's my worstest problem is the earwigs.
Yep. Okay, anything that crawls. Anything that's an insect, it will kill it. I mean,
how about butterflies?
Yeah, I don't know about that. Maybe. You got to realize butterflies, though. No, it won't hurt bees and stuff like that. It's just the stuff that crawls in the ground stuff, the mites and the.
Okay.
Yeah, it'll get rid of the scorch bugs. Probably
Because
get
I've
rid of.
got a lot of monarch butterflies.
Oh yeah, you don't want to kill them. You want to keep them around.
I've got a lot of them.
Just go to bonide.com.
Yeah, that's if anybody wants to know what that is, it's Captain Jack's Dead Bread Brew. You could just Google that and you can find it.
Okay.
And then you just mix it with water and spray it on your plants or spray it on the soil, and pretty much ends the life cycle of some of these things that grow on the ground that do a lot of damage. And an earwig actually is just a cockroach, by the way.
I know, but they're eating everything.
Yeah, they're annoying. I have earwigs here, but they're really just cockroach, or silverfish. Don't know if you ever know what those are. Get a lot.
Yeah,
of them
I know what they are.
Yeah, you get a lot of them in Colorado. And then if I want rock dust supplement for my the natural stuff, it's rock dust I use as azomite. It's mined in central Utah. It's an old. It's a lot better than glacier rock and all that stuff. You mix that into your cell.
I just looked up earwigs, and yeah, I had some of them too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
they'll eat everything.
Let me tell you something. When I was doing a roof, I opened this can of tar, and it was down near the bottom, only a little bit left in it, and the whole bottom had a bunch of them in there. I'm like, wow! I said, if they could live in this bucket of tar, what are these things?
They're cockroaches. They can live. They'll outlast humans.
That's unbelievable. It's like living in a toxic waste dump. You know what I mean? Living in tar. What?
They'll survive radiation too.
But they won't survive the bonide, huh? Right.
Well, give it a try.
Yeah, definitely. I'll check it out.
I have a bottle of it. I used it this year. It kept the bugs down pretty good.
Good.
Except for the bees and stuff. I had tons of bees all over the flowers in my garden. You know, they were hitting the cowmel and the hibiscus and the calendula.
Yeah, I planted a lot of.
I got a whole bunch of calendula through seeds this year off of it. Grew a lot of them. Those are all herbal medicine type of plants. So, you know, yarrow. I grew yarrow. What else did I grow?
I put the link of everything they have, different companies, in the private chat.
There you go. I beat you to it this time. Haha.
Well.
Yeah, so that's the way I go because it's a natural pesticide. You could use demonstrous earth, you know, but
Yep.
I haven't had a great deal of success with that. You know, it's just, and then you got to redo it. You know, if it rains or something.
Right.
So, then for like yellow leaves on your plants and stuff, like your tomatoes and peppers and stuff, for all your nightshades. If you start getting that, you either water them too much or you have a magnesium deficiency. So you can do it two ways to fix that one. You can use peat moss into your soil to fix it for the magnesium, which is a more permanent solution. And it's also good for potatoes and stuff that likes more acidic soil. Or you can use magnesium sulfate, which is Epsom salt. You just mix it up in some water and spray it on the leaves. It'll give them the magnesium they need.
Yeah, I know the Epsom salt. I put them on the bottom of the, what do you call it? Tomatoes.
Oh yeah, it'll grind up your peppers, your tomatoes, all those nightshades. You know.
Yeah.
Does a good job. And then if you really need nitrogen, you got no other source like cold or hot fertilizer. That's why bunnies are good. They're cold fertilized. You don't have to sit there and bake out the stuff in them that the microbes that are not going to be so good. A lot of this manure they sell you, they don't wait a year for it to cure. What they do is they
Right.
bake it in an oven, and then they give you a sack full of manure that's only 3 months old, and sometimes that's suspect to the process. So using manure from the store, I'm very, 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 very careful if I do use manure, because you could end up getting E. coli and all kinds of nasty diseases on your plants from it. That's why
Yeah.
when they have a livestock next to a spinach field, it's like, what? That's dumb, because that livestock can infect that spinach and you can get E. coli and all kinds of nasty diseases. It happens every year.
Yeah, I've got my bunny poop and my chicken poop, and it does good.
Yeah, I definitely got plenty of chicken poop. Got plenty of eggs too. I got like 15 dozen I got to do something with. Last time I gave them away, every other Friday they have a local food bank here, and I just give a lot of eggs away.
Right.
But lately I've been at the point where I need to start using these up myself, and it's a good source of protein, and there's no reason.
You can dry them too,
Mm-hmm. Thought about that too, but I don't like powdered eggs.
No.
I've had enough of those nasty things when I was in the Navy for in the reserves.
Well, don't dry them all the way.
Well, I thought about mixing them up and then dehydrating them all and then dry canning.
Yeah.
But I really don't want to use my canning jars for stuff like that.
Don't you have a Silamat or something like that?
Yeah, I do have a sealer with a bunch of stuff for that too, and I could just put them in bags and seal them and put them in the freezer or something like that.
Yeah.
Probably be a good idea, but I got enough fresh eggs right now. I mean, if I had to, I would convert them down, but I've got 11 hens to lay, so there's only
Yeah,
2 of
but you're
us
going to
here.
have the molting season coming in. They won't lay for at least about 2-3 months.
Yeah, that's why I always buy a new fresh batch of chickens every year. About 4 or 5 hens, because you're going to get eggs. And these they're called golden sex link chickens,
Right.
and they're really lovable. I mean, I can't hardly step in the coop cage without trying to step on one of them. They come around you and they just walk and they go look at you, and then they follow you everywhere around the coop. My Osterleps, my Orps, big old black Orps, boy, they're the big chickens, and they'll just avoid you like the plague. They're not nice at all. They're hard to catch too. I got one hen that's almost as big as the rooster. She's a big girl, but they lay nice big eggs, extra large eggs.
Right.
The Goldens, they just lay regular large eggs, golden brown eggs, and I can tell the difference between the eggs. And then the golden lace white-eyed, she lays almost white eggs. They're almost a beige color. You can tell they're not exactly all white eggs, but she lays some good eggs too. And they all 3 lay pretty good tasting eggs, but the Orps really put out the big yolks, like a duck, so.
Well, you always can make quiche and put it in the freezer.
I actually did make quiche this week. Ham and cheese quiche with onions, and I think I threw some spinach in there. And so I made one of those for lunch. Or breakfast. It was breakfast. Yeah, it was breakfast.
They freeze up pretty good.
Yeah, I'm trying to avoid putting stuff in the freezer. I've actually been going through the older meat in there and trying to use it up, because I don't want to move a bunch of food if I buy another place and move. So that's why I'm stacking cash. I can just buy another place with cash, and then I'll get a real estate agent out here, a commercial one, and just sell it to a developer so they can develop these 6 lots, because they build like 2 or 3 houses out here a year.
Right.
And this is I could sell those 6 quarter-acre lots and for a lot more than I paid for just the place itself. When I first bought it 5 years ago, or 6 years ago, something like that. So I'm just thinking, I want to sell I could hold on to it, and probably in the next 5 years, it'd probably be worth twice or 3 times what it is. They're not going to change the prices out here. Everything's moving out this way from Spokane. There's not a lot of land available, that has existing infrastructure on it. So they got the sewer lines, they got the water lines here, they got the power pole right up to the property.
Yeah, but remember out here in the West, it's much cheaper than where you want to go.
Oh, yeah. Well, that's why I'm stacking up cash, because I'll get a little chunk of cash, and I don't want to dip into retirement, so that's why I'm just playing with play money in the casino, my stocks, in my little play account.
Right.
Because I've been stacking that money for a reason, and I decided, all this being on YouTube, I mean, it's fine and everything, but I get tired of the vicious cycle and the cutthroats, and people think they're going to be millionaires off of YouTube, and I mean,
yeah,
seriously.
Right.
Yeah. I can make $400 or $500 in a day. Is YouTube going to pay me that a day? No, probably
No,
never.
I don't think so.
Right. So
not if you have a big channel.
Yeah, you got to go on a trending now. Unicorns and rainbows,
Yeah, I don't want to do that either. The only reason I started the channel was really just to educate people on things, and how to grow gardens and how to prep and how to do this and that, some more of the technical stuff. Like if you watch my MPP solar video, I go through the entire installation as far as also making cables and what size of wires to select and stuff. So it's very informative, and it shows you how I did everything, how I set it up and why, and how to size your wires, how to configure your storage, solar storage, and what kind of batteries you want to use. And the LiPo batteries, they used to be almost $1,000 a piece. Now they've dropped down to about $350 a piece. So I bought 6 of them this year. They're much more efficient. They last longer, and they do have they're good down to what is it, minus 20C. So that would be before they'll shut off, and they have a BMS in it, which actually equalizes the voltage across the batteries. A lot of then you have to be careful buying LiPo batteries, because you have to make sure you can series up 4 of them. I was going to buy one battery, and I didn't notice that, and they said, well, you can't put these in series, and I was like, oh, I don't want them. So I canceled that order, and then because I forgot to check that, I should have checked it.
Yeah.
But some you can only put 2 in series, and then some you can put 4 in series. Otherwise, the BMS doesn't work correctly. And then, so if I want a 48 system, I bought batteries I could put into a 48 system later, because I'm almost at the point where I might just go ahead, and if there's a well on a property and there's no, there's some shack or something that I really don't want, because I don't want to go into the mortgage for like $500,000, $250,000 to lay that. No way. I'll just buy a nice little piece of land that's underdeveloped, that has no building restrictions. And if there's an old shack on there, if there's a well, that's great. But I probably would bulldoze the shack and just, buy one of those $16,000, tough shed kits, and have it delivered for $16,000 or whatever. And go with that first, little cabin thing. Just depends. I've seen some places with older houses on them, but they need a lot of work. I ain't looking to get into debt. I ain't looking to buy something. I'm looking to buy land mostly that could be usable, for ranching a lot more. And, I want some pigs, and I wouldn't mind having a couple cows, but a dairy cow probably. And I like goats, but God, you got to watch them for worms all the time.
Not really. Just don't get no pygmy goats.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of people lose goats, though, darling, on YouTube. So they're either doing something totally wrong, or I don't know.
I guess. Because I had 2 little pygmy goats. Well, I kind of inherited them, put it that way.
I think I'd probably get some Nigerians for meat.
Because the pygmy goats are a special little animal. They don't eat no weed. Little turds. No, this lady, she goes, I'm going to get me 2 goats. She had 5 acres. to take care of the weeds. So as soon as I seen these little babies, they were only about, I don't know, 9 weeks old. I told her, I said, these are not goats, those are pygmy goats. I said, you're gonna have to buy. They don't eat no weeds.
I don't know.
They don't. She want them to eat tumbleweeds and sagebrush and all that good stuff. They only eat the new shoots, the little sprouts, and milkweed and alfalfa. So she had to buy special food. So she decided she didn't want them, so I inherited them.
That's why you
They
have so
died
many
of old
monarch.
age.
That's why you have so many monarch butterflies, because you got the milkweed.
Yeah, I've got milkweed out here.
Did you all know that butterflies fly like 30 or 40,000 feet in the air when they migrate? Yep. Yeah, I watched a movie one time, and there were about this couple that were trying to break the height record for a hot air balloon, and they mentioned it in the movie. So I looked it up, and I was like, "Cool! I didn't know that."
I didn't either.
Because when they got
I
up
do
about
now.
40,000 feet up in the air, they saw a whole bunch of butterflies migrating in the sky.
Well, they don't live very long. Where are they migrating to?
Well, I don't know. I'm not a botanist.
I mean, they only live maybe
Physiologist.
36 to 40 hours at the most.
That short, really? Wow.
Yes.
Hmm.
Once they turn into a butterfly,
Mhm.
well, you got to remember their life cycle is from a cocoon to a worm.
Right.
Well, apparently they do migrate.
Back to
out
a
of Canada.
cocoon and then whatever, a butterfly.
Right.
But once they reach that butterfly, they don't live very long, just long enough to mate and do their thing, and then they kill over and die.
Well, they do migrate, so.
Weird. But they must fly fast.
Well, they get up there in the higher atmosphere. They have wind currents. They fall just like any other animal.
Well, that could be, yeah.
Birds do that. Some birds do that.
Maybe the youngsters can make it, but if they're older, I don't think they can make it. I mean, we all fall apart here.
A mile
No, I mean
up,
the freshly hatched ones. That's what I'm talking about. If they get a couple of hours old, then they can't make that flight.
Yeah.
Well, I never really cared about butterfly life cycle. Oh man.
Yeah.
Yeah, or wings don't flop anymore like they used to either.
Yeah, I'm just taking life easy. I'm not gonna, I'm at the point in my life where I'm just gonna find a nice piece of property and just have fun and do what I want to do. I already do what I want to do anyway, so the kid's already raised. She's almost 20, so challenge there is to get her driver's license and get her bank account set up and get her going. And she can draw, so she can sit at home and do graphic design and all that stuff. She's really good at that.
Right.
We got a letter when she was 15 from Jody Heiss over there in Georgia. That was our representative for Congress, and apparently some of her stuff was her artwork was going to the halls of Congress to be displayed for that year. So, yeah, she's got a pretty good, she's that good. She can draw anything. She can paint. And it all costs me money for all the art supplies and all that stuff, of course. So she's got a sketch pad I got for her that she can draw on that, and it interfaces with her laptop, so she can do her Adobe CS stuff, and draw in Photoshop and Illustrator and stuff like that. Yeah, and she could free hand draw Legos and stuff like that. And that's, if you can do stuff like that, you can make money anywhere.
Right.
So I told her, she doesn't want to sell her artwork, and I'm like, you gotta do something for a living, She's one of these Generation Xers or whatever the hell they are, millennials, whatever. Wants to sit in her room and live off of me, I guess. So motivation is getting her independent, and
right.
It's just the way it is. Kids don't want to drive anymore nowadays either. So
crazy.
Maybe get her a horse. Get her out into the nature.
Well, I'd like to get a horse, but they cost a lot of money, and I got to get a bigger place to get a horse. I could have a horse. I could put a corral out back and put a horse in there, but then I got to feed the stupid thing. I got to go in the Cheney every
Well,
week.
it's not just feeding us, taking care of it.
Yeah, a lot of work.
They get a little bit spendy.
Yeah, and I don't want to pay a feed bill for hay. No.
Hey.
If I got a bigger place, yeah, I'd probably get a horse.
Now you'd be better off with a mule.
Yeah, they can haul a lot more stuff than a...
They can haul them there. If you need to head up to the mountains for some reason, they will go anywhere where a horse will not.
Yeah, basically a riding horse is not worth very much unless you're bringing them for,
Right.
They just eat a lot. Shit, probably better off with a couple of donkeys.
Donkeys are too stubborn.
Yeah.
But donkeys, would be good.
Yeah, I haven't done much horse riding since I was a kid. We used to ride horses all the time because the neighbors next door in Montana had them, so we could just go and pretty much call them up to the haystack and get on them and ride them bareback over the place,
Have a good one. See you later, Bex.
But I'd like to raise some hogs, and chickens are easy. Rabbits are easy.
I got rabbits and chickens.
Yeah. If somebody's going to start with one of the most easiest animals, it's probably going to be a chicken or a rabbit. All I can say about the rabbit
is the best meat you can buy, so high in protein and all good stuff. You feed them good, you got good meat.
Yeah, and the only thing you got to worry about is worms, so you make sure that you change their bedding out a lot.
I'm not worried about. They don't have a bedding. They live on the ground. These turds.
So
They're
you
running
just let them,
loose.
You just let them free
Yeah, they're
range
pinned
mostly?
up. Yeah, they've got a big pen.
Mhm.
They're not caged up, and they
Right.
dig underground. I throw some straw out there, and they pack it underneath. Underground.
Actually, Strange Skies, a boomer is anybody from 1964 and older. They redesignated boomers. So I'm a boomer.
You a boomer?
Yeah, I'm a boomer. Boom, boom.
You boom. You boomer.
Wow. Hey, Strange
I gotta go
Skies, how you doing?
I gotta go check on the ribs. I'll be right back.
Uh-huh. Hello, Strange Skies. Did somebody fall asleep? Hello up there. Hey, blink, blink.
Still
Blink,
there?
blink is not budging. Hey, blinkety blink.
My dog has been snoring.
Ah, sure. Blame it on the dog.
Well, he's awake right now. Hey, buddy. There he goes. I'm sorry, man. I'm doing some figuring over here. Working with the crunching some numbers. It's very taxing, so I can only do one thing at a time. Now my cousin was staying up late. Wanted me to send him some links to prices on bottles, spray bottles, and shrink bands and that kind of thing, labels. Oh man, it's too late to be doing that. But I'm not asleep just yet.
Yeah.
My dog has been though. He's got
How is
seriously.
Mama doing?
She's good now. She's well, I don't know. She may be taking a nap, but she's doing real well.
Well, good.
She said hello to everybody. Well, I guess you heard her earlier.
No, I wasn't up there yet.
Oh, okay. Well, she did say hello to everyone.
What? You give her a kiss and a hug from me.
You know I'll do it. She is she's a force of nature, Darlene. You really would like her. She'd like you.
Oh, I believe it.
She really would. She really would. She's talked to, I don't know how many of my YouTube friends, quite a few actually, on the phone, and she's an amazing, good grief, man. The fact that she's still here at her age, for one thing, is incredible, but she's still coherent and not in a nursing home, and so
Well, that's
you'd
good.
like her. She's a character, and she's got one of the most well-read Bibles you'll ever see in your life. I'm gonna have to do a video on that because it's pretty funny. It really is. I enjoy
the Bible?
Yeah, her Bible is just so, she's read it and underlined it, and it's held together with Scotch tape and rubber bands and prayer. Literally.
Well used.
Yes, it is. I enjoyed Dude's Bible that he was showing last night. That was a really pretty, that old Bible he had on Sasquatch.
On Sasquatch's stream, Earl?
Yeah, Earl, right. Thanks.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was unbelievable, from the 1800s. But I usually read my grandmother's Bible, and that's from 1928. And it's pretty good. It's got some, nice illustrations and whatnot.
Right.
And just the fact that, she read it is, that's obviously cool. 6 more years, it'll be 100 years old. So, but anyway, yeah, I'm just kind of hanging out, and I can't believe my cousin, he's an hour ahead of me. Well, I guess the weekend, he normally gets up really early and goes to bed early, but he's just interested in this project I got going, and he has some expertise in different areas, sales and whatnot, and so he wanted me to run some numbers and links by him.
Where are you at anyway?
Me, Birmingham, Alabama.
Oh, that's right, Alabama.
The buckle of the Bible Belt, as they say.
Right, Alabama.
I
forgot all about Alabama.
Well, you can't forget about Alabama, but
No, I sure can't forget about Alabama.
There's,
Did you live all your life in Birmingham?
The majority of it. I was out west for a little while, but Now I've done a lot. I did do quite a bit of traveling, just playing music. But for the most part, yeah, I've lived here.
Oh.
The people, I almost moved to California, but obviously now I'm glad I didn't. But I was blessed in what I had going on here, and the people are cool, and so I just ended up mostly staying here.
That's good. Let's see. I lived 1 year in Alabama in Mobile.
Who did?
I did.
Oh, did you really? In Mobile?
Mobile, yeah. On the
When,
outskirts of Mobile.
when was that?
19. When was it? 68?
Okay. I've been there a few times for sure. Played music down there,
Yeah, about 15 miles from Dauphin Island Bay.
Been to Dauphin Island. Had a pretty crazy adventure or two on Dauphin Island. Yeah. Weathered a pretty good storm there one night with a bottle of 151. That's another story.
That's another story, huh?
I got a lot of stories, man. I really do.
See, I'm looking for a girlfriend of mine. We were good friends, and her name was Lynette Williams.
Lynette Williams.
Mm-hmm.
And she was from Birmingham?
No, she was. I'm not sure. Because she lived 3 houses down from Morningside Drive from us.
Well, now there's a Morningside Drive here in Birmingham, but you're talking about Mobile.
Yeah.
Okay, I wouldn't know about that. I played at a little bar that was located right by the right across from the Civic Center. There were like a cobblestone street, but now this may be they probably built this long after you were there. So yeah, I would think.
All right.
But the weather is dense down there and humid, and
Oh, don't I know?
but that's how it is here. It's nice outside now, man.
Talking about Dothan, Alabama?
Birmingham, Alabama.
Oh, I know Birmingham, but Dothan's down by the border.
Oh
Georgia.
yeah, Dothan.
So,
Yes, I
yeah.
have some family from Dothan. Yeah.
Yeah, I always
No, I
like
was saying lived in Mobile.
Say again.
I said I lived in Mobile.
Yeah, for a year in '68, right? I was
Yeah.
I don't know, 11 in '68. So I guess I missed you. I didn't go down there. The first time I went to Mobile was actually my senior year in high school. We went down there. I was in the Key Club. You guys still? Okay, and I went down there with a dude, Alan Hunter, who was one of the first VJs on MTV. He and I went to school together, and we put on a little show down in Mobile. First time I ever visited. I played for, man, there must have been probably 1,000 people in the audience, and that cured my stage fright for life. So that was my memory. I have great memories of Mobile. But only been there a couple of times. I hear it's pretty decrepit these days.
I don't know how it looks like nowadays.
I wouldn't either, but that's what I hear anyway. This is Alabama, man. What can you say? They'll just flip us around backward on the map. Make us face Mississippi. But there are some good people here, some pretty. We got the Cahaba River, one of the most biologically diverse rivers on the planet, and some beautiful area up north of here, up near the Tennessee, state line.
Yeah, I've been on that interstate that runs through Georgia, Alabama, and whatever. That you know what I'm talking about. Goes down through Huntsville.
Yeah, and the Appalachian Trail, kind of blends into our area. Kind of starts not far from here, and I've hiked a good bit of that, different little stretches of that, and it's what you do with where you are, I reckon.
Yeah, I just don't like all the tornadoes.
We do have those.
You get a
tornadoes, hurricane.
Yeah, it's nothing quite like Oklahoma, but it's there, man. I remember, we've had some pretty gnarly. I've seen just gigantic pine trees just get slowly blown over, and just yank up boulders with them. Just massive root, just like blown over like nothing.
Yep. Used to sit over in Georgia all the time and watch the storm front right over to Alabama every time.
Yeah, man, you could use it back in the day, before the weather started, moving backwards. You pretty much count on storms moving west to east. And one night we played a gig in Mississippi years ago, and it was really before, you had computer widespread, everybody alert on their phone, and we got caught in a storm where we were literally, like, I love you guys, literally, rain going sideways, you can't pull over 2-lane highway. But anyway, we outran the storm and got back here to Birmingham, and I had time to unpack and then see the exact same storm roll through here. So I was in the same storm twice. That was kind of unusual. But yeah, we do have them here, man. Powerful stuff.
What's that town that NASCAR was at that one year, and then
that's Talladega.
Talladega, that's right. I went through that the day before that thing hit.
Yeah, that was wow. That was a big one, man, for sure. Big one.
I remember leaving Joplin, Missouri, a couple days before that big one hit too, and I came back a couple days after it hit, and was like, shit, it was torn up.
It's crazy. It's crazy.
South Carolina, you can be driving, going to what is called Augusta, Georgia, from South Carolina. That stretch across there.
Mm-hmm.
You can be driving across there, and all of a sudden you'll get hit with a wall of water, and it doesn't matter how fast your windshield wipers are going. That thing, you can't see nothing.
Yeah, that's true. You really, it will overwhelm your wipers. It sure will. We've had to turn on the air conditioning and in January, and it's just crazy here, man. It's crazy everywhere, but
yeah, I remember one night over there in Georgia. I lived over towards Athens. We had a tornado in the middle of December at night, just jumped over the top of our house and hit the state park a couple miles away, a mile away or something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, just crazy.
I got interested in the weather. I remember being a little kid, maybe 4 years old, and this was before, advanced weather warning, and we were at a dinner theater, and a tornado just roared right over the roof. I'll never forget that. But it made me interested, it piqued my interest, and then my mom and dad, thank God, would take me and my sister out onto the lawn when I was just 3 years old to watch meteor showers. So got me looking up, interested in things above my head at a very early age. So, but the weather here, man, the other day we had a storm. I heard thunder that sounded different from anything I've ever heard. I can't describe it, but I'm a very, very attuned to sounds. It's just frequencies are my gig, and something different about it. You want crazy weather, man? Come down here, go to Florida. It can be sunny in the morning in Florida, and it'll dump, 3 inches of rain, and then go back to being perfectly sunny, half an hour later.
Oh yeah, in Florida, it could be clear skies, and 15 minutes later you get poured in the parking lot. I've been there. I used to make a run between Savannah and Miami all day long, back and forth.
That's a drive.
I was in a semi truck, and I was on a dedicated run, so I worked for about 2.5 weeks, and then when I got back to Savannah, it's like time to go home for a day and a half and to Georgia, and then back out after my rest. Pay good though.
That's
Don't
a
complain about
long
the money.
drive, man.
Oh,
How far was that? I'm trying to estimate it.
Well, you can drive it in one day.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm trying to think.
300 or 400 miles, something like that. I forget exactly.
Oh, I thought it was a little more. Okay.
Maybe it is. It's a good 8-hour.
Yeah. Well, Atlanta used to be fun, but that was way, way back in the day. I've had family there too, and I can't stand to drive over there anymore.
Yeah, it's a pit. I don't like going to downtown at all. I mean, it's I don't even like Decula anymore. It's not even a nice place, even though that's it got real expensive in Decula.
Underground Atlanta, it was fun for a while. I don't know. It is what it is. But yes, come to Alabama for the weather if you're into it. I love good storms, so it's okay by me. But I think the weather is ramping up exponentially, so I think it's
well,
going to be
yeah. The Grand Solar minimums, it's
Yeah.
with the point where it's choppy on the jet stream. So
Yeah, sure
we're
enough.
gonna have all kinds of fun, especially in the middle of the country. So it's just gonna be constant. You're gonna see a lot of weird weather. You might even see a lot of lightning and plasma in the sky here. In
That's
the
what
next
they
couple of days.
say. It's already, that's increasing too. It really is. Well, they had a storm in Australia that just set a record a couple of days ago. 2 million strikes within. Oh, it's crazy, man. I can't remember, but that was just a couple of days ago.
Yeah, what is it, Mozambique or whatever it is in Africa that has one valley that gets so much lightning? It's just like constant.
Yeah. It's. I don't think it's over with yet, and then not to mention all the, a lot of people, all the meteors, fireballs, all that's really been exponentially ramping up too.
Oh yeah, I can't wait for all this stuff to start falling out of the sky, and they're making all kinds of excuses for it.
I think it's going to be a shit show, man, before it's all said and done. I really do. And that's, I'm a big meteor guy, so that's all right with me. I think we're going to really, really, people are going to start seeing things they can't really deny anymore.
Yeah, it's just where you pre-position yourself, because it's just, they have all these wild theories, and this is a 2,500 year reset for the planet cycle, so to speak. And I'm just interested to see what it's going to look like, and I don't think a lot of people are going to be around to see it, especially if they took the juice.
I couldn't agree more. It's going to be interesting no matter what happens. It's really going to be, I believe it's going to be incredibly interesting. It's maddening to see the decisions that have gone down and how people just follow along. But at the same time, we're in some interesting days.
Yeah, you're always going to have a majority of the people being sheeple, so there's not much you can do about it, I guess.
Yeah. Well,
I'm just really wondering how far they're going to push it. I mean, they've already gone to ridiculous on everything anyway.
It's further than I could have imagined it. Not surprising, but still. I got to hand it to them. What an incredible, like we were talking about, what an incredibly well thought out plan. You got to hand them that, man. You have to, but it sucks. It really does, man. I've lost friends, you know, because they rolled up their sleeves and I did. Just completely friends I've known all my freaking life, man. Just okay,
Yeah.
buddy. All right, that's on you, my man. But you know, that's just all by design, man.
I keep hearing about it every day from people. Oh, the so and so just passed away. Like chicken prepper died about 3 or 4 days ago, and
wow,
I just keep hearing it. People say, "Well, my brothers and sisters got the juice, and they're dead now."
Yeah,
a month or two, and it's like, and it's obvious that the juice is not working. So,
it's amazing, but they're just getting away with still, like it's the only choice to make, and there's so much information, so much negative. It's I don't know, it's diabolical, man.
Yeah, I've never got the flu shot either, and I didn't.
Neither did I, except the one time, like I said, in the hospital, and 2 days later, the only one time in my life, and I was sick as a dog, and that's the only time I've had the flu in 2 decades. Seriously.
Yeah, I don't get sick. Maybe
I
once
don't
in a
catch
decade.
colds. I just don't.
People cough on me, and I don't get sick.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what.
I've always hated needles, so I just naturally never got it because of that reason.
Well, that's one good reason. I never had really. I just like screw that, man. I've been looking into. I had a product I was going to sell in health food stores some years back, and I've mentioned this, but the owner just made a casual comment. Like the FDA, man, if they had the manpower, they'd shut you down tomorrow. I'm like, what are you talking about? I was still, naive, thinking, oh, they're really out. And I was like, wait a minute. And I've been looking into that stuff for a long, long time. What's in that special sauce, and it's just not good, man. It's not, and this is a whole different ball game, obviously.
Yep.
So screw it, man. No freaking way, man. I'm just worried, that my family, I don't know. I don't want to worry about things that haven't happened, but they're so pro medicine, and like I said, they're two of the most unhealthy people I've ever seen. It seems like, okay, you're the poster child for medicine. Why aren't you healthy? Don't, I mean, I don't know, man. It's crazy. But
like that doctor I was playing before, he was saying it's going to be 1 in 2 kids have autism.
There you go.
What is that?
There you go.
That's insane.
But it's, what was it in the 70s, Bob? Like 1 in like maybe 5, not even 5%, man. And yeah, in just a few years, they say 50-50. That's just not, that's unacceptable, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's unacceptable. I don't know. But like, it's hard for people to get their head around what these people in control are really like, man. And I get it. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? Oh, well, that's a good question, damn it. I wish I had an easy answer. They're just evil fucking narcissists, and that's what they do. That's, they don't care, man. They have no empathy. They don't care. It's just not how they're wired, man. They don't give a damn. They don't.
Look at all the countries.
It's right in front of it's just, they're coming out of the woodwork, man. They're above the law. They're completely above the law. Just,
we need our own round table.
It's just people. Look, man. At this point, if people can't see this shit and wake up, they just don't want to wake up. They don't want to be ostracized by their peers. They don't want to be afraid of that. Maybe it's true, but there's just too much, to me, just concrete evidence. All you got to do is look around. But I don't know. Great deception. What? I believe that's part of it. I really do. People just can't just freaking blind, man. It's just not that hard to see all this. It's just not.
Well, not for the 40 and 50-year-olds.
Yeah, that's true.
On the average, according to YouTube statistics.
So, sometimes they say, "Oh, the kids, they're awake." I don't know about that, man. I've met a couple that are. They're wide ass awake, but most of them are, I don't know, cell phone absorbed. What would you, they're just not.
Oh yeah, everybody has their face in their phone.
God.
I used to be one of them too, but I was always on
just-
YouTube researching or something,
When I saw that little baby, I was in the store, man, and the register was down, and I saw this little baby that couldn't have been 3 years old with a little baby tablet. It's just never a minute. And we were there for a long time, and I was back far enough to where, I kind of keep an eye without being obvious, and never a moment of, oh, look at that color. What's, no human interaction. It's like, man, freaking child abuse,
That's what they do.
But
Here, have the computer. Here, have a tablet. Here, have a phone.
Why not? Go ahead and get it microchip. Just screw having a phone. Just get it in your body, man. Why not?
Might as well.
But hey, I'm just glad that I lived the majority of my life when I did, man. At least the illusion of freedom, whatever. None of this brother against brother. People wouldn't have acted this way 20 years ago. No freaking way, man. No way.
No, it's going to get worse.
No way. Yeah, it sure is. I hate to see people just getting ripped apart by shit that just shouldn't even be a factor, man.
Waste of energy, time.
Exactly. A waste of energy. They could be using it, directing it so much more positive ways. Absolutely, man. It's all an energy deal. It's all frequency deal. It's all an energy deal. Hey, but anyway, it's good to preach to the choir here and there. Get an amen every once in a while.
Amen.
I get tired of, like, you're an idiot, man. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, tell me how long you've been looking into this subject, and you're, okay, and then I'll believe you. But I've been looking into this for, I don't know, however long. At least don't, because you don't believe it. Anyway, don't get me. I'm sorry, guys. I get wound up.
Well, a lot of times I come back with, because most people don't have any research, and that's what I'll say. I said, a lot of people have a lot to say with zero research. They're right back in their face.
Yeah, it's like my sister, well, I've looked into it to my satisfaction. Well, okay.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a difference in looking in, okay, but that's a whole different ballgame. That's a whole different level, man. If you're calling people stupid for not making a choice about not doing something, then you obviously haven't looked into it. Your satisfaction is not good enough. Not to get the whole picture.
Probably still has cable.
And you're a school teacher. This person, like, come on, man.
Wow.
The first, I remember senior year, like I've said this before, but not one, but two of my teachers, first thing out of their mouth, man, question everything. It's like, okay, I can dig it. That's just not. Well, now this was the 70s, but it ain't like that anymore.
Except for this thing.
Right. Thank
and
God.
And we're not going to be responsible. We got a blanket, amnesty for any lawsuits, so they don't have to sit there and say it may do this, may do that, like other stuff. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
How long do you? How do you ever see them on their commercials? Do a disclaimer? No.
Right.
And they get away with making all this. I wish I bought Moderna stock. I didn't buy Moderna or Pfizer. I wish I did when I first started, because that would have been a boatload of money.
Wow.
Yeah, you would have been rich.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I made a boatload of money on AMC too, by the way. So I made $35 a share on the average profit on the.
That's not bad.
On the shares I bought, yeah, profit. So that turned out pretty well. But
did you say AMC? Not sure.
Yeah.
The car corporation?
No, the AMC theaters.
Oh, okay.
You probably would have made out.
Well, off of Pacer sales. I was like, wow. Okay,
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
I got you.
Drop. You probably would have made
Right
out
on.
better with the mask stock and the masks, because it seems like
I was going to say that same thing, man. Very same thing.
Needles and syringes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I only started investing like in February, so I kind of was on the back burner for some of the stock. You know, you don't chase a stock. You have to do your due diligence and research what you're doing and where you think it's going to go, and then that's what you invest in. For long-term investments, I got like, you know, Walmart and all that stuff in my retirement accounts. You know, my Vanguard, the computer shares, the what do you call that one? TD Ameritrade and stuff like that. All those retirement accounts have, you know, long-term stocks, and as far as for like dividends and stuff like that. But AMC was just a swing trade, just like a lot of the stocks I do now. They're just swing trades. I'm going to hold them for a certain point to where it hits what I want it to hit. I'm cashing out.
Don't know anything about it.
Yeah, and you know, honestly, you want to when you have like when you go to do like an IRA, you want to start rolling some of that into a Roth. You know, little by little, little by little, little by little every year. Just there's a really great video on that one for actual investments, and it's not exactly the Dave Ramsey approach, because I don't really agree with all what he says. I mean, he starts off with a good financial system where you can start building wealth, but to a certain point, do you really want to work until you're 65 before you retire? No. So there's other ways to retire.
Yep.
One of those ways is if you don't work for somebody else blindly. You may want to work for yourself if you can. Because when you're the boss, you get the money. And
they're destroying that too, though.
Yeah.
You know, it's not like it used to be.
Well, it's like this state over here in Washington State. They tried to pass a capital gains tax on anything you make over $250,000 on. You know, for like stock, they want to tax you on capital gains for state taxes, and it's against the state constitution, so they're gonna have to wiggle around and try to figure that one out.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Do what they want.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I'm behind enemy lines. That's for sure. You know, I'm just as screwed as you, Bob. You're in New York, so.
Yeah.
I guess it's where you want to be and what you want to do. I mean, honestly, I just want a more simpler life and yeah, Vanguard and BlackRock own almost everything. I know it.
Yeah, Mr. Bob needs to get out of New York.
I'm planted.
My main goal is just to go towards more of a like forever property and just raise and know what's in my own food. Be happy doing that.
Exactly.
And taking life easy and maybe trade stocks down the road. And I don't know. I've always wanted to go back and start doing some more carpentry, like making furniture and stuff, because I used to make furniture when I was a kid. One of my sisters still has one of the pieces I made in her front living room. She never got rid of it. I made it out of oak and everything. Little stand.
I'm not going anywhere, Darlene.
Not going nowhere?
No, I'm all set, established, good to go. I don't want to start all over again.
He'll just wait out the crazies, you know.
Yep. Gonna do whatever. It is what it is.
Too bad I can't show you a picture of those ribs I pulled out of the oven. I started slicing
about them.
Yeah. I did take a picture of them though. So
nice.
I just don't know how I can share it. So whatever. It's just I like to send people food pictures so I can starve them to death. It's my one way of torturing people. I do that. I send my sisters and my sister-in-laws pictures of my food I cook all the time, especially around lunchtime when I know they're going to be eating lunch. So they're probably eating some dry sandwich or something they picked up, at a fast food joint. And you put a picture like that out there and they just go, oh my God, I can't believe it. It's like, So yeah, I have my perks. I actually am evil in a certain way. I can't help it. Yeah, I just, I really think they were getting down to the wire where they're going to have to start a war. So guys, really think about that. I think they're just itching to start something.
Yeah. See a lot of, I don't know, a lot of info pointing towards like the beginning of next year. Bam.
Yeah, well, somebody's giving Ukraine a bunch of Stinger missiles, that an infantryman can point and shoot at, like helicopters, jets, and tanks and everything else. And so we're arming them up pretty big time. We're not giving them blankets this time. So
Who knows who's running what lately? I'm answering strange skies.
yeah, Vanguard and BlackRock own a lot of real estate in this country, and they own a lot of, those are the two big type of hedge fundy type things. You know what I'm saying? They're the two biggest.
China.
No, Vanguard and BlackRock.
Yeah.
Yeah. They can dump stock and they can pump stock. Let me put it that way, just by buying and selling it on a large scale. And I expect them to start dumping more real estate, BlackRock especially, because they're going to have to. This next quarter, they're going to have to actually show some, dividend stuff for their stocks, and there a lot of the. I really think that, like the last housing crisis that we had, what a lot of people don't know about the last housing crisis is that a lot of the commercial real estate was covered and supplemented by the federal government and a program that they had. Otherwise, we would have seen a lot of commercial real estate collapse too back then, not just housing. And with this, the crisis in China is much worse than people realize. The last time that China devaluated its currency was so that it could actually take a lot of the companies over there that were going bankrupt and redo their loans. So the devaluation of the yuan had to be done. But I can pretty much tell you that what's going to go on this next time, because they're already in a financial crunch, and statistically they owe more. They have more debt than the United States does, and they're really running against the wall with all these stops of shipment and stuff like that, and all this slowed down supply rate. They're not moving the product through, and when you think of what they did, we build something here, then when it gets to the peak of production, we farm it out to another country like we did Japan back in the 80s. And then we put the brakes on our own economy, and guess who their biggest clients are that buy their products? It's the United States of America. So if they got all that stuff sitting offshore and they got all this stuff stacked in their factories, and they spend a lot of money to build those factories, and the profit margin is so minuscule that if there's something disrupts that, they go bankrupt. And you're seeing the same thing that we did to tariffs on Japan. They're purposely, in my opinion, doing this to China so they can actually bankrupt them. So what happens is that once it gets to our shores, they're so desperate for cash, they dump it for pennies on the dollars, and somebody's making a hell of a lot of money off of that. So China's the next victim of our economic system.
Mm-hmm.
Just like we did Japan in the 80s. And how they react to it is another story. With the massive amount of food they're buying and storing, I don't know. It's pretty much to keep their own population from revolting. So, and I don't know how much longer to keep it up before they collapse or start a war. because when you get in trouble, the economic system is not what you worry about. The old world, which is what Mr. Putin believes in, and in a lot of these other countries, is conquest. When you get in trouble, you pick your weakest neighbor and you go over and take his crap and feed your people their stuff. And, of course, you take as many slaves as you can too, because they're money too. Human beings are worth money in societies like that. They believe in conquest. They don't believe in economic this and that. They never did. Neither does Putin. So when you get in trouble, you go and take the other guy's stuff that's weakest next to you and distribute it to your people to keep them from revolting on you. We're going to see a lot of that with these supply chain strain across the world, in my opinion.
Yeah, every year see more and more, getting worse and worse and worse.
Well, I'm ready for bed. I'm going to eat a rib first before I go to bed because I want one now. I can't wait till tomorrow for lunch. I want one now. It's my ribs and I want them now. So
enjoy.
Yep. But I'm getting tired, so I'm just going to drop off. You guys have a great day.
You too. Thanks for chilling.
Good night, man.
Yeah.
Good night, Drops.
Got 5.5 hours. I was only planning on doing a couple hours. But it was fun. It was good. Good to see you guys.
Enjoyed it very much.
Yep.
I hope you make it a regular thing.
I'm gonna make it more regular. I just can't tell you exactly what days it's gonna be. So when I pop on, and hopefully get notified. But probably not.
I usually check, but I don't see you, so today I didn't.
Yeah. But you can shoot me an email. Both of you, you can just shoot me an email.
Okay.
Will do. And I think I may just throw a bunch of postage stamps. It's hard for me to get to the post office, but I do. I got something to send you.
Look, don't even worry about it, really.
No, man, I really want. I'm very interested in you checking this stuff out. It's no big deal, really. It's not. I want you to check some of this stuff out, man. So it is not a problem.
Okay, sounds good.
Hello,
hey,
baby.
How you doing, baby?
Yeah, that's another one that gets attacked.
Yeah.
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 It's funny, like everybody that I used to get notified before I took my long break, like now I don't see anyone. Even if I go see who's live, I don't see anybody anymore. Like I don't know if the channels were shut down or what. Like everybody's gone.
It really is. It's hard to find people even in a direct search, man.
So it's crazy. Not just me. Everything changed.
Oh yeah. People just got downright mean.
Crazy. You want to pop up, baby, before I end it?
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah,
yep, I don't know why either.
Bring it on.
Oh.
Bring it on, BB.
Get here, buddy. Come here. Oh. Yeah, get down here.
I think he just don't like ladies. That's all I can figure out.
Is it one or is it just a bunch of people? I thought it was like bunch of people. Everyone's just going after each other. Like, what the hell's going on?
Hey guys,
Hello, how you doing?
Hello.
you can hear me good?
Yep.
Yes.
Awesome. Hi, Darlene.
Hello, baby.
Long time.
Yeah, long time. How you doing?
Yeah. How long you been on?
5.5 hours.
Damn, I'm a little late, just a little.
I was too.
Yeah. Okay.
At least you made it. That's cool.
What was the topics you guys just talking about a whole bunch of different stuff?
Oh, we talk about everything.
Yeah.
But what's going on with you?
Well, I mean, I was sick for like 2 weeks,
Mm.
but I'm good now. I feel great. Yeah, it was just weird. I'm like, I'm never gonna get sick. This ain't nothing. And I'm like, whoa, it just hit me. My grandma got me sick though, because she was sick. But it's literally like the flu. So I didn't go to the doctor. I didn't have to do anything. I just took some zinc and, rested. That's it.
Amazing.
I missed maybe 2 days of work. That's it. Just because I felt like I didn't feel like going to work. It wasn't like I was like so sick to the point where I couldn't function. No, it was just because I'm like, I just want to sleep. Relax.
Yep. You just want to sleep and sleep and sleep.
Yeah, I was just tired, and that's like the best. Just rest and just,
Let the immune system work.
Kitty, kitty, kitty.
Mm-hmm.
Kitty.
Well,
at least you didn't dehydrate it.
No. Mm-mm. I drink a lot of water all the time, so.
No, she's talking about my dehydrator.
I'm so sorry. I'm like, I just was thinking maybe you were talking about because I was sick.
Well, you too. I mean, no.
He's trying to dehydrate my cat because I was dehydrated.
Bob was dehydrating everything after he got I bet you he even did worms.
No.
Crunchy little worms.
No.
Who's in the
Strange
chat?
Skies was sick too.
Strange Skies, good to see you. Oh, hi, Drop.
Enjoying a rib.
Yeah, it was last year. I was sitting here. I didn't go on the panel, but I was sitting here shivering and listening to Mr. Bob.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Oh, I was sicker than a dog. I didn't know if I was going to live or die.
Wow.
Oh, man. I just had a friend tell me that his friend's fiance she was put in an induced coma.
Oh.
Wow.
And I'm like, whoa, are you serious? Like, it's that bad? And they said that, she's got like a double lung. I'm like, it's got to be pneumonia. It's like pneumonia with something
double
else.
pneumonia probably.
Yeah. So.
And that's all what that.
No chronic illnesses before that?
No. Young woman, like 42. Weird. Yeah, it was weird. I'm like, damn.
Yeah, and the more you stay down, the worse it gets. You got to get up, move around.
Exactly. Yeah. Yep. That's very true with lung issues like that. Laying in a bed is not going to do anything for you.
Nope. And I think this was this thing there that they call the plague. I think that's what it's all about myself.
Do you really think that it was, like man-made and
I think it's man-made. Absolutely.
I feel the same way. I feel like they released something into the air and it's just spreading.
But what I think it's just a double pneumonia, worse a cold.
I don't think it's so much anything
I
was
don't even,
released.
I don't even know at this point. There's so many different symptoms with different people. It's like one person,
Our
like with
our
me, it was just a flu. That's all it felt like.
our
So I
immune
don't,
systems are under attack every
yeah.
day, every minute, every second. You know, it's everywhere. I seen that
Right.
we're exposed to 10,000 toxins a day, anywhere from shampoo, deodorants, toothpaste, dish soaps, laundry soaps, your clothes, the air, the water, the food.
Yeah.
Now they're spraying us like bugs.
And it all attacks our liver that has in between 500 and 600 functions. And when the liver starts having problems, not a doctor, not giving advice or anything, I'm just someone what I
Mhm.
read. And if your liver is overworked and too toxic, then it could raise your blood pressure. It could cause a lot of these ailments that we get medications for just to suppress that symptom instead of fixing the problem, which would probably be something like a natural doctor would tell you is maybe
Exactly.
water fasting and
Mhm.
detoxing, stuff like that.
I know.
Just a
It's
thought.
really sad
But
how they
I
promote
think, and you know, I mean,
more bad things for you.
as soon as you're born, you get a shot, right?
Yeah, I know. I don't get it.
And the kids nowadays not only have the Common Core and all this new stuff that we didn't have when we were kids. You know, I mean, this crazy stuff.
I know. I mean, a lot of them are not even back in school, but that's the thing. I mean, I don't even think school's good for them, but it's just like they're so used to it. It's really affecting them academically, and a lot of them are dropping. Their grades are dropping. They're failing. It's sad. But it's like a domino effect. All of this, a huge domino effect.
Yep.
By design.
And
Yeah.
another thing I've been thinking too. I don't know. If I'm just someone who thinks. Maybe I don't know. This thing in the arm. Those ones will actually be the survivors, and the are going to be ones that are eliminated. Obviously.
I honestly have no idea. I don't know anymore.
I don't
I
know.
don't know anything anymore. I'm like, it's the unknown is really just frustrating.
Well, they're
Really
going after
frustrating.
the right?
Mm-hmm.
They definitely are. I mean, they're trying their hardest and they're very desperate. They're really desperate. I mean,
Yes, they are.
they
And we're
changed their stories up once again. They're changing everything again. It's like it's unbelievable.
Well, like today they
Unbelievable.
said, well, it will never go away. So you got to get vaccinated ever so often, just like the flu shot. Uh-huh. They can keep it.
Oh yeah, I'm not going nowhere near that thing.
Me neither.
No way. I'm not. I will figure something out. But with my job, I was told that, oh, we accept religious exemptions. So
Well, that's
so
good.
far, so far I'm okay, but that can
so
change,
far,
you know what I mean?
right?
The
So
only
far.
reason why they said that was because, oh, Biden's not mandating it right now. So I'm like, oh, okay. But it's so
He
crazy
can't
because
mandate nothing.
anything, exactly. They cannot. They cannot.
They are,
Never.
because a lot of these corporations and companies are complying to the state mandate. So it's your choice if you want to stay or go.
I
Be
go.
enforced.
It's terrible because,
It
I
is
work in
terrible.
the medical field, not with patients. I'm more administrative. But, the medical side, clinical side, so many got jabbed. I mean, thousands, you know what I mean? And they're all thinking, oh, they're going to lose their job, they're going to lose their job. But then they're like, oh, it's not mandatory right now, so don't worry about it. But they literally for a whole year was like, you got to get it, you got to get it, and then all of a sudden they're like, oh, you guys, you know, it's not mandated, it's not mandatory right now. It's like, what are you saying? I'm just like, all those people who didn't want to get it got it thinking they could possibly lose their job, got it for no reason. And that was definitely, on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
They scared them into it, and
So many people died when they got it. That's the whole thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Or
Yeah.
maimed.
It's wild. I don't understand.
Who was it? I think it was Carolina Skywatcher's mama. Do you know her?
Oh gosh.
No.
I haven't seen. I don't even know if I'm subbed. I don't know. I don't think so. But it sounds familiar.
Anyway,
But there's a lot of Skywatchers that I
yeah,
watch.
South Carolina Skywatcher.
Okay.
Well, her mama passed away of it. She was perfectly fine. She just went into the hospital. She had a little sniffle. They forced her mother to get the thing, and her mama was dead.
Crazy.
Oh my goodness.
It's just hard to believe. I understand suppression, but there's just so much coming out about this. I just don't know how they can keep every bit of it under wraps.
You know why? Because it's other people. It's other people just doing their job. It's not the enemy.
I know, right? They have all these, right? Like,
Using us against us.
yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, but
And
they
that's the
could say
thing.
they could take that liquid if somebody says no, they don't want it, and just let it drain out right beside their arm.
Yeah,
I know. I always think about that too. Like, why aren't people just doing that? You know what I
Right.
mean? Like,
I mean, you could always pretend if you're a nurse or a doctor, whatever, and say, okay, but, put it bypass your arm and just.
but then you got the ones that are so brainwashed and they're like,
Yeah.
oh, how dare you tell me to do that? They get so offensive and defensive about it. Like, how dare you tell me how to do my job and stuff like that? Because they
I
think they're
don't care
doing
if you.
something good.
Right. It's your body, your choice. If you want to go for it. I'm not going to put you down for it. I just say be careful.
Yeah.
One guy walked in with a prosthetic arm, and he nearly got away with it. He really did. Yes. I wish I could find that link. It's hilarious, but they just noticed a little pallor or something on his skin, but he nearly got away with it.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
I would do that, man, in a heartbeat. Whatever I could. I mean, whatever it would take.
Yeah, I know.
Man.
I just want to say, Strange Skies, I've been good, and I hope you're doing well. It's just stupid. It's just stupid. Everything, all of it. Ugh. I'm so tired of it.
And everybody's acting so strange. At each other's throats and insulting people and attacking people.
Oh yeah, I know, isn't it? it's really what's the word I'm looking for? I mean, it's a little scary because I see stuff on the internet, and
Yeah.
people are just very hateful now, more hateful than before. Very hateful. I mean, gosh, it's just like you walk into anywhere you're going, and
Right.
I don't see faces, and that's not normal. And I don't, I smile at somebody, but I don't know if they're smiling back. It's like, how do you go on like that? Like, just how do you live normal? I just don't.
I don't
I
know.
don't even, and it's changed me obviously because now I don't even want to go out as much. I'm
That's
more in the house now. I'm more just indoors now because I don't even want to deal with people. And
exactly what they want.
it's like, yeah, and it sucks. It really, really sucks because it's like, wow,
Division.
this is affecting me also, and not just the brainwashed and the blind ones, but it's
Right.
affecting me too. And oh gosh, nothing is the same. I like, for instance, for example, I just went out to dinner with my mom and my a couple family members. It was only four of us, and this restaurant that's, I mean, on a Friday night usually is completely packed. I mean, so many people, right? There was one guy in there, only one person sitting there eating. The whole restaurant was completely empty. It was only
Wow.
7 o'clock at night. It was so eerie and just very weird. And I'm just like, this. I wish I wanted to get video of it and just be like, look how eerie this looks. 'Cause it basically was just like, we walked in and I'm like, oh my God, is it open? I'm like, are you taking dine-in? And they're like, oh yeah, we're taking dine-in. There's just no one here. The employees were just standing around on their phones. Like, it was freaky. I've never seen that ever.
Well, people are low on cash and
Yeah,
afraid to go
yeah.
out, like you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you wear the mask, if you don't wear the mask, you get crucified for it.
I know. They're not, I mean, I know, like, out here in Ohio, the mandate, ended in June. So the mask thing. So,
Right.
it's not, I don't ever have to deal with anybody saying anything to me. So I'm happy
Yeah,
about
but
that.
you
That
still
makes me
got
feel,
people walking around with a mask, don't you?
oh yeah. Oh God,
Yeah.
yeah. It's crazy. It's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
It's like here where I live in this small town. The mayor went on YouTube and said no more mask. Made a big announcement, put it in the newspaper. People are still driving a car with a mask on.
Exactly. I
And
was just
we
saying
never
that.
had a mandate for mask.
Wow.
And that's because why? They're watching the news, right?
Right.
Right.
Got
And
cable.
they believe
I
what I
mean,
watch
right?
the
Think
news
about it.
too, but do you think I believe these?
Oh hell no. No way. I haven't watched the news in forever. I don't even know what goes on in my
You
own city.
should.
I should. You're right. But you know what?
You should.
My
Just
mom is
don't
like
believe it.
my news person. So anything that goes on, she tells me because she knows I don't watch the news. So any updates I need, I get them from my mom, especially when it's like local stuff.
Yeah, but you gotta read between the lines of what they're saying.
Yeah, and usually I catch that on YouTube. I usually catch that kind of stuff on YouTube because there's so many channels that cover a
Because
lot
right
what
now it's
people
look over
say.
here, don't look over there.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Oh yeah, I watch the news in the morning.
Once in a blue, I'll check out the news if I'm at my mom's and she's watching it. That's the only way. because I don't have TV at home. I don't, you know what I mean? So
Right.
that's the reason why I can't watch it. I could watch it online, I'm sure, but you know, I got so much going on. I
I
don't
cut my
even have
cable.
time.
Cut my cable. Got the Roku. I usually just throw on some music. That's about it. Music.
I love just listening to music, watching my podcasts. Like I have a few podcasts I'm really, really into, you know, that are funny and just make me laugh. And it's not all super depressing and you know, I need some laughter in my life. So like that's keeps me sane. It is the best medicine.
Well, it
True.
also
Right.
pull yourself out of the YouTube thing for a little bit. You know, back off a little bit. Don't be on like I was when I first started the
Yeah,
channel.
exactly. Yeah. I know.
Hardcore. Go sleep. Yeah, take care of yourself.
Yeah, I haven't live streamed in forever. I don't even know.
You can still live stream and still check everything out. Just
Don't
gotta take.
advertise it if you do. You know who's going to be after you.
Oh
Do
yeah.
you really
You know what?
care?
Honestly, my last couple streams, nothing happened.
But do you really care? I mean, what? Come
Oh
on.
no, I don't give a shit.
Yeah, don't.
I
Because
really
you know we got.
don't give a shit. Cause
I don't know. You get people that like to cause drama.
Yeah, but he's beyond drama.
yeah, that's just I'm I don't even know what to call it anymore. I'm just like I don't even I'm just blown away. Like it just I'm just like this never has issues, like major psychological issues, you know? And you know.
Oh, it's my turn today.
Oh really?
And now I was not even on his channel.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, I don't go to his shit. I don't care about anything he does. But you
I
know,
was
I
on
have
a
friends
different
who
channel altogether.
yeah, I go to, you know, my friends will tell me, "Hey, you know, yeah, he mentioned you again." For
Yep.
what? For what? I don't do shit. I don't go anywhere. I'm barely in any live streams anymore. But you're still talking about me. Okay. No, yeah, he just has to do it. He just can't help himself. I I I found out that yeah, I'm like, cause you know New Year's just passed, right? You know, so I
Right.
threw up a little like 10-second just Happy New Year, everybody, whatever. And I think he probably like recorded it or saved it because he mentioned something about it.
Well, he's got the clips.
hmm Me saying Happy New Year. Oh, okay. Oh my God. What the hell? Like, are you serious?
You know, he just shut it down. He's been on for over 8 hours.
I'm not surprised, honestly. That does not surprise me because, you know, I mean, it's his life because he has nothing else, you know, going for
Right.
himself. Really, I mean, he
Just
does
keep
not.
doing you. That's
Exactly.
all. Do you? Don't let it get to you. Whatever.
No, it's laughable. It's just laughable.
It's laughable, but it's very irritating.
Yeah, oh God, that's why I don't even tune in. I can't, darling. I can't. Cannot do it. The only way I know or find out is if someone tells me. So it's such a effing waste.
But like I said, you know, if I was on his stream, but he mirrors everybody.
Yep. Yeah, because you know he has no creativity. He can't make his own content, so he has to steal it.
I guess.
Yeah, it's pretty pathetic.
I don't know. I think he's sick in the head myself.
Oh yeah, hell yeah, of course. Definitely. There's nothing normal about that person. Nothing. Mom's like, who's in the chat? Anybody?
You got Drops and Strange Skies.
That's it? 2 people?
Well, there
Let me
was
see.
8, now it's 7.
Oh, we got a
There
few
was
lurkers.
7 people.
Couple.
Lurkers, say hi, man. Damn.
Yeah. It's probably the
Checking in.
yeah.
Yeah, stopping by. Hearing,
Yep.
oh, wait, what are they talking about? All right, nothing yet. Go somewhere else. Come back.
Not much.
Oh.
Not much here.
I do that sometimes too, you know. I'll go back and forth, you know. But nobody's live right now. I only seen you, and then that's it. So I stopped in. I was like, just watched a couple movies and went out to eat, went out to dinner, went to the casino, and now I was chilling for a couple hours, and then I got on YouTube.
Crafty Cat is alive. She's alive. The James Webb Telescope is live.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. See, I don't know James. I'm not sub to Crafty, so.
James Webb Telescope.
James
That's the one that, yeah, that's that big telescope that send up to go seek out God.
Oh, that one? What is
That
that?
one.
Is that,
I have
does
no
that
idea what you're talking about.
is it like a big channel or a small channel?
Well, he's. Hold on, let me click on this thing. Well, this one's there's several people that do it. It's always a 24-hour live chat.
Oh, the one of those. Okay. So it's like a live feed. It's like a live
James Webb is a telescope.
feed. Oh, okay.
Okay. They just sent this one up last week, I believe. Yeah. And they're seeking out the universe.
Jess X?
What?
No, Jess X? Plain reality?
Jess X.
Yeah, I know him.
Jess X?
I don't.
Jess X? Like
yeah, I know him.
JESSX?
Can you just show yourself, plain reality, before I add you? Oh,
I know.
left.
I know.
I think it might have been someone.
What's the
I don't know if
picture?
it's-
Is there a picture or anything? Plain reality.
Yeah, it wasn't a
Plain-
picture of a face or anything.
Oh no. I mean, it sounds familiar, but
Well, I know plain reality, but I think it was
okay.
someone else trying to say it was plain reality.
Mm.
Not sure.
Coffee House Theology. Good morning.
How you doing, Coffee?
Drop always makes people hungry. I mean, all the time.
Yeah.
You know, he's either making pancakes or something else.
He made some
Hello,
ribs.
coffee house. Isn't plain reality? No, I don't think so.
Oh, just left. Never even.
That's a little sus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say, isn't that one of his people?
Honestly, I have no idea.
God, he goes through people because every time they go see a different channel, he gets upset and boots them out. Well,
He mods everybody. Oh my God, dude. That's just dumb. Just dumb. In reality. I know a
Coffee's just
plain
waking up.
reality. He's a flat Earth guy.
Yeah. No, I've had plain reality on my panel before.
Oh, really? Yeah. Oh, he's cool.
I just want to make sure this is the real one.
Exactly. I mean,
when I questioned it, just left, gone.
It's weird.
So obviously it wasn't him.
Right.
Didn't look familiar, so.
howdy, coffee house.
I'm all right. Just waking up. Just getting awake. Okay. Yeah, I should be sleeping, but I'm not sleepy.
Coffee. That helps.
Coffee.
Mm-hmm. Coffee and a smoke.
I want a live stream so bad. But then
So
when I'm
do it.
starting to think about it, I end up changing my mind. And I'm like, I don't know what to talk about. But usually I never know what to talk about.
Well, there
I
you
just
go.
go on and just wing it because I
Just
never
answer
have anything
yourself.
planned.
Just do it.
I know. I know. I just need to just freaking do it. Just stop
Yeah.
procrastinating.
Exactly.
You always
Do
can
it.
talk about what's going around the world.
That's what I usually do. I go into a lot of different things. It just come up out of nowhere, or people in the
Freestyle.
chat. I get ideas from them in the chat,
That's what
or
I
I
do.
play stupid shit videos, or I put music. I listen to music. Like it's just how I'm feeling that moment. Like, what am I gonna do? What do you guys want to do?
Oh, that's nothing strange, guys. That was a nice person that didn't say nothing.
That's
Right, Mimi?
today's world.
Yeah.
Usually it comes barreling in and
Yeah. Oh my gosh. This is old, but this was
yes.
like months ago. Okay. I did a live stream, and that person was live streaming my live stream. Okay.
Yeah.
And I was listening to it, and my friend was like texting me at the same time, like, he's live streaming your live stream right now. I'm like, are you serious? So, I'm over here like, okay. So I'm listening, I muted or whatever, and I'm listening to what he's saying, and he's like, I'm gonna go on the panel. Maybe she'll let me up, And I'm laughing. I'm like, that's never gonna happen,
Right.
So before my friend came on, that's what I was trying to get her on, but I didn't want to share the link in the chat, right? Because I was like, I don't want just anyone to click it. I'm going to try to send it to you a different way. So I was trying to send it to her through Messenger. I was trying to email. Nothing was working. And my friend's name was Joni, and she, so when I was saying that, he thought I was saying his name.
Oh, Tony.
So he's over here. So his dumbass is over here saying, oh, I think she's going to let me on, guys. She just said I'm trying to get Joni on. I was saying Joni, okay? I wasn't even saying his name, but he was so excited. He thought I wanted to talk to him. And then I let Joni on, and I'm like, hey, Joni. And we're talking. He's like, oh, she wasn't talking about me. He's such a dumbass. Okay, I'm sorry. But yeah, he's just such an idiot. But
why didn't you let him on?
Oh, no. Because you know what? Because I know that's exactly what he wants. He loves that. He loves the attention, right?
Oh,
And I'm just
okay.
feeding him that, and I don't want to. I don't want him. I don't want to let him have his way. So I'm like, I'm just gonna block his ass, and that's what I did. Like I saw him show up in the
He's
backstage
not
because
normal.
no, there's no talking. You cannot get a word in. You can't reason. He's just not normal. So it's just never ever. I can say anything, and just the only way you could probably get on his good side is if you constantly praise him and apologize and say
Right.
everything he wants to hear, right?
And
But
send
no.
$200 to his PayPal
Or
and so on and so
or
forth.
send him money or something. But
What?
it's like, what? Get the hell out
I'll
of here.
send you. I'll send you the thing.
Yeah, like, dude, not gonna
That's
happen.
crazy.
We're not going on BB's live stream. So I'm talking to my girl Joni. We're talking and everything. I see him show up because I had to put the link, the StreamYard in the chat because I'm like, screw it. I'm just gonna have to do it because I want Joni on. And he was like, she posted the link. She posted the link. I'm like, this dude was going like crazy. So he pressed it, and all you have to do is the little three dots in the little box, block from StreamYard, block on StreamYard. Press that, and he was like, oh man, she blocked me, guys. And he got so pissed.
And then you were everything but a white woman.
Oh yeah, I was I was so many names.
Yeah,
But
I know.
But he was still live streaming my live stream. So he was literally live streaming, me and Joni's conversation. I hate it. It really pissed me off. So I was like, I told everybody, I was like, look, everybody, I'm ending the live stream, because someone wants to mirror my live stream, and I'm not gonna let that happen. So, I'm gonna say goodnight, and that's what I did. I just ended it. So, because I'm like, no, I'm not about to give him all this content. So no, I don't. Yeah, I ended it, but he didn't deserve it.
Right.
So I was like, well, it was whatever, and he was. And right after that, I put it on private, so he was like trying to retrieve it and get it, but he was like, "Oh, she erased it or put it on private," so he couldn't even get back into it and try to watch it. Like that's just weird behavior. Like, what are you doing? Like, I just don't. I just don't get it. I don't understand. But whatever. I don't know why we're still talking about him. Oh.
Yeah.
Right.
You said it takes too much draining energy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Stay positive. Do your lives. Do you. There's always people out there, I already went through it last time, remember?
Mm-hmm.
Whatever.
No, it's crazy.
Yeah, but nobody called you but a white boy.
You call me whatever you want. I don't gonna give a shit.
Or a woman.
Yeah.
Well, I'm supposedly I'm a failed actress.
I'm a guy.
Yeah, I'm a failed actor or failed model. It's one of those.
I thought you were a failed actress.
Nope.
I'm just kidding.
Oh.
Nope.
Funny. It's just really funny to me. I'm like, oh, okay. I mean, is that a good thing? Is that a bad thing? I don't know.
It probably is a good thing.
Well, if you're trying to become an actress.
Never. No.
Never?
No.
Okay.
Never. Hell no.
If you're trying to become an actress and you're not an actress, then so far it's not working out.
Exactly. I mean, yeah, a lot of failed actors and actresses do come to YouTube, but
it's all
they
distractions.
usually they're all
too much.
They all work for that system and shit, and a lot of them have they got big channels. A lot of them have big channels, so and they all got merged, and they all have like, huge followings. So like,
Yep.
there's a difference. There's a huge difference. So stupid.
Yeah, it must get crazy.
Maybe I'll live stream tomorrow. We'll see. We will see. What time zone are you in, Darlene?
Mountain time.
Eastern, 5 a.m.
Where you at?
I'm Ohio, so I'm 5 a.m.
I'm in Idaho.
Okay.
New York.
Oh, Jane Warner, we don't want you. Go away. Go away.
Bye.
Go. Bye bye.
4 a.m. here in Alabama.
Alabama, sweet.
All is clear.
Okay, it's 3:01 here.
Okay, 2 hours. 2 hours difference.
Okay, drop selling t-shirts now. Buy my stupid t-shirt.
I have mugs. No, I have makeup.
5 o'clock in Michigan.
Who's in Michigan?
Coffee house.
Oh, okay. Okay.
His name is Tony.
Oh, damn.
That's why he changed his name. It used to be Tony's Coffee House.
Oh, really? Oh. Hey,
Don't know it.
It's it kind of, I know it sucks, but I get
Over
it.
my head.
I totally understand.
I promise I won't mention that name.
It's still early for drop. It's only 2 a.m.
2 a.m. 3 hours difference.
Yep.
Don't mention that. Don't mention Tony. Yeah, Tony's Coffee House is a good guy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I've ever seen him before.
You haven't?
No, I've never seen that name.
Like I
Not
said,
even,
it used to be Tony's Coffee House. He
I don't
changed
even,
it because of.
honestly, I don't even know that name either. So, nice to meet you, Mr. Coffee House.
We like coffee.
Heck yeah.
You like coffee?
Oh yeah.
Hey, I'll drop his link. Hold on a minute.
I like coffee. I'm a nobody too, coffee.
Yep. Me too. I'm a nobody.
Yeah. I lost my voice for like a whole week, and I still don't have my voice back completely, but it's much better than it was. And that was another reason why I didn't live stream, because I sounded horrible, and I was like, my voice would go in and out. But
I'm
it's
glad you're
finally
feeling
coming
better.
back, but it's not fully clear. I'm still like scratchy, and my voice is way clearer than this.
Glad you're feeling better. You should check out the beginning of the
Yeah.
stream. Had a couple videos I played. Helps, shows you what fasting does. And
Yeah. I'm gonna definitely check those out. I saw that you've been uploading.
it's right at the beginning.
Yeah, definitely grab that link. That was a great video. I got to watch that again too. I missed about half of it. Yeah, great information.
There you go, guys. I dropped his link.
Thank you, Darlene.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Dee.
I'm gonna have to go on my laptop and click it, because if I do it on my phone right now, it'll kick me off of StreamYard. So
I like his what do you call it? Painting thing on his channel. The big long mountain painting with the waterfalls. That's cool. Coffee house. I like that. Right on. Thank you, Darlene.
what's this channel about?
You're welcome.
Yep, I got you, Coffee House. I'll check you out. Awesome.
Oh, what? Okay, no, sorry. I thought I may know him, but I'm not. I'm not sub now. I am, but I thought I might be earlier. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm talking out loud.
What to do about what video? There's so many different things.
Flat Earth Bible stuff. Got you.
What's up, Wick on Fire?
Hey, Wick on Fire. Good to see you.
That's a cool channel name. I like that.
Mm-hmm. I'm like literally in the same boat, Coffee, with the whole trying to figure out what to do videos about, because I just keep getting strikes. I keep getting strikes, and I have to be super careful now. It's like
Hey, dog.
What you doing, dog? What are they for, though?
Well, the last one I had was a scientist talking about. Well, he was only testing out what wearing 5 surgical masks actually does. That was the only thing he did, and they effing striked me for that, and they took it down. And I'm like, oh, no. Like, why? The back of the freaking box says that they don't prevent anything.
That's true.
Gosh.
I made a video about that.
Yeah, and a real scientist is literally testing out 5 on him. And he's saying, look, even with 5, it still doesn't do anything. So
There's just something that's so inherently depressing besides all that, man. Just seeing it just drives me crazy to go somewhere. I don't know. But
Thanks, Darlene. I grabbed up Wicks on Fire also.
You're welcome.
Check them out.
yeah, I'm sub to it. So.
And Darlene knows to click the open a new window option. I like that, Darlene. Thank you. Right on.
Yep.
I would have had no strikes, but
Welcome to Wicks on Fire.
I screwed up. I did a live stream, and I forgot to put it on private or erase it afterwards, because that was my whole plan. I'm like, I know I'm gonna be talking about some serious stuff, but my dumbass didn't do that, and I got a strike for that, and then I ended up getting another strike right after, and then the two were about to come off, and then I got another one, and I'm like, oh my god, I was about to have 0. But then I got 2 like right away, and I was like, oh.
I know the feeling.
I hate that. So annoying.
That happened to me too. Just as one was going, boom.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, exactly. So I have to wait till like March and April now for these other ones to fall off.
You got a backup, right?
Yeah, I do.
Well,
I just never. I
I
barely
know
do
I'm the
anything with
same.
it.
I did a few on my backup when I had too many strikes, but
Yeah. And then what I did was I actually got a strike on my backup. So then I was like, oh, I'm trying to maneuver, but it's still not working. So I'm like, okay, I'm locked out of my main channel. Let me go to my backup. Oh, I'm in YouTube jail now for that one. So I can't do anything, nothing. I'm just like, so everyone's like, baby, where you been? Baby, where you been? I'm in YouTube jail. Once again. People just think I quit. And it's like, no, I'm in YouTube jail. So I try to tell people, like if I go on live streams, I try to tell them, like, hey, FYI, you know, I'm locked out of YouTube. I'm in YouTube jail right now, guys. So I'll see you in like 2 weeks. Well, thank you, Darlene. Did you share mine?
Yes, ma'am.
Thanks.
I'm looking for Blinkety Blink there, and I can't find him.
It's a secret underground channel, Darlene.
It seems like it because I can't find you.
There's actually another one. It's crazy. There's another one on YouTube. It's a guy that's got one video about drumming.
Can you say something in the chat? Maybe I can find you that way because I can't find you. I typed you in and
Yeah, I've
everything.
noticed people say that.
Or
I could post the link.
yeah, exactly.
Or post your link, whichever.
I don't know how you found me because
Oh, you're easy.
Now with just BB, I thought people were like, we can't find you now. We can't find you now. And I'm like, oh, damn.
No, I didn't have no problems. I never had problems finding you.
You just put BB, just 2 B's. And that's it.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, wow. And that came up. Okay, cool.
Yep. 2 capital B's, like the way you've got it written.
Okay. Maybe you think with people like who've never searched for me are probably like, I can't find you at all.
Yeah, I
You
just
think
put in
maybe?
2 capital B's and I don't see you anywhere.
See,
Well,
because you probably haven't searched for me since BB Truth, so
I'm scrolling and scrolling.
It doesn't come up as BB Truth, though.
Yeah, but like I'm saying, when I was BB Truth, like that was probably the last time Bob even clicked on my channel. Because I haven't been BB that long, just BB.
Yeah, it comes up for me. You got 1,009 subscribers.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think I first saw you on Bob's channel like over a year ago, BB.
Mhm.
I subbed you a while back.
Yeah.
I like your short and to the point videos. I really do.
Yeah, I know. Those get more views.
Did you find her?
Nope.
I dropped her link.
Yeah, I mean, I tried searching and nope.
Oh, you didn't find her?
No. I'm already subscribed.
Yeah.
I already got BB.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, I know, Bob.
2 days ago. I didn't get no
I
notification.
think I've got everybody now. That's in the chat. I've got Drops, BB, Wick on Fire, Coffee House. Strange Skies.
My backup is BB is still BB Truth, but it's with a 2, number 2. BB_truth too. So that one comes up real quick and easy because it's more to it in the name. But
Yeah, anybody can drop links in here to your own channel or to other videos you want to share, other channels. That's what we do here, right, Darlene? Baby?
Yep.
oh yeah, always. I mean, I remember when I first came up. I don't even know how I found you. I can't even remember that, but
I don't remember
yeah,
either.
soon as I went in there, you know, you were doing that. So that was
Yeah, I was trying to connect to everybody. Well, just get the truth out there, you know?
Didn't I find you on Ralph's channel, Radical Ralph, Bob? I think that's where I first.
Could be, yep, could be.
Maybe 3 years ago, long time ago. Yeah, I think that's, you know, what brain cells I have left still work. I think that's where I met you. And then BB through you, and then here we are. For Darlene, man, she came in what about 3 years ago.
Yeah, Darlene was here.
She's been
beginning.
she's been an anchor point, man. Darlene's a rock.
Yep.
She's the link meister tonight too, boy. Look at all that. Darlene got them all. Cool. Oh, strange. No, I'm sub to them. Been sub. I'm pretty sure.
I kind of do miss my old name.
Nope.
I tried to.
Yeah, why'd you drop that?
I
mean, that's a load.
I think it was because you know, like all these other like live streams I go in, they're like podcasts. They're different channels. And I don't know, I just felt like I'm just gonna take that off. And it wasn't like it's not gonna be like a permanent thing. It was just like a temporary thing. But I don't know. I'll probably end up changing it back because I already changed it back once and then I changed it back again. So I'm like back and forth. I'll probably end up going back to BB Truth because it just rings a bell. It just has a nice ring to it, you know.
Yeah.
I see.
I'm probably just gonna do it right now. Shit. I mean, I'm on the laptop. I can do it right now. Let's see. Go to my channel. And I didn't realize how easy it is to just change your name.
It's a cakewalk.
Yeah. Let's see. Okay.
Did you hear anything else from him, Darlene?
Nope.
Probably went to sleep, crashed.
Well, I hope he had some good smoke and.
Hey Bob, did I ask you? Are you using like your what camera are you using right now on StreamYard? Just your computer camera or what?
Yeah.
Because I tried to plug in a Zoom camera. I'm not sure that it's compatible with StreamYard. I know I can obviously do it just on the, YouTube, but I just wondered if you'd ever plugged in any external cameras going through StreamYard, or if you know anybody that has.
Yeah, I think you have to go to that camera and make that your default camera, or when you open your camera, you have to choose that camera.
So I guess it's the same as YouTube then. It works fine on that, but I don't know. I think I've done 3 lie things, the whole time. Keep thinking about this. Yeah, what are you talking about? I got a lot I could yak about, but I love talking about, you know, alternatives to this and that and all that, but it's not very conducive to whatever keeping your channel going.
All right, take care, Drop. Yeah, Blookum
Yeah,
does
be
live
good.
streams.
Good
Tell
night,
them all
Drop.
about, tell them all what you do, Blookum.
Good night again, Drop.
Fire up your live streams, just like Baby's gonna.
That the last thing you did last week, did you take down the chat afterwards, or was that did YouTube do that?
No, I did that.
Okay.
Safer.
Yeah.
It's still up though. That's good. At least it was
Surprise.
a few days ago.
We'll see if
That
this
was a
one
good
gets.
one, man. That was good. That was a nice surprise.
Yeah.
Enjoyed that a lot. It's a lot of useful information.
Yeah, I think a lot of people could be hidden just by going into the chat. Am I correct? Or blocked?
Yes.
Yeah.
If they don't have a wrench, yes.
Right.
See, I can block people without a wrench.
Yeah.
Most people don't know that.
Yeah, that was a problem before. That's why I know. That's why I always just close the chat.
I do miss the go-to channel function, but they took that away. Good grief. Almost 2
Oh,
years
gosh, I
ago.
know. That was, what was the point?
What?
Well, obviously, for us not to share.
Oh, yeah, well.
Because they want you to pay for it.
They just don't want us communicating.
Yeah.
I mean, that was just dink, go to channel. Okay.
Oh, I know. I loved it.
That's great. And
So-
now they don't even, as far as I can see, in a live chat, if somebody highlights your name, it's no longer, it doesn't pop up, at least on my computer. I can see that it's got, I can see my name, but if I'm not looking for it, it's not. In other words, your name used to be like orange or yellow or whatever. You could see it if the chat was flying by. But anyway, I think they've taken that away.
I still see it as long as they put an @ sign in before.
Yeah, is it highlighted though? Is it still
Yeah.
highlighted? Okay,
Yeah.
well maybe it's just a glitch on my computer then. Okay, well that's cool. I'm glad to know that.
Yeah.
You don't see the dislike numbers, right? You don't see those, right?
The
No, they
what?
got rid of those.
Like button, they got rid of those. You don't see that, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean I see that, the @ and I see my name if I'm looking for it, but it used to be for some reason it's just not highlighted anymore. I'm glad to know it still is though.
Well, let's see. I'm gonna do it and test it out right now and see what happens.
Okay.
Nice
Thank you.
Click on.
Yeah.
I'll do it. I'll hit you back. See what happens.
They want you to pay.
You're both of you are on here. Okay, it's funny.
And it's Blickum all together, right?
Yes, with 2 capital.
It's okay. It doesn't have to be capitalized. That's one thing.
No. Okay. Now if you type in the first couple of it'll come up with the. Now that's not highlighted. I mean, I could see it obviously, but
Yours is not highlighted.
no.
Okay, let me do it exactly the way.
Yeah, do the.
Are you serious?
where the option comes up where you can click on, type the first couple of letters where the first was capitalized.
And you know what? It didn't do that for me because if you don't
Oh,
type in the
really?
chat for a while, it
Okay.
won't.
Wow, really?
Yeah. So do you see it now?
Not yet.
Okay.
Okay, there it is. Nope. Now that's perfect. You got it. Yeah, but it's not. That's weird, man.
So yours is not highlighted. Are you serious?
I'm absolutely, and you got it perfect too. That's
That
it.
doesn't make any sense. Mine's
What
highlighted.
about,
I'm looking at my
okay, yours
laptop right
is.
now.
Wow. See, it wouldn't be on mine anyway. But
You got the go-to channel?
Huh?
Are you talking about the go-to channel?
I'm talking about just on YouTube.
Oh.
In the chat on YouTube. It's for some reason, when you put the @ sign in front of somebody's name, for some reason it's no longer highlighted. It may just be a glitch on my computer. Okay, well, thank you for the test, BB.
Oh yeah, no problem.
And
you have it on live chat?
Yes, I got it on Top Chat.
Try live chat.
Yeah, maybe so. Let's see.
I mean, that probably doesn't make a difference, but
Well, switching didn't. Anyway, usually I can see it. It's just weird, man. I thought they'd, taken one more step to stifle communication, but I'm glad they haven't. Nothing surprises me.
Exactly.
Wow. Okay. Well, that's it, man. Okay. I see how it's gonna be.
Mhm. Oh, that sucks because if someone's trying to talk to you and it's a busy chat.
Yeah, if it's flying by, man, that's a big help there,
Absolutely, heck yeah, because you can just scroll and you see an orange box.
I generally avoid, chats that are flying by, but I have been
Yeah.
known to engage in one or two, and so who knows? I'll jump on YouTube and see if there's a video for name not highlighted in live chat. See if anyone has any suggestions.
That's true, what Wick said, because he's like, it's funny how you see some peeps no matter where you go. And that's true because
Yeah.
Because just yesterday,
True
I
that.
got a notification on YouTube and it was one of my subs and he left a comment under a comment I left 3 years ago on a different channel that he follows. He was like, wow, old comment, He was like, hi, BB. It was just funny because, like 3 years later, he finally, he just stumbled upon my comment. It's just weird. It is a small world.
Comments are just like jewels in the rough, man. I mean, half the time, I love the comments more than the videos. I mean,
The comments. I do like to read them.
One of the funniest comments I've ever heard in my life, man, was the other day. I was clickbaited. It said something like "world's worst drumming performance live," and I had to check. And it was just a bunch of kind of weekend warriors that like if they ever could really learn how to play, they kind of forgot, but they were, God bless them, man. They were playing music. But they were playing that song "Ride Me High" by Bob Dylan. And this guy commented, he said for all you Bob Dylan fans, this is what I hear when I listen to Dylan. And I guess it's not fun. You have to see the video. They were just so sloppy. And
oh my gosh. Yeah, the majority of them are just really
with all due respect to Bob, I hope I haven't, stepped on sacred ground with any. I mean, I appreciate the guy. That was just a funny comment. I guess maybe I'll post the link. It's hysterical. But he got so many LOLs and, comment of the year.
Yeah.
But I've had some wild comments, man. It's weird. Like, I just put these little stupid, I don't know, video, like 20 minutes of sitting, with the camera, like right by the edge of the Cahaba River and just, watching bubbles come up and stuff. I kind of started as a way to give a break to some of the people that were really doing the hardcore work, because I saved that for my blogs and stuff, all this truth stuff, quote unquote, and I just sort of made it, okay, well, people need a break, or I'll just do some stupid little stuff. And but I got a comment. It was wild. I was just one night, not long after I started my channel, and it was from a guy, I don't know, Jim Whitefeather or something, obviously a native name, and he looked, silver hair and pigtails, that kind of thing. And he said, and it was just as I was about to close it, I saw the notification bell. I was just about to crash a little after midnight, and I thought, I'll check it out. It was a good thing because it was gone in the morning, but he said something about your mission is sacred. It said, even if you appear to be a fool, stay on your path. And it's like, well, was that, even if you appear to be a fool, it's like, well, I don't mind doing that, I don't mind, being a goofball. It was weird. And it was just gone because I got up a couple hours later. It's like, wow, I got to reply, check this guy out, and it was gone. So,
really?
yeah,
Oh,
who
wow.
knows?
So he erased his comment?
Huh?
So he erased his own comment.
Apparently, I certainly didn't, because it was fascinating. It's like, man, I was just, like I said, I was just about to completely shut down. I was so tired. And so I
Yeah.
thought, well, I'll sort it out in the morning and reply to this guy, and it was gone. But, and then, last year sometime, I got a comment from a guy, just random, caught one of my videos from Bavaria. And he asked me about the name Blickum, and I said, "Oh, it's just a joke from an old skit about a bad drum solo, And he said, "No, man." He said, "In German, it means to look around." And I was like, "Wow, well, that's pretty cool. That's
Really?
pretty
Oh, great.
appropriate. Like, thanks for telling me, man. That's
cool.
So anyway, I'm a comment junkie."
Oh yeah. I do upload a lot of funny videos, so I get a lot of funny comments.
Mm-hmm. I really, I don't know. I've gotten some pretty impressive comments. I've really met some pretty amazing people on YouTube, and I think that I've been in contact with most of them long enough to know that they can't fake being, halfway decent people. You can't fake it forever, even on, online, man. That's my philosophy.
Yeah.
But, so it's been a profound learning experience, man, jumping on the media page. And then, because I've been a Sky guy all my ding dong life. And, then all these people, oh, well, check out the ahead satellite photos. Look at all that crazy stuff. It's like, wow, all this stuff I didn't know, man. I got such an education. I studied that stuff in school, man. I got more education in the chat room, on the media page than I did in all whatever schooling I had, It's been amazing.
Oh yeah. I've learned a lot myself.
It's great, man. It's just wow.
Been a hell of a ride.
Yes, it has. Strap in. It's not over yet, buddy boy.
I'm buckled up.
Man.
Roller coaster.
Interesting times.
Yep. Well, I'm going to jump off here. Nice talking to all of you. Y'all have a good morning, good night.
Nice. You too.
Well,
Lots of love.
Darlene.
It's always
Much love.
Much love, Darlene. You take care.
It's always a pleasure, my darling. And we'll catch you on the flip side.
Okie dokie.
Until
I'll
next
give
time.
the bear a hug.
I was going to say, tell you know who. I said hello.
I will.
All right. Well, God bless. Have a
God
good
bless
one.
the night.
God bless you too. Good night.
Good night.
Adios.
Yeah, it's going for 7 a.m., so I'm going to be ending it also anyway. soon. I'll go till
Good.
7, 10 minutes. Unless you wanna.
Okay, that'll work. That'll work. That'll force me to go to sleep.
I'll be
Yeah,
there.
right.
If you end it, I will go to sleep. I have no choice.
It'll be a good
I'm
one too.
stubborn. I'm stubborn when I see people go live, and then they have the StreamYard and it's like, oh, it's so tempting.
I said 7. It's almost it's just 5:35 a.m. Where the heck
Oh
did I
my
just?
gosh. Okay, because I'm like, wait, really? I thought we were on the same time.
Where the heck did I just see 7 something? What?
Where's 7 at?
Time's fun when you're having flies.
That's weird.
Is it maybe how long you've been on YouTube?
Oh yeah, I was looking at
Yeah,
650.
50, 17.
Okay, that's what
Almost
it
7
is.
hours. Yeah. I'm putting 75.
You were listening all the time. You were just
I
focused
know
like,
I
oh
saw
my
it
God, I've been on here
somewhere.
that long.
Bugging.
That'll do it. I mean, yeah, when you have a live stream going on this long, that'll do it. It's 5:30. Yeah, it's 5:36 over here.
It's already almost looped around to time for my dog to walk me again.
You said your dog walked
I
you.
forgot to spell it out. I just got his attention. I usually have to spell it, but he knows how to spell it. I can't believe I said the word.
Ooh.
Need some of your sleep tea.
That's so funny how dogs know that word and they just get so excited. Because my mom's dog used to do the same thing.
If I get up to leave the room, if it's about food, somehow he knows if it's to go get a cup of coffee. So, and I'll even try to fake him out. I'll be thinking, food, when I'm just going to get a cup of coffee. Just and I'll just think, okay, man, I'll think about baseball, something, and I'll go to be getting food. And there he is. It's weird, man. He knows, he has ESPN. He's a psychic.
Wild.
He really does. He knows. It's crazy.
They're very intelligent when it comes like I come across these videos on YouTube or that they how do you feel about those people who have those like buttons on the floor where the dog or cat can actually touch a button and it'll tell you what they want, like what the dog actually wants?
It is crazy.
Do you think that's
serious? Well,
do you think that
some of
confuses the
that
dog, or is that normal?
Well, some
He's
of it
smarter than we
they think
think.
that they really figure out the sum of two different thoughts. They can kind of put it together into a third answer. So some people think that's pretty legit. I've seen a few videos. It's pretty intense. Then you see an elephant with a paintbrush painting a portrait of another elephant. Like, dang,
Oh my gosh,
where
right.
does that come from? That's crazy, man. I wouldn't put anything past any animal.
I know. I
They
just
blow me
came
away,
across
man.
another video. A chimpanzee was making coffee.
Yeah.
Like
It's
the own, but he was a pet. He was like on the sink, and the guy woke up in the morning. He's like, "All right, come on, let's go make coffee." And he got the coffee out the cabinet, poured it in the freaking thing, and grinded up the beans. I mean, he was doing it all. I'm like, this is crazy.
I believe it, man. It's this dog is just he's got quite a fan club in the hood around here, man. He's a goodwill ambassador. He really is. He's and I can, if I've never met anybody, I just have to look and see how much his tail's wagging. If it's somebody, and
that's awesome.
Most people are cool and past it, but there's a few people. It's like, man, if he doesn't wag his tail, it's okay. Have a nice day. Other people, if he gives them the family tail wag, then we stop and have a chat. He really
they can pick up vibes.
It's crazy, man. I could go by him if it's somebody we haven't met, man. I just look at that tail automatically, But
that's awesome. I think that's great.
Beagles are a handful, but he's worth every every
Oh,
little.
Beagle. Oh, those are so cute.
Did you you weren't here when he was on TV earlier, were
No, I
you, baby?
haven't seen him.
Let me see. Hey, dude, come here. Let me see.
You call him dude.
Come here. There's his profile. Come here, dude. Come here, buddy. There's food involved. He's distracted. Come here. Come here, buddy. Your fan. Your
Oh
fan.
my
He's
gosh.
Mr. B. He's
He's
Mr. B
adorable.
on YouTube.
He is freaking cute. Oh my. He's
Come
a
here.
cutie.
Well, he's on a mission right now to score some food from grandma.
Yep.
You know.
Oh, that's cute. He's got them long ears, right? The beagle's got the long
Yeah,
ears. Oh.
he's something else, man. He's a cutie. He's a good looking dog. But he really is an ambassador of goodwill. People drive by, roll down the window like, "Hey, Bert," and I don't know from Adam, they don't say hey to me, but they know my dog. Let me see here. Well, he's on the lock screen.
That's awesome.
Dogs and animals, they're amazing.
Oh my gosh, I know,
There you
because
go.
they're so innocent and
he's very
they love you, like, regardless. They love you immediately.
That's true.
Oh my gosh, how cute.
He is. Yeah. He's won over a couple of
Definitely
people
loved.
that, are scared of dogs, man. He really has. It's inspiring.
How old is
he? He's 8.
Oh.
And I made my own, I wanted to make some treats for him several years ago that, would be a healthy deal instead of just calories, Came up with some pretty good organic, pretty much virtually all organic, 98% organic dog treats. And then the secret weapon is they're actually all people quality and they're tasty. So in certain situations that could arise, we could share them. We go out in the woods every now and then, and I'll just take a bag of those. They're pumpkin seed and sprouted wheat flour and that kind of thing. They're very, very spirulina, very nutritious. But he goes crazy for them. But yeah, we had a little session earlier. I had to wind him down, man, and throw a few for him to run back and vet. He's got so much energy still for 8-year-old hound dog.
Awesome. Good. That's good.
What pets do you have? What pets do you have, BB? Do you have any?
I have a cat.
I thought that's what I remembered.
Yeah.
You had a groovy. I know. I caught one of your lives. It looked like you had really cool lighting, an aquarium type lighting or something. But anyway, that's just what I remember about one of your.
Morning, guys.
I do think I remember the cat. So.
Yeah, she's got those autumn colors all over her. She looks like tiger,
Right. And Bob, your cat kind of looks like one of my old cats, like a part Maine Coon. That you're is what? Do you know what he is?
No.
It's a she. I think it's calico.
I had a big furry orange cat with a white belly, and I know that they told me he was part Maine Coon.
Oh man.
The spiky kind of.
Oh yeah.
Going,
those are so beautiful.
Just an amazing. He was like a dog. He'd roll over, rub his tummy.
I've seen videos of this cat. Very beautiful.
It was something else. It really was.
And my mom had a Westie, so but she passed away in the summer.
Those are smart little dogs.
Oh yeah, she was the best. Oh my God, I loved her. She got sick and she finally, she already went through like a big surgery, and it was like, then a few years went by and they're like, she needs surgery again. And my mom didn't want her to suffer like that again. So,
man, let me tell you.
It was sad. That was a sad day.
I feel every story I hear in my gut, man, like that. And You know, my one criteria for the afterlife is like, you know, let there be animals there, man. That's all I ask.
No,
Give me
yeah.
let me see my animals again. So, you know, but I got a good one right now, boy. He is a jewel.
No, I know. He looks like it.
He is, man. He's amazing. He's on duty. He, you know, looks out, checks, you know, does the perimeter, you know.
Yeah, is he a good like guard dog? Like
It's crazy,
he'll
man.
alert you with,
He keeps
you
us all
know.
safe, man.
Does he have a family doctor?
Me? No, actually, well, speak of the, you know,
I'm like, does he
what?
alert? Look,
What is
boom.
it? I must be a new. There's a new dog. Must be walking late. Hey! He
How you
actually
doing,
has an
Skies?
incredible
Hi,
vet.
guys.
And she's very well versed in, you know, natural. In fact, I ran my formula for the dog treats by her. You know, just as a, you know, formality to get her approval. She'll try, you know, a natural deal first if she can. Obviously, she's not opposed to medicines, but she'll absolutely, you know, she's fantastic, and that's who I take him to most of the time. But he gets a lot of, you know, with a few exceptions, they're pretty much their physiology that can handle the same kind of supplements and stuff that we can, and so I give him, you know, spirulina, all the basically most of the stuff I take, you know, black seed, spirulina, you know, turmeric, you know, multi-collagen, that kind of thing. And it shows, man. You know, you know, I was talking earlier, man, I make my green goo, you know, mainly for older dogs, but I give it to him. And some humans have started taking it after they saw what it did for their dogs. So
Really?
pretty
Wow.
cool thing. Yeah. I really enjoy it, man. You know, my folks are just like that, you know, just like, I don't know, help people, whatever, animals. It's a thrill, man. And it's great to, you know, it's funny to see the humans, you know, get interested after that. But, you know, your animal starts running around. You know, one guy, his dog had gone off his feed and, you know, was listless. And 1 week later, he was playing with his toys again. You know, it's crazy, man, running around the yard. And he was like a 14-year-old golden. So.
I know. I'm telling you, it has a lot to do with the food.
Oh, absolutely.
The store-bought food. There's so much crap in it. And the dogs
Yeah, man.
get affected just like humans, you know, with food, certain food.
I got a lot of vet buddies, and they all say, "Man, we're seeing human diseases in dogs, and it's a lot of it is, you know, the you know, high whatever corn byproducts and but the, you know, diabetes, man. It's like
Oh my God,
we
yeah.
see that. You got to read your label, man. That's all.
Exactly.
I know you
My mom's dog got freaking diabetes. That's what she ended up ultimately dying from.
Oh my gosh. Well, that's one reason I started making the treats, man. The Chinese, that was when they were killing freaking, can you imagine? You know, killing your dog, giving him a treat. My God, man. So I just thought, well, I can do better than that. And I know what's in it, you know.
Yeah.
With reasonable certainty, you know, but at least it's not coming from freaking somewhere besides my kitchen, you know.
I've searched and searched and searched and searched for organic, you know, good pet food. They'll say organic on it, non-GMO, but if you actually read the ingredients, they have all those additives and all that crap that causes all the problems and all the other stuff anyway, you know.
It's just another loophole, man. They can say grown organically, which it could be, but after it's grown, buddy, whatever.
Right. What are they doing?
It doesn't fall under that.
Exactly.
Hold on. Hey, come here, buddy. Come here.
Yeah, someone could find some now. I'd like to see something that's pure.
You just
A lot of people give their dogs rice. They put them rice and ground beef, but a lot of people can't. I don't know. Is that too expensive? I mean,
No,
a
but
lot of
rice
people.
is no good. That's just filler.
why did they say that's good? I don't know, but I've seen people do that.
It's filler.
Yeah,
Well,
exactly.
what they do is I saw videos on that too. They take brown rice and they strip it of all its
They
nutrients
do.
because
That they
with
do.
its nutrients it won't last long. It doesn't stay preserved. And they strip
Exactly.
everything out of it, then
Oh
it'll
my
last longer.
Yep.
So they
That's
strip out the nutrients and then they fortify it with, I forget what it is, but they had to because when they just totally stripped it of everything, people were getting sick. So I think it was one of the B complex they had to add back into it, but it's
oh wow.
whatever. Yeah. And
And
now there's plastic in it also that we've heard.
Oh my
Have you
gosh.
heard about
You're
plastic
talking about
rice?
the rice, the white rice.
Yep.
Ugh. I mean,
I've had some. I've tried it. I've tried finding rice too. Every single brand I've found. I mean, you could actually make it into a ball in your hand and bounce it off the floor like it's
how do you test it?
good
How do you
God,
test it though?
plastic rice,
Like,
man.
what do
There's
you
a
do? What do you
lot of
do
it on the
with
market.
I did a video on it way before I even started
it?
live streaming.
Oh, I
What I
didn't see.
did, I took a cast iron frying pan, put it on a flame, and you just throw a handful of rice in there. The ones that are moving around and squiggling around are the plastic ones. You can like stretch them out and everything.
Yeah, man.
No.
That's great. Yeah, I saw
Are
some of
you
that.
freaking shitting me? Like,
It's
No,
insane.
it's
oh,
crazy.
Have you ever seen? There's a video where they're making artificial cabbage. Like,
Yeah.
and they go to so
oh
much
my, yeah,
trouble. It's
yeah.
like it takes them an hour. It's like, how in the hell could that be less labor intensive than just growing it to begin? But it's I don't know, man. It's
You know what I'm thinking?
Freaky.
Because as I grow my own cabbage, as the leaves are going up, they probably spray each layer. You know what I mean?
yeah. It's God. It's crazy, man.
Because it's
Wow.
like a very thin,
Uh-huh.
super thin film of plastic.
Yep. It's
You can peel it right off.
What the hell? No.
Yeah.
No. Please.
well, they had to quit calling
That's
it
why
the
I won't
pure.
buy salad from
know.
any store.
Not even a head of lettuce?
Well, in the organic store, but once again, you know, it is what it is. You don't know if it's really.
Okay. How do I know, like, how do I get rid of
Grow your
whatever?
own. You can grow lettuce in your window. Come on. Lettuce is easy.
And then you can't just wash it off everything because some of the stuff is systemic, and goodness gracious, but hey, man.
Well, that doctor I did in the beginning of the live stream, he also does a video on how to remove plastic from the body.
Is that an old video? How old is it? Can I find it like right away?
Right at the beginning of the stream.
Okay.
I don't have it now, but yeah, that I left links, and I'll see if I can find them again.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. I've heard a little bit about that, man, and we pretty much most people have microplastics in them. They really
According
do.
to him, he said we all have
90,
plastic in us now.
yeah, 90. I heard of 98, 99. Yeah, crazy, man. I'd like to see that.
Oh my God, skies above. I went through the same thing where everything I ate tastes different. Nothing tasted the same. I'm like, I don't even want to eat anymore. I was just like, when I was sick, I lost my appetite.
That's good, you know.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't have to have 3 meals a day.
Exactly. It was
snacks
so
in
weird.
between.
Everything, even the smell of things did not smell right. Very weird. And because one day I was cooking with vinegar, white vinegar, and when I poured it out and I started to get nauseous because I'm like, what is that smell? And I'm sorry, but white vinegar, everybody knows what that smells like. It has a smell, but it never got me sick. I cook it with it, once in a blue, frequently. So I'm like, something's dead in here. I'm like, what? I'm like, something's in this kitchen. And I'm like, this is vinegar. So I smelled it from the bottle and I'm like, whoa, is it spoiled? Like, does vinegar spoil? I'm like, no, this is a brand new bottle. I just used it like 2 weeks ago. It was just, it didn't even smell the same.
It's a disorienting feeling. It really is. It's strange.
It's very strange. And I'm like, I don't even know how to explain it, but I know what you're going through, guys. That's exactly what I went through. It lasted for me. I don't know about the whole tasting thing. That was like almost a week. All of a sudden, I was like, I can't taste. I can't smell. Everything's different. Then it went from not tasting anything or smelling anything to everything tasting and smelling different. It lasted like 2 weeks. And then I'm cool. And then I was fine.
And what did you do for it?
Well, I did take some NyQuil at night because I had like a low-grade fever and I was getting chills and aches and stuff like that. And I just needed help sleeping, so I did that, and zinc. And that helped. That actually helped bring my taste and smell back, which was really weird. I never take zinc. This was actually the first time I actually took it because I haven't been sick in forever. But you can actually take it just to take it. But I'm gonna start doing that because it actually is good for you. So I did that, and I started to taste things and smell things again after I took the zinc. So that was good. And I did have Theraflu also, and I had tea and stuff like that. So that's all. That's pretty much it. I didn't do nothing else.
What would you do for it, Blickum?
I would do the zinc definitely, and I used to do like a little cayenne, vitamin C sort of cayenne lemon. What else?
How about some apple cider vinegar with lemon?
Yeah, that. Honestly, man, it's been. I can't remember. I literally can't remember the last time I even caught a cold. I remember the last time I got the flu. Like I said, it was the time they, basically got me groggy, and gave me a flu shot when I was in the hospital, just for, whatever, coming out as a little minor deal. And well, we thought you'd want one. It's flu season. No, man. But anyway, literally, that's the only time I've had the freaking flu in 20 years. And colds, I just kind of,
that's because you're
kind
keeping
of
your
the
immune
school of
system
let it
up.
run its course.
Your immune system's not compromised enough for it to affect you.
Exactly.
Well, honestly, man, I know I've harped on this, but when I started playing, drums regularly, I just man, I just don't get sick. And I knew there had to be some sort of connection, and they've done studies. It's really amazing they say that if you just bang on like a cardboard box, you don't have to have any talent. If you do that for an hour, roughly an hour, 2 to 3 days a week, that will boost your immune system more than anything they even know of. So, it's partially that, but just avoid all the crap that they're throwing at us right now to, like you were saying, man, to try, destroy our immune system. That's the ticket.
Oh, they tell you to take vitamin C when you get a cold or a flu, right?
Yeah.
But what's on the shelves? Ascorbic acid.
Exactly.
Where does ascorbic acid come from?
Mhm.
A lab. A
Yeah.
lab.
Yeah, so, eat fresh grapefruit or, at least get some kind of rose hip. But yeah, the whole deal. Also,
Even a
like,
bell pepper has vitamin C.
yeah, man, get it. You gotta, your body really, really only can use
But
the forms that come from
really,
fruits and vegetables. The mineral, it's like just putting ground up rocks in your body, man. That's,
yeah.
that's what it is, the inorganic minerals.
The real high vitamin C would be lemons or lime.
Yep. Let me see here.
I know.
How you doing, Richard?
Hi, Richard. Yeah, everything bothers me. I notice like everything in these foods, it's just like, they make me sick. So I'm like,
Yeah.
ugh.
And
that's what made me just eat once a day. I didn't say I'm
Yeah.
just going to eat once a day to be healthy. The more I learned what's in our food, I'm not eating that anymore. I'm not eating that anymore. And I just dwindled
Yeah.
down to, and I don't feel hungry. I'll go all day. I only eat dinner time. That's it. I go all day with just water or tea.
Mhm. I know. Yeah, that's great. I mean, that's really good. It's really, really good.
Blueberries, yep. But raspberries are awesome too. They have like no sugar in them, very high antioxidants, anti-cancer, super healthy. The sugars really mess us up.
Yeah. Who was that famous actress, man? She was ahead of her time talking about how poison sugar, one of the big divas way back from the early film days. I should know this. She was so down on sugar. Everybody thought she was crazy because it was just,
Oh, really?
Poison.
becoming a famous freaking, who was it, man? One of those blonde-headed, slinky dress. God, Mae West, I want to say. Pretty sure it was her. Way back when, she was way down on. She called it white death, but and she was right.
Yep.
Like I said, man, I didn't. When I quit eating sugar that time, I really didn't expect to feel a million times better, but I did, in pretty short order.
Just want to address Richard Garcia says good morning, and yes, I know Chief Strongbow's channel, and I don't know what happened to him.
I'm not familiar with it.
He's another Skywatcher,
Okay.
but I'm not on YouTube as much as I used to be, and I haven't seen Chief Strongbow in quite a while.
Same here. Wow, Skies, I'm sure you lost some weight. That's good you got some eggs down, though.
So he's gonna do a 7-day water fast with me.
Oh my God. I just think about that and I get. God.
I've tried 7 days, made it
Literally,
3 days.
if I try to do that just for the first day, I get a major migraine. And that's probably what, like sugar withdrawal or something. I mean, I don't know.
How much coffee you drink?
Usually every day, at least like 1 to 2 cups a day.
If I withdraw from coffee, all of a sudden, I'll
I
get a
know.
headache.
No, that's right. You're right. Because I can go
And
a day without it and then I have.
Yeah, and because I drink a lot of water, as we were saying, and if I for some reason forget, I'll get a headache a lot of times.
Yep. That's me.
Water in a day.
Yeah, dehydration would be one that causes that.
Mm-hmm. But and it could, I mean, sometimes it could, the toxins starting to come out of your body from your, fat cells or whatever back into your bloodstream before, you get rid of it. Sometimes that can Bob said he never had any trouble with that, but some people, they just have so freaking many toxins if they detox too quickly, it all floods their system again, and they're like, oh well, this, I'm getting sick trying to do something good for me, and they,
Yeah.
you have to take it some people, it just depends on what their levels are, obviously, but take it really slowly at first. Too much of a good thing, like, your body, if it's in emergency detox mode 24 hours a day and you start putting good stuff in there, it has to adjust to that, just like it did the toxins to begin with. So it has to switch over. You have to go gradually.
You're actually right, because when your body, when you're doing a fasting, your body's running off of what your body has stored over the decades or whatever, however long, versus what you ate that day. Because every time you put something in your mouth, that's what your body's running off of. So when you eat breakfast, lunch, and dinner, you're never burning what's in your body. And a lot of that gets stored in our body. We want to get out of our body.
That's right, buddy.
I know, but then they say, oh, breakfast is the most important. Then they're like, oh no,
come on,
lunch is more important. No, dinner. It's like, I don't, which one is it?
Yeah. Well,
Yep. I used to have breakfast every morning.
Caffeine and nicotine are the two most addictive. I think so. I agree with that. Definitely. Strange Skies is doing push-ups and crunches. I feel like a fat ass right now because I'm laying here.
Lazy anyway.
But actually, I mean, you could do some exercise while you're fasting, and it'll help burn that much quicker the junk in our bodies. But you lose weight without even exercising, just fasting. If you can go
The thing I'm worried about, like, if I would love to do that, but the thing I worry about is like going to work. Because don't they say, oh, it's good to do it at home, right? Where you kind of like, don't they say when you fast like that, you're not supposed to really do a lot of walk, like energy shit. Like they just want you off your feet as much as possible. You're not burning so much energy since you're not eating. I don't know.
Or actually, yeah, I mean, in the beginning of the live stream, I did the water fasting video. Explains it all.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not a doctor. I can't give advice, but from what I know and everything, from what I learned, I should say, you should exercise. It depends on the person. You're supposed to ask your doctor first, I guess. I don't know. I don't have a doctor.
And I'm sure you've heard of the thing where you dry brush. You take a sort of a soft type brush and you brush in sort of semicircles toward your heart. Have you ever heard about that?
No.
Really? Man, let me see if I'll send, if I don't post it here, I'll send it to you. But yeah, you just take a sort of a soft bristle brush and you brush from your chest, and if you can get somebody to do it from on your back, and just make every stroke sort of end at your heart. It's legit. It kind of helps to move the blood along and detoxes a little better. Yeah, that's been a deal for a while. I'll look up a link to
that. Wick, what game are you trying out? I'm curious. Oh, Strange Skies. You're a sweetheart. Wick on Fire says also, so am I. Are you beautiful? Is that what you're saying, Wick on Fire? Is he saying he's also beautiful? LOL.
Also addicted to
Did
both.
I literally just say LOL? Oh my god. I meant to say I don't know why I said that. I'm tired because I'm like, talking
Look on
crazy.
Fire is agreeing with Skies Above, saying addicted to both to
okay,
nicotine and caffeine.
Okay, I'm slow as hell right now. I'm
addicted.
Yeah, I can say last time I was sick, I was a teenager. That was the last time I got the flu. Well, I was in high school. So, and then I got it a couple weeks ago. So that's a huge gap, okay? Huge.
Cold and flu season. It's a mind F. But, you expect it. Pretty cool. I just don't ever have to treat it. Don't ever have to worry about colds, flu, except once a decade.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. It's a blessing. Don't get me. I don't know. I don't understand it completely, but I know it has something to do with what I do and don't put into my body. It's got to have something to do with that. So,
yeah, absolutely. Are you serious? Wick on Fire and Coffee House are both playing the same game. Video. I honestly don't know what crossout is.
Yeah, when I was in
I'm curious.
I was in Mother Earth store buying some stuff, and I met a guy in his 90s. He was a chemist, and he was tired of everything that's going on in the world also.
Wow.
That is so cool.
Yeah.
90 years old.
Yeah, I thought he was in his 70s. He didn't look that old.
I wish my mom would let me show her face. She is camera shy, but for 94, man, she looks like $1 million. She really does.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
She takes 0 meds, BB, not even an aspirin tablet.
Yep.
It's insane.
That's exactly
man.
what it is.
That's why she's still here, man.
Yep.
I'll tell you that right now. She's a trip, man. Force of nature. And she has spoken with more than one of my YouTube friends on the telephone and everything. She's
really?
It blows her mind. Hey, Mom, you're on TV. Your buddies are saying hey to you. Yeah, it blows her mind. But she comprehends. She's still sharp, man, and
yeah,
that's
a
up.
wealth of information.
That's up. Blickum.
Yes, sir.
You feeding Mom your doggy treats, aren't you?
Do what?
You're feeding Mom your doggy treats, aren't you?
Well, now the green goo that I make, I've caught her eating that, and she's tasted she's tried the treats, and no kidding, man, I like them right out of the oven with a little bit of pink salt on when they're still warm. But they pumpkin seed, man, you can't go wrong. But yeah, she actually eats more of. Because I'll put it in the fridge and it gets kind of hard. Looks like green chocolate, and she can't resist, man. So I cut up little chunks, and she likes to bond with my dog too, so I'll give her some to feed to him, and I'll catch her every time, man. She'll eat a couple. It's good for her. I'm glad.
Good. That's
coconut oil and spirulina and multi-collagen and turmeric, and I don't know, man. Whatever I feel like throwing in. I've newt, whatever's handy. It's good stuff. No, I have a pretty standard recipe, but it's funny to see her eating it. She likes it.
Yeah, it's good.
Let me know, man, when you get another dog, bud. I got you covered. They're very popular. I've got some good testimonials from dogs and humans alike. It's fun, man. I just enjoy doing it. I really do.
Not enough hours in a day.
No. I just, I have my hands. I have to art. You know what I mean? I just have to make things, man. And when I get an idea, it's just I got to do it. Got to make it happen.
Well, on that note,
On that note, I wish I had a PS4. Actually, there is one in this house, but I am not gonna travel to the basement to go get
morning,
it.
Matthew. How you doing?
And I don't have cross out, so I can't play with you guys. I'm sorry. Hi, Matthew.
I haven't played video games in quite a while. Years.
The last one I played was probably Call of Duty with my son. I played for a little bit. I died instantly, so I'm just like, look, I'm like, son, I can't do this. It's just impossible right now.
And your son's much better than you are, right?
Oh God, yeah,
Yeah.
of course. He's like, oh my gosh,
Crazy.
ridiculous. He's so fast. It's unbelievable. I'm just like, how do you just sniper these guys so fast? It's like I can barely control the remote controller thing.
Happy New Year, Matthew.
Happy New Year.
Woo.
Woohoo!
It's gonna be another crazy ride.
2022. Yay.
One sleepy dog here.
Yeah, me too. My eyes getting heavy.
Yes.
I need to get going. 6:16.
So are we all gonna say goodnight now? Or good
Yeah.
morning, good night?
This happens every time.
You say goodnight first. No, you say goodnight first. No, you say like
You hang up. No, you hang up.
Yeah, exactly. You hang up first. No, you hang up. That's it.
Yeah, that's funny. All right, guys. Well, it was really good. I'm glad I came up.
Pleasure. It's a pleasure, BB.
Yeah, it was good.
You as always, Mr. Man.
No
Always,
drama in my room.
always
Not
good.
about drama. You know what I mean? And
I know. I love that. I'm the same way. I don't tolerate that shit.
Hey, wait. Say good night, Mom.
Good night, Colin.
Night, Ma. You have a good night.
Good night, Mom.
Leave them doggy treats alone.
Yeah,
No, don't.
yeah.
Keep eating them, I should say.
Yeah.
Right.
Got to keep all the animals around here healthy. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Good.
absolutely.
Yeah. She was wondering if I was still talking about her, and I told her yes, we are. Yeah, we're talking about you. Anyway, it was a pleasure.
Yes, a pleasure.
So,
yep.
I agree with you, skies above. 2022 is going to be a rough one. And remember when we couldn't wait to see 2020 gone? Yep. I remember that. Oh, gosh.
Yep.
Anyway. Okay, good night, Wick.
Buckle up.
Strange skies, skies above, Matthew.
Yep. See you next time, Matthew. Sorry.
Welcome. Good night, you guys.
Good night.
Good night,
All
baby.
right,
You
see
take
ya.
care.
Take
Much
care.
love.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Thought I'll holler at
Much
you,
love.
man.
Much love.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night.
Good night, John Boy.
Yep. Yeah, just holler at me, Blickum.
I'll do it, man.
I'll check it
You'll
later.
You'll be pleased. All right, you guys. Adios, amigos.
Adios. Take care. Thank you all for coming up and sharing all your information. It was awesome. It's good to see you too. And catch you next time. Hopefully soon. Much love. Gotta get some sleep. Thanks again, you guys. United we stand.